Back to the downside this morning. Futures in negative territory coming off a second straight solid performance into the close yesterday. The Dow ends the day yesterday up more than 600 points, or about 2% on the session. Pretty good day for both the S&P and the NASDAQ, adding more than 1.5% on Monday each. However, we are looking at negative numbers right across the board this morning. Social media stocks under pressure here following Snapchat. Big move to the downside, more than 30% right now at session lows. We have about 6 or 7 different downgrades to talk about on Snapchat as well this morning after they cut their forecast, both current quarter and full year. For revenue, so the entire group getting hit, including Meta. Big move to the downside. We'll talk about all of these coming up. On the earnings front, though, on the other hand, a little bit more positive. Both ZM, Zoom, video communication, and Best Buy, pretty solid performances, although Best Buy kind of grinding back to the downside as well. It was the forecast for both that came in above expectations, while the actual reports were more or less in line. Another downgrade as well for Tesla. We saw some strength in EV stocks yesterday to start the week, not the case this morning. Lots to discuss. It's Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, back in the red, as I said, all three U.S. indexes there down. The Dow faring a little bit better, 0.73, while the other NASDAQ and S&P more than a full percent to kick things off after a solid rally to start the week yesterday. Brazil under pressure already, open down 1.35%. Bitcoin and Ethereum at the bottom. They're also back in the red. Going to be an interesting day with more headlines to deal with this time surrounding some of these tech stocks. We'll bring in the guys here to jump right into things. Good morning, guys. Interesting look here. I mean, there were positive earnings, but yeah, even that seems to be fading a little bit here. Some negativity back with Snapchat leading the way back to the downside this morning. It's worth noting, guys, as well, first day starting today, we're on one stream only. So you can stay on this stream all day long. You don't have to switch files. You don't have to switch links. You can just sit here all day long and join us.
Exactly. We figured it's about time we stop crossing the streams and we'll avert disaster by having one entire stream. That's not that funny. That's a dad joke, Lucas. That's a dad joke. But look,
it's a good one.
Just when we actually thought, like yesterday, we finished close enough to the highs, right? Like it was, 1% up day. And you come in today, it's like, okay, well maybe Zoom will be okay, and it wasn't that bad. And of course, Snapchat drags every social company to the downside. Abercrombie decides to miss, and then Best Buy's report wasn't. It wasn't that great, but they probably didn't have to do much, and now they're going to be selling off because they missed on top. I think top and bottom. So, yeah, it's feeling like another one of those weak days here. But I don't know. It feels like we've been here before, certainly. A lot of names that were in play yesterday are going to come right back. I know some of those monkeypox stocks are moving around a little bit, but it's going to be hard to get away from these social media companies today. Snapchat, Pinterest, Facebook, across the board, it's going to be pretty wild on all of them.
Yeah, we're already short here, Facebook. It looks like it's going to start to head to the upside here, but we're just going to try to stay one way today. We're going to try to stay a little short on some of these plays. Snapchat just horrible, but what's up, guys? We have JP Morgan. We talked about that yesterday. At least there's some sort of light at the end of the tunnel there with some of the banks, so that should be exciting as well. And yeah, I think that's a great move by us, going over. Now you don't have to switch over. When we go over to the afternoon show from the morning show, I always confuse them. So we have the morning, the midday, and then the afternoon. So I guess all combined with one stream, we're going to have Brad and a few of the traders sitting right beside us today. So, we talked about some changes happening and they're starting today. So, yeah, we're really excited for it. I'm excited to be here trading one more time. Let's see if we can hold the fort a little bit. The NASDAQ is bouncing back here after a 1.7% or so day yesterday, 660 points on the Dow. It was a great day yesterday, and then Snapchat kind of threw some cold water here on some of this NASDAQ rally. Well, possible NASDAQ rally after one day. But, yesterday up 1.7, and as I look today, Brendan, you're down 1.7 right now. So all the work that was put in yesterday just to give it back.
Yeah, back to where we were to end the week last week, which is not a great start. Big things to come, as Sean was mentioning there. Make sure you stick around for 11 o'clock. Brand new look, guys, for the midday show coming up. Mark and Rob working very hard right now, trying to get things ready for 11 o'clock. They will get it done. I have faith as well. So stick around for 11. Let's jump into everything you need to know heading towards the open this morning. Here we go. This was out after market yesterday. Snapchat comes out and says, yeah, they're going to miss big, not only for the current quarter, but full year as well. For Q2 revenue below estimates now, below the low end as well of their prior estimates. So the entire group, as we said, Snap, Pins, Twitter, Facebook, Meta, whatever you want to call it, all tumbling today.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good one, man. But it's going to be, it's this one to the short side of the trade for any of these names if you got them. And Snapchat just hit $15. It started at 16 when I sat down, and now it's all the way to, it had a 15.50 break. There was size there. Now there's size at 15. Maybe that'll be a bit of a breakdown. The key thing about this is they just reported a month ago. So you have to ask yourself, how bad is it realistically that within that short period of time they're revising in the wrong direction their guidance? How quickly is have things shifted? That's why these sympathy names are getting spooked like this, right? That's a changing environment on you right there. And I think that's why you got to watch Pinterest. That's why you got to watch Meta. That's in the entire group. I mean, Twitter probably falls into that as well to a certain degree. They have their own things going on. But wow, hopefully my chart wants to go back far enough. Yet we talk about these pre-pandemic levels. The pre-pandemic high is, we just gapped right through. That was a significant level on Snap at 20 that, under different circumstances, maybe you would have traded off of it, but we just shuttered right through it. How far does it tend to go down? I mean, you've just broken already a pretty key psychological $15 barrier. And the next thing, I mean, you go this far back on the chart, it's does it really matter? But it's about $12.50. We'll see if it can catch any kind of a bounce. But yeah, it's not a good look. It's one thing reaffirming guidance a little bit closer to when you're going to be reporting the next quarter. But when you just had those earnings come out and everyone's saying the R word, not a very good look here for Snapchat. And I came in actually thinking maybe it was going to be Pinterest that I wanted to short, but Snapchat just set up better.
Yeah, I'm already short Snapchat and Facebook here. I'm not trying to play around because, honestly, these stocks, we'll see what happens. I mean, we have our outs, 16, 16.20, 16.30, but I mean, it just sucks. These guys come out, and yeah, I'm not happy with any of this because of what Neil just said. So I don't own Snapchat. It's just how this market's working right now. And this guy comes out, Evan Spiegel, CEO, after hours, and then just starts crushing the stock. And this is what it's like. It doesn't make any sense. If you knew it was this bad just a couple weeks ago, where are the metrics at here? Aren't you guys actually looking at any of your books? Or here we go. Look at Snapchat falling apart right now. We're short at 15.04, so that's good. So, but anyways, lower forecast here. I'm just reading some of the notes here. Q2 revenue growth below expectations, between 20 and 25%. Daily active users they're expecting lower. Multiple price target cuts today as it goes. Look, maybe it gets that bounce, right? Maybe it's down so much now, 33% today, that maybe it bounces. Maybe. I mean, there's nothing possible. It's possible that could happen. But you were just at $40 on April the 8th. And now today you're at $15. And then you were at $85 on September the 30th. So, I mean, it's just what is going on right now with these names? I'm also short Meta. We'll talk about that as well. And I just feel like that major change that that Apple put through with their iOS and how that was affecting data collection and things like that has really sent a lot of these names down into this death spiral. I mean, Facebook, the same thing, man. $400 in the summer, down to $180 now. At least it's only chopped in half. Snapchat was 85, down to 15. You want to talk about just getting killed. Snapchat's going to be the one to short. But I'm into Meta right now, and Neil's saying oh, I don't know why we always call it. You said that you have a problem with switching Square and Block. Was that what it was?
Yeah, I always call this Facebook,
so now I'm calling it Meta. But You're down into that 180 here that's held before. The very bottom on earnings and the day before earnings was down here at 173. So is there a possibility for this to break lower? Of course. So that's why we wait for that. I mean, if Snapchat's seeing sort of those headwinds, I can't imagine that Facebook isn't seeing very, very similar. The interesting thing to me, I mean, it's about ad spending. Snapchat's going to cut back on that, right? So you know who that affects the most? Google, the name that I just bought. I think we're about flat now because we enjoyed a couple up days since buying it. But yeah, oh, and actually, if we're down here, we're not flat because it's all the way down here. So, you know, we recently just bought this name, and I guess, yeah, yesterday it went up. Look at Google down 4% today. So you want to talk about ad space and revenues, Internet of Things. Google today getting absolutely shellacked as well on the back of this news. So I think everybody on Silicon Valley is going to be looking for Evan Spiegel's head very, very soon because, yeah, this something needs to roll. And, you know, Google, I think, is the best bet here to pick up on any weakness.
Yeah, pretty amazing. $85 less than a year ago. It's unreal. Abercrombie and Fitch. I mean, we were talking about Macy's a little bit yesterday. Some of the apparel makers as well coming out to the downside over the past couple of weeks on earnings. ANF, the latest one here. It's actually, I mean, volume's surprisingly high. This is not, you know, a typically heavily traded stock, but ANF down significantly here. This is another one, guys. Same old story here. I mean, they're talking about higher costs. They're talking about supply chain disruptions, and ANF down, same thing, 31% right now.
Yeah, this is
31? When I looked at it, it was down like 18%.
And the weird thing is, it doesn't actually do. Abercrombie doesn't do a ton of volume.
This is great.
So like this is like people are selling this into thin air in the pre-market here, and it's just every single retailer. Oh my goodness, it's just not really taking much. That being said, you could make an argument that the reason it's down so much is because maybe it hadn't come off. Like its chart wasn't necessarily as ugly as some others. So like maybe that has a little bit to do with it here. But man, it's just like it's an absolute bloodbath for some of these names. And look, when you take an unexpected loss, this is what's going to happen. Are the levels going to matter? I think maybe when this thing shakes out. I mean, it already got to what I would have thought wasn't going to happen today when I sat down, which is like this 1850 area. And we're pretty much already there thinking that could be a solid bottom. And we'll see on Abercrombie. This is now too far to chase. I mean, I'll be shorting a pop in Pinterest if we even get one. I'll be shorting a pop in Snap if we even get one. I just feel like you're not going to be able to get into this retailer. It's to the south side. And if anything, it's getting down well towards that dead cat bounce. And just keep in mind, this is on very light volume. Like we've done 400,000 shares only in ANF, and this was across the board. Like initially, when the list was being prepared, the watch list was being prepared. You know, Best Buy was up on the session. It had moved up on their earnings initially, and then just slid right to the downside. The second retail was able to come in at 7 a.m. and some of the order flow started coming through, it was just all sell side. And it was just everything was sort of drifting to the downside, even if it had positive news. But I'm still shocked. Yeah, I'm surprised this is continuing to fall as far as it has on this light volume. So, yep, we talk about these pre-pandemic levels. If you're still above them, it's almost like you've won.
I just can't think of a name that's above anything right now. Pre-pandemic levels? Yeah, I guess there are still a few stocks. Look, I mean, I was just reading the chat and things like that. And thank you to John Reinhardt here for your talk there. Like Facebook popped, but NQ popped, but Facebook is dead. Great sticky note call. Thank you for that one, John. I mean, I'm just in the money now on Facebook after averaging into it. And look, I mean, I think that you know, the NASDAQ has ability to go up, but I just don't see what's going to send that thing up today. Apple should also get hit here a little bit, although it's bouncing off 140. I put 140 here. Honestly, you guys know yesterday, and this is when I came in and I was talking with Sharif and Cash over here, and like yesterday I was only going long on Apple, so I like Apple longs. I mean, yesterday we started it off early at 139. I mean, and Apple's closed the day at 143.50, so we had that long there through 140. We liked it. Then we had it again there at 142 up to 143-ish. I was able to make a little bit of money on Apple. Was one of the only stocks yesterday that were able to go almost perfect on every call, and then it was just the back and forth day on Microsoft, back and forth on Facebook, back and forth on AMD, which we didn't really have a true direction. But to me, I think Apple's trying to tell us that it wants to hold this 140. So, you know, I wanted to smash 140 short if this NASDAQ gave up. I still think that that's a very, very good play that could happen. So I'm not going to go long 140. I want to see what, you know, sort of this Facebook and what sort of, you know, is happening with Snapchat here. I don't even want to talk about Abercrombie. I didn't even look at it. But, you know, I like this 140 level to possibly hold here on Apple. So I don't know if we're going to eventually talk about that. But if there's going to be one long that I think we could take. First of all, I loved AMD's quarter. I loved AMD's numbers, but that stock continues to puzzle me a little bit. It's kind of in the middle of, you know, 90s. It's like 93 and change right now. So those levels I'm sort of questioning. But Apple for me is the only long that I like. If it comes down to 140, I may stand in front of that. But, you know, just looking at the charts, that's the number one name for me on any longs. But right now we are short Facebook, which is starting to go back into the money here after we average. We got to get rid of those wicks, man. After we've averaged into it, let's see if it does wind up taking down 180 here. We're short 180.20, and I'm going to clean up this chart.
All right, let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets, to get a look at all things that have been happening on the OTC markets over the past couple of weeks. Welcome back, Mr. Mendel. Great to have you, as always. It's been quite the week, quite the past couple of weeks, in fact. I want to talk a little bit about Chinese stocks to kick things off. Chinese ADRs on, you know, the bigger boards, moving a lot on regulations, on continued kind of geopolitical headlines. But Tencent, I noticed on OTC, doing all kinds of volume yesterday.
Yeah, Brendan. So actually, it's funny enough. That's how I was going to lead it off today. So,
great minds, Jeff. Great minds.
Taking a look at it right now, it's kind of trading flat compared to yesterday. Let's see how everything kind of takes off. But yeah, lots of volume, especially on OTCX yesterday and Tencent. Another one also. Luckin Coffee is that's another one that's used to be traded on NASDAQ and is now trading over here in the over-the-counter market. Luckin, though, it seems to be more on earnings based news. It's actually trading up about 50 cents in the pre-market. Just taking a quick look, earnings just came out in this thing. They just announced them about an hour ago. Not totally sure what to think about everything going on there, but year over year, it looks like they're up, obviously. I think that's definitely one to look at in the pre-market today is Luckin Coffee, LKNCY.
As you mentioned, headlines driving some of the action we're seeing so far this morning. On that note, monkeypox came out of nowhere. It seems like the end of last week, and everyone was discussing it over the weekend. I looked it up late yesterday and found that a company called Bavarian Nordic is the actual licensor and maker and manufacturer of the current monkeypox specific vaccine. I say this because the listing for Bavarian Nordic is actually in Switzerland, so it's the primary listing is in Switzerland, but BVNRY on the OTC is an OTC listing. So as we've discussed in the past, some of these headline-driven events that come up, we can find, access to these companies when they're moving on news through the OTC.
Yeah, BVNRY, just bringing it up right now. Not much trading in the pre-market, which I would not expect. But something to maybe take a look at, around 9:30 into 10 o'clock. I think it last traded, last price was 980 in the pre-market this morning, but yesterday it closed at about 10. Closed at 10.56. So there might be some activity going on here. Kind of stay away from it in the pre-market, but around 9:30, maybe jump in and take a look and see what's actually going on as people's quotes and pricing kind of come to line.
For anyone joining us maybe for the first time or the first time in a while, we should talk about some of the grayscale products here as well, Jeff, because another big move yesterday in Bitcoin back to the downside late in the session with the overall market, kind of holding higher, which was interesting to see that correlation kind of separate a little bit. But both the BTC grayscale product and Ethereum grayscale product doing all kinds of volume yesterday as well.
Yes, they're always kind of in the running for us for heavily traded. I also want to point out that we also worked with Grayscale to bring up a few other names recently. One is around Mana, a couple of the tickers to look at. I see you guys just brought up ETHE, but a couple of the other tickers are FILG, GLNK, GLIV, MANA, and GBAT. I'll actually throw them in the chat. I'll go on there and throw them in the chat, but not much trading action in those names. But I also expect, that's how GBTC and ETHE kind of got its start, right? A little slow at the beginning as early investors waited for their shares to season. But once that starts happening, I expect some of these other grayscale products to start trading.
Great stuff. Anything to mention to the viewers this morning, Jeff, as we head into, what's typically a little bit slower time period heading into the summer months? Anything up and coming at OTC?
Right now, it's more on the market data side. We're trying to provide a new product, or we're providing a new product to give a little bit more depth or a little bit more insight into the depth of the market, right? Meaning, more levels of liquidity. That's probably the biggest thing that we have going, especially for the active trading community. So, like when you're getting into a name, that might have a couple cent spread, but the actual liquidity is outside of that band. Knowing that you have the ability to get out at certain price levels and seeing that depth, I think will be a big help.
Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets. Great stuff as always. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Brendan.
Have a great one. Always opportunities, guys, depending on your access, if it's, in the crypto markets or if it's something like that, monkeypox vaccine stock that popped out of nowhere yesterday.
Monkeypox. Yeah, nice to see Jeff Mendel again. Yeah, longtime friend of the show. And thank you to Jeff Mendel for helping us get to 300,000 viewers. LKNCY. I've been watching the pink sheets for a bit. We don't have any pre-market data here, but it is tipping up to about 9,920 right now. Was there a story on Luckin Coffee today? Is that why he brought it up there? Earnings. Okay, good. So, yeah, look, this is good, man. I mean, Luckin Coffee, look at this, a nice little move upside here. When you look at different stocks, don't be afraid to look at the pink sheets, man. I mean, a lot of these names here, and this is not just to promote Jeff at all, but, the Grayscale has been a great product. They've been really, steadfast with promoting that. That's been a great trade for Bitcoin. And then here's just, an equity name, Luckin Coffee, that actually, look at some of these opportunities you get again. You get some big capitulation candles down here on volume back in March where it absolutely fell off a cliff, made down to $6. Also just bouncing off $6 right now again the last couple days. And although the market's been a little turbulent, you could see, unlike Starbucks, unlike Bros, things like that, Luckin Coffee actually coming back up to the north side here. And then today, this is one of those stocks where, again, this is a good opportunity to pick this up. And I'm not like saying Luckin Coffee is the greatest stock ever. Actually, I'm trying to stay away from Chinese names. But when you're looking, except for Alibaba, but when you're looking here at a lot of this garbage that I like to call them downside, you're now getting out of the way here. 850 bottom, you're going to take out $9 today, and you're now above the 50 period and starting to go back up. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's this little dip down here coinciding with past levels that if you could take this out and start going to the north side, well, then you have an out if it comes back down. And for us day traders, that's really what you're looking for, whether or not you're swing trading or not. There are tons of names over here, mostly all ADRs that trade over on pink sheets that'll give you great volume. Adidas, Tencent is another one. Tencent's been ripping. Nintendo got like a $3 billion investment from It's slipping my mind, but from somebody recently that sent NTDOY all the way to the moon. So if you want to get involved with Nintendo, I mean, I think Nintendo's a great franchise. I mean, we just bought that new Kirby game, by the way. My kid absolutely loves it, actually, and it's a 2-player game. It's fun as hell. I don't know what it's called, but I do not own Nintendo shares, but I do own a Switch, and the Switch
that thing's
is great.
fire, man.
Even when we didn't have power, the best part about it was my kid. So we don't have power for 44 hours. What does my kid do? Obviously, his iPad is the first thing to go, so he's on the iPad. Then he goes, "Ha-ha, Dad, I'm going to put on the Oculus." So then he's got the Oculus on. He's doing his thing. That runs out of power. Ha-ha, I have my Switch. So then he's over there playing the games on the Switch, you know. So I just feel like Nintendo's not a bad, and especially for us with younger kids. The games are actually, you know, you don't have to worry. Now, there's probably some games, but Mario Kart, all the Mario and Luigi's Mansion is a fun game. This Kirby one's fun. Anyways, and here I am talking about Nintendo. I don't even have the stock up, but I like that. Shout out to Jeff Mendel on the pink sheets.
Yeah, definitely. And certainly, like yesterday when you saw that big...
I do not have a generator.
You should get a generator. Clearly, you need a generator at that point, and that's going to be happening. But
no.
We saw that big break at the end of the day, 30,000, 2,000 on Ether, and it's tradable. I think it's more of a trading vehicle, those grayscale products, because you could absolutely take those breaks as they happen in real time if you don't have another way to trade crypto. But, there's some downgrades on that list, Brendan. And 3 of them I definitely saw coming. One, it's like, why do they have to keep kicking them when they're down? Not this week.
One of them actually being discussed on CNBC right now as well, the CFO of Zoom on CNBC. But it's worth mentioning, guys, all of these have 3, 4, 5 different negative notes. So we put one on here each, but it's worth a mention. They're ganging up on these today, clearly. Snap, Zoom, Tesla, Disney to the downside. Snowflake's on the upside today. JP Morgan as well, we mentioned. There's actually 2 or 3 positive notes this morning on JPM.
I'm not in that stock anymore. Like, I was just like, I don't even know what... I missed all that. Okay, let me see here. Snapchat, Zoom, Tesla,
Disney, man. How are you gonna downgrade Disney when Obi-Wan's about to come out and be the greatest thing that ever hit television? Like streaming,
that's
streaming,
probably not going to be true, but maybe.
It's okay, whatever, man.
I liked Mandalorian. You think it's going to be better than Mandalorian?
Yes, it's going to be better than the Mandalorian.
All right.
But it's I'm excited for it. But man, Disney, like, give me a break. Like, is this thing ever gonna get out of its own way? And we keep talking about these monster key levels that are coming into play in some of these names, and you're likely to, I shouldn't say you're likely to see, but because I hope it doesn't happen, but we just saw 100 last week on Disney. They catch that downgrade, and you've got this double bottom that's formed. It did break 100 once, but if we get a down day in the market, or big down day, then you're looking to retest that one again. But yeah, it's obviously you have the retail names we sort of talked about there, and then you have clearly these social media companies, Snap, which we'll be talking about all day long today, and Tesla catching another downgrade. So not a fantastic start, but Disney's one that's been on the radar. I have my alert set. Like, this thing gets to 101, and I got an alert that goes off, and I don't want to be missing that one if it gets back to the $100 price. Usually there's an opportunity to go both ways on something like this. And who knows, man? Maybe on Friday they do get a bit of a bump. Because of the release of Obi-Wan. I have no idea.
I'm just trying to fix my chart here because, it got messed up here. So I'm putting in some of these sales conditions here. It just showed me long. So basically, I was short Snapchat here, obviously. I want to be short all day. And then, this wick happened and it punched me long. So I'm just trying to edit out these charts. But I agree. I mean, that Disney at that Hyundai is a nice little level there to come through. Disney again. Did they reinstate the dividend? I don't know. I'm a pretty decent shareholder here. I don't know why I don't know this.
They still don't have it.
This is embarrassing. No, they didn't. So, still didn't reinstate the dividend, but a forward P of 18, current P obviously of 71. What? That might be a mistake. But anyways, Disney, I guess because their earnings were so crappy. But anyways, Disney coming back down in. I really like this name on that level. Was that Tesla I saw as a downgrade as well? I don't know, man. There's going to be some rough rides coming through here. Whenever I think about Disney, for some reason, I just go over to the cruise lines because I still think that Disney does, they have a big travel space as well. And then I always go over to CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines getting hit as well, back down to 12 and change. Yo, what's up, the God Pill? Right there. Thanks for the $50. Psst, Mullen. Neil, psst. Shh. Don't tell anybody, guys. Mullen is in the building. Thank you for the $50, God Pill. We'll have a quick looky here at Mullen, as that was a good super chat. So let's have a quick look. And I call in Mullen, New York, because of Disney, and it's, of course, on the NASDAQ. Oh, we talked about this the other day, where Mullen has the potential because of where it's come from and because you only have the bottom of 50. I remember I talked about this the other day, and it was like, if you buy Mullen, anywhere sub $1, which might happen again today, I think it was right around this day that we talked about Mullen, down to 85, 90 cents. Like, if you have a target, as long as they don't have another share offering or not, that 50 cents could be your out. So that's where I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know about at $1. I mean, $1 is good too. Remember, a lot of these NASDAQ names want to do some funky kind of things with their shares to stay above $1. So you got to watch out for that, because that will result in a delist back down over to our friend Jeff Mendo's pink sheets over there. So they got to stay above $1. So I feel like even if you buy now at 101, you could even use last week's bottom at 75 as your out. Like I said, the only real risk to me on this one is that they offer, and I don't think they do that because it's too close to $1 right now, that they offer down below, and then you just wake up one morning and you're back down to 50 cents again, and that way you get clapped in half. But other than that, we know retail likes it, so that's why I say thank you for the super chat, because if this starts to get going, we've seen explosions in volumes on Mullen, and I'm not pumping, again, I don't own the stock, I'm not pumping it, I want to thank you for the super chat, but I just think for a risk to reward, I said that about SoFi, right? When SoFi was $6, it's like you can take that against that $5 low and get out if you're nervous about that, and absorb the $8 that it went to, or almost $10, or I think SoFi went to 8. But anyways, Mullen right there. Thanks for the super chat. I just wanted to get over it because that was a name that I don't mind, and thank you, God Pill, for that super chat. I hope they're vitamins.
Yes, of course. Vitamins are good for you. What I would also say about Mullen here, and the caveat being, I just got in and out of BIMI, if you're watching that one, just above $1. And, I tried to take the long at 102, 102.5 actually, and then it retook that dollar level. And yesterday we were trading some names around that magical price. And what you have is a consolidation off that level. Yesterday I talked about CBIO consolidating on the day above that price and then getting a little bit of a run. It's just a psychological level that can get played off of. If there was more volume to this, I'd probably be inclined to just say, yeah, why not? Like a 102 long with a 98 stop and then see what happens. But, I'm not necessarily endorsing any kind of a long-term play on this, and I don't really see any volume that would cause me to think that it's got a catalyst to do that today. But that setup is usually there. When you get a consolidation on a penny stock at that dollar level, a lot of times, the longer it holds it, the more likely you are to get one of those little squeezes to the upside. But you can sort of tell. It gets to $1.25, and you're thinking the other thing sometimes. A lot of bag holders in there, some resistance levels. Like the daily chart will tell you that story as well. Like there's some very, very long consolidation where there were probably a lot of longs in here from that 25 into 40 range as well, looking for that next little bounce. So it's going to have some trouble probably clearing that, unless it's a pure squeeze play. But it should be on the radar just because the longer it holds that one, something could happen.
Let's go back to monkeypox stocks here quickly. GOVX back to 2 on a big volume spike there. So a huge buyer came in on GOVX. Also wanted to mention this quickly. Fisker down 10% here. Premarket, they just announced a $350 million offering, or an offering worth $350 million. So FSR getting hit a little bit as well. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market, brought to you today by the Small Exchange. They're making it so easy to get started in futures trading with simple, easy to understand contracts. There's no PDT rule and less capital required over at the smallexchange.com, guys. Sign up today. You can use the QR code we'll throw up here in a second. Arun, let them know what they need to know today.
One coming out of a somewhat of a slow day yesterday. We did go up, but the volume seemed kind of light yesterday as we moved up, gap down overnight. Here we are back down towards those 39.30s. The issue is we're kind of stuck in a range, not a range, but like the levels that I've got are fairly wide here. We've got 40.50 up top. That's about 120 points away. And the bottom end support I've got is 38.60. So that's still about 70 points away. The only level that I can work with, the closest one, is that support level. So what we're going to look for is if it can get back down towards that 3,900. and then maybe find a support base here, and then we can figure out a long and see if we can make a move towards the top. But for now, it does look like it's trading in the 30s. It hasn't really moved much since that initial move down, and we're kind of just going sideways. We're going to have to wait for the open once again and see if this market wants to give us some activity, at least a slide of 30 to 40 points, and then firming up of bids, catching along, and then see if we can get back up towards the highs. If you don't get that and it keeps going down, then 38.60 is going to be your support. And if we lose that, they're going to be looking at 3,800 as your next support level. But again, 3,800 is pretty light. It's just the area that we bounced off of when we made that huge comeback day late in the session. So we're just we really don't have much of an option except to wait here. There's not a whole lot you can do inside this 30 all the way up to even 70. So at 40 points, we really can't do anything. Maybe if we get above 80 to the top end, 39.80, we could start working some levels as we get near the top end of the range here and maybe start putting in some bids and some support levels. But for the time being, I would just wait for this market to either make a move to the upside or to the downside by about 40 points or so, and then we can figure out what to do.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Quickly, guys, on GeoVax or GOVX, the stock we were talking about yesterday. On monkeypox news, this is cancer related. I was just reading this, a cancer vaccine. That seems too good to be true, but hey, if you can get vaccinated for cancer, why not? So positive note for GOVX over in China. So not monkeypox related for GOVX, but heavy volume coming in on that. Let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning as far as what is moving in the pre-market. That's the link to the watch list, guys. We'll have that available in the chat for you. Make sure you grab that every single morning. We send it out before we come on at 8:30 for free, absolutely free. Let's go to Best Buy to start things off. As we were saying, I mean, it was positive, quickly got back into negative territory. I mean, the results were kind of in line to a little bit better or worse. The forecast, decent. I mean, they weren't really talking about supply chain concerns, so it was initially positive for BBY.
All right, I'm just fixing my chart up here still because now my prints aren't showing up, so that's really great. Snapchat's coming to the downside as well right now, so yeah, I'm just having like a whole bunch of problems right now with my system. But okay, there goes Best Buy down. I mean, again, I have to fix up these charts, but okay, Best Buy to the downside. So let's just have a quick look here. Not a great quarter as we talked about it, but it's still okay. It's holding up relatively well. You're now down 2.62%. We did have a nice move in the AM on some of these numbers. Well, sorry, in the PM there after the numbers were released. Actually, were they released this morning? That's a nice move from 7 o'clock. Started at $79.80, and now Best Buy coming back in. Look, retail's been continuously hit here, so it's a little bit nasty on this side of things. I feel like you can still fade this 72.50 there. Q1 revenues beat, so revenues higher, which is nice. The sales fall 3 to 6%. Forecast 1 to 4 decrease, so not great on that one on their sales, but not so bad there. The full year comparable sales, yeah, that's what just fell right there. But you know what? It wasn't a completely horrible report. It's just looking at Best Buy where we've come from. It's once it broke that $100 level, it's just been sort of. I mean, here's the 100. It broke it. It tried to get back above. It got as high as about 102 or 3 here. Forget, I mean, that was a big move down to 80, then a backwards move. But since then, you broke this shelf of 90, and it's just straight to the downside. So now you're at $70 on Best Buy. Some of these names just continue to get hit here. So I'm going to pass it over now because, honestly, I got to redo these charts because this is a nightmare.
Yeah, I think it's a fade, man. It's just like that previous, it's a forecast. You're not going to sit there and forecast worse than expected in this retail environment and with everyone throwing the R word out there, the recession word out there, and have it not sell off. I'm frankly surprised that there were actually the bots buying it up, I guess, on that top beat. I guess, the EPS hits first, and then you just have the algos buy it up in the pre-market, which is, hate to be them, essentially. But I'm not even thinking, I was thinking about 75, 76. Because that was the bigger level from last week. But now I'm just looking at yesterday's tops. If we get a taste of 73.5, that's a fade for me on Best Buy. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. I don't think anybody that came in today, if you're sort of reading all the different headlines, you probably weren't thinking, okay, yeah, Best Buy is the short I'm going to want over maybe fading something like that's in that the Snapchat, Pinterest, Meta group. as opposed to Best Buy. And I certainly, look, and it's to the downside now. We could have had Abercrombie and Fitch, which is gigantic if you just sat down and shorted that thing. But you had to go where the excitement was. And Snap's now at
Snapchat is
Snap's at 1474 and just absolutely dying. It's now down almost, forget about the fact that it's down 35%. I mean, when retail came online, this thing started getting sold off at 16 even. 1250 is the next significant level on the daily chart, and you got to go back to God knows when to even find that on the chart.
Yeah, Snapchat just continues to go down, man. I am trying to figure out what's going on with my charts, but here are some ticks out. 1482, 1470.
What?
It's showing my outs, but it's not showing the actual candles. Like, see, here you go. So there's 180.80. I'm going to clear the cash and then try this again.
Shoot.
But here's Facebook. Look, short, down, all the way to the downside. So those are my outs. You can believe me that we went down there. Just like Snapchat, you could see 1473. There's my out right there, 1476. So I am going to clear this up, and then we'll get back at this. But Snapchat to the downside right now, guys.
Getting ugly in a hurry here for Snap. Zoom, on the other hand, it's not bad. They beat revenue right across the board, pretty good. It was $1.03 versus 87 cents. Revenue up 12% year over year. This number stood out as well. Almost 200,000 enterprise customers, paying enterprise customers for Zoom, guys. So the pandemic darling beating expectations.
Ooh, I like that.
The thing obviously is expectations for probably aren't that gigantic, and this is one of those. It's a valuation reset, and you got to think about. It's not whether the company is going to have something there. Like there is a there with Zoom. Like it's not technology is not going anywhere. I know there's increased competition to be sure, but they've got a solid foundation. Do I necessarily think it's going to hold up if we have a sell-off date today? Probably not. And you can certainly see, the market was all ready to go. We had an update yesterday, and after that positive result, you got the move upside. If we had opened back at 100, this would have been the easiest short through $100 if we had actually managed to hold a gap. But never mind, this is what happened to it. And you're back below key resistance, and that we'll say it over and over again. In a bear market, resistance matters, and you're in front of this 96 level. That's the level to play. 96 to 97 is more the channel, but if you look at last week, there's 96. Give it the channel of 97 because you go a couple of weeks ago and it had some trouble chewing through that dollar range. Now that's what I'm watching for. Maybe we get a pop of $2, start thinking about the Zoom short. But if you're defending a level, you're probably doing it in the high 80s. I'm not even thinking about the 90s. If it's going to be a down day ahead of the Fed minutes, I tend to think you want to have it a short till it's not. Allow something to hold real support or allow it to break significant resistance. And in the middle, you're just diddling and you're going to get into some trouble. But 96 is a big level on Zoom.
All right. I honestly haven't really been looking at Zoom right now. I'm going to be focusing on Facebook and Snapchat, and then I am almost figuring out these charts. So I'm getting close to getting this all figured out. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the wicks, right? And again, because we're here at Day Trade the World, we do show every single print that happens here. So I'm just, if you can come to this screen. I'm okay with showing this. We do have a chart editor window here. So again, our software is completely customizable. So I can put in here all these sales conditions, and it's just the last couple days, all these tech stocks have had huge wicks on our charts because, again, we will, just like this, we will show these. So I'm just trying to clean it up a little bit here. So hopefully we'll do that, and we'll start to fill in here what's been happening on the chart. So I'm just trying to get it a little bit of a better experience for everybody. I'm going to stop doing it now and just see where we go. So I think we have the charts back set to go. And look, Zoom, I like the stock here. I think that it should be down. It shouldn't be down today off of that report. You're up 5%. And again, it's making some of those bases again, right? So when you look at Zoom Media, you're just above that right now. So this is going to be a great trade if you can get above this 97. You got to clear all this garbage. I really want to see all these stocks get away from the last 2 weeks. If they can get away from these last 2 weeks right here, and that bottom right there is 95.80, 96.25. So right now you're at 93. I think this is a good punch long. If Zoom Media starts to go today and you can take out that 96, I think that's a good opportunity to get back to the 50 period And look, I know here at the office we use Google Meet, and I was even saying, like, I don't know what Microsoft wound up doing with Skype, but like everybody had a Skype account. Now nobody does. Now I know they've integrated it into Microsoft Teams and whatnot, but I feel like Zoom is maybe picking up some of that. Their enterprise business, as Brendan said, strong. So let's see where Zoom goes from here. I'll still never forget when they had Kathy Wood on CNBC, and she had a paid Zoom account. But CNBC ran out of time, and the warning came up, and it was like, your free version is now up, right? So I'm thinking that CNBC, that means they're using Zoom at least, but they can't, they got to pay. No, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what happens. People like the technology so much that they just pay whatever the monthly fee is because it's so user-friendly. But anyways, Zoom, I like it as a name. If you're looking for some NASDAQ love, Zoom Media might be one of those names. But again, I don't really want to go long anything today with everything that's been happening. And I mean, I'm holding Facebook and Snapchat short. So this is what I'm looking at. And, ooh, we got another super chat there. Without Ms. V, I guess we got to handle these. Brandon, what's up, Brandon Reeves? Any thoughts? Okay, yeah, so we will talk a little bit about the cruise liners here, NCLH. I don't know, it seems imbalanced on where it should be. Where do you think? Yeah, growing bookings and capacity for sure. But now the problem is with like an NCLH, and I'll go over this quickly as I got to manage my other positions. NCLH right now, I believe NASDAQ. No, it's a New Yorker. Damn it. Oh man, this is really screwing me up here today. But look, the thing about it is now you have monkeypox. And honestly, as much as I don't think that that's going to do anything, I really think that that's not a huge deal. It is still a deal. And I mean, that's what we talk about when we look at some of these names. You have to look at the forward guide, right? And where are people super excited to hop back on to a cruise ship where you're isolated with 1,000 people on the ship? I just, again, I like the levels, and that's why I looked at Carnival. I think, this Norwegian's a good one. Royal Caribbean's a great one as well. This might be the best managed NCLH from before, from like the pandemic when we were talking about these names. But again, I feel like you just got to get above this, Brandon. I think you got to get above these 17s. Like, I'm tired of buying dips that aren't actually dips. It's just like BTFD is, effed. Because BTFD has not been working. You can't buy the dips every single time. So for me, like if you want to buy this one, you're near the bottoms. I think it's fine here to buy a little bit. But if you're going to put some real capital involved, I think you got to wait for it to break 17 and start moving back to the upside. Like I just don't feel like there's an all clear on any name. I thought Google had sort of a safety net around it. No, it doesn't. Like, what does? Ford, I thought, was a great stock. That was 25. Now it's down to 13. I mean, there's a lot of great names here that are getting hit. And, I just feel like now you don't want to buy anything until the coast is clear. And I've said this before. I'd rather miss a 10% move up than be part of what appears to be a never-ending cascade down. Because the minute you put money into a stock, then all of a sudden, now you're looking at it, and as it goes lower, you're thinking about putting more in. It's part of the reason why, like, you can't just keep staring at a Palantir or at a Roku or at a Tesla. You got to wait for key levels to come through and then hit them when they're there. Because if you buy Tesla on a dip down to 720, well, now it's 620, and okay, then you buy again, and then it's 550. Okay, well, now how does your 720 feel? So I don't know. Maybe I'm too negative here, but honestly, in the last little while, I feel like you fade everything. So thank you for the super chat there, Brandon. But I think you're right by looking at this sector. Eventually, it's going to go. That's why I'm going to find an equivalent to Jets. Remember the Jets ETF? That was all airlines. There has to be one. Yeah, it's probably Cruise. Like it's probably CRUS or something.
Well, this came up a couple weeks ago.
Did it come up?
In the midday show, it was. I think. Yeah, we'll figure it out for you guys.
Look, it is called dollar cost averaging, and I'm a big proponent of that. That's what I've been doing. I talked about buying Google and everything like that, but there is a certain point where it's like you're going to run out of dollars, right? So that's the way I'm looking at it, and that's why I tell you guys, if you have $100 to put into a name, yeah, nothing wrong with putting in 10 or 20 bucks today. 100%, getting that 10 or 20%. I'll probably be buying Google again after the show. So, I mean, I believe in dollar cost averaging. What I'm saying is, though, the all clear is not here on any of these names. So if you're going to ask about an NCLH or something like that, I'm just going to give you my opinion. And that is that, you really got to wait for certain levels to get hit. And on NCLH, it's that 17.
Just quickly here, that GovX just made a power move to the upside. So it broke 225. You'll see on the chart here, like I was actually short right in front of it. it's kind of like a head and shoulders, I suppose, right? But that's more the morning high from yesterday. It looks like it's trying to put a bit of a fail. I'll revisit that level closer to the open. We're about 10 minutes away. I don't like jumping back in this close to the open, but that's the level that I wanted to play off of, and we'll see what happens. If it breaks higher, certainly it has a chance to run maybe to that 250 level before we'd even think about 3. But some of the monkeypox names, I'm still looking short after the way that they fell back in the afternoon.
You stepped away, Neil. Just be aware there's a cancer-related headline on that, so it's not actually monkeypox today. However, yeah, big move for GovX. Let's go to Snap. Yeah, bit of a disaster to say the least. To the downside, we can talk about social media stocks in general. Here's what you need to know when it comes to what they said: 343 million, or they guided between 343 million, 345. So that's above the prior 340 expected. The revenue, however, 38%, which was lower than the prior guide for revenue for the quarter. So, yeah, a bit of a disaster for Snap.
Look, just stay real with your trading, right? I mean, if you want to buy Snapchat, buy it. If you want to go short, go short. I mean, it's honestly, this is down 35%. I mean, I can look at a chart and say, oh, it's going to bounce from here or whatever. But this stock continues to be, hit. I'm going to trade price action. So here's all the shorts. This was what really sparked me to get, try to fix these charts. We had a bad wick here at 855 all the way up. So I got out of it, but then I just punched right back in. And so that's why you see that little action. But we're just trying to stay short. We're covering now into the 70s. We're short here above 15. And we have a decent amount of shares. So that's why I'm continuing to cover these as it goes down. And that's just, my sort of look here on this name. Could it blow back up? Yes, it can. So that's why we've been in Snapchat before where it was absolutely horrible and the stock ripped. So, there is some love for Snapchat back there. And again, the fact that it's down to $15 gives me a little pause for concern that maybe the shorts have. But again, I always say the shorts have won when a stock comes all the way down like this, but this came out of nowhere. I don't think anybody, it's not like people were loaded short into this name. Maybe they were, but look where we've come from. I feel like if you were short, you may have possibly covered already, and then so maybe today is a new day for people to put on, shortable opportunities for Snapchat. I mean, it's just, this is what it looks like. It's getting killed to the downside. As I look here on FinViz, the short float's only 6%. So I think that, and I just found that out, I think that logic makes a little bit of sense there, that there may be some new positions, but here it comes right back up. So that's why you cover a little bit. I said that the warning shots fired here are going to be around the 1640 area, 1620. So just right there, what just happened right there? It went to 15, then back down to 1470. This is an adventure, raring to go here. Let's see what happens on today. I'm short Snapchat. I'm not even the numbers don't mean anything to me. Honestly, all those revenue numbers, this and that, I can see what the stock is doing. It looks like it wants to go down quickly here wow, the time has really gone on here on some of these rants. But Snapchat, 500,000 shares to sell. So let's see if this can keep going down. There's your NCLH, Brandon. That's a buy, so maybe you're up with something there. XOM, Uber, oil right now down, flat, I guess, down to 110.25. Other than that, man, there's my AbbVie. That's not good for a sell. There's Ford as well. There's Carnival. So NCLH the bid, Carnival the sell. But there's Snapchat with the big bad sell. I'm going to get out of some more shares here, as for some reason it's dancing around the 65 area.
Yeah, it just seems to continue to do that. And for anyone that came in the beginning of the show, if it showed that I was long Snapchat, that was just one of my covers of a short. I was trading it before we turned the position board on, which tends to skew things until we have to restart it. And it gave a chance to consolidate right off $16. And it was 16 to 15.50, broke down from there, and we took a 15.50 short. I didn't short the 15 level, but now at the open, I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and do that. 14.50, 12.50 to the downside we're looking for. But there's other names that I like, and one of them, Pinterest here. I'm actually just on the offer right now of Pinterest. Right when Snapchat just went to 15, Pinterest came right up to this 19 level, and I was trying to get the short there in front of 19. I'll short that level there. I'll short 20s as well. Pinterest is down 17% as a sympathy play. They didn't change their guidance. That's just how bad the space is getting hurt overall. So yeah, if you think it can't go further to the downside, it's like a hold my beer moment for some of these names, Pinterest included.
All right, the narrative, guys, on Tesla has not changed over the past couple of weeks, at least, and that is mostly negative. Back to 650 here for Tesla, down 3% in the pre-market. Another downgrade, another price target cut, and they even lowered their 2022 delivery estimate for Tesla today on this downgrade. So not a good look.
And the Tesla was a tricky, even to the long side, which I tried yesterday, and I didn't win on the long, even though, clearly it did make a nice base at 650. But that open was just whipping around there, and it just didn't feel like it was going to have the continuation. It did get to that 680 mark, which has been resistance on Tesla for a while. So on any kind of a spike, it's going to feel like that has to be faded. I'm just highly skeptical that you even see that here today. I think it's more likely that we're staring in the face of that 630, and then from below there, 600 as support levels to the downside on Tesla. So if there is a pop and fade to be had, I mean, like if it gets to like 665 or something and rolls over off the pre-market highs, that could be something. It's a 680 level I'd be much more inclined to be trading on. But wow, Brennan, I'm glad you mentioned that story, because I did get up to go to the bathroom and miss that GovX. That it is now about cancer, and thank goodness, because look at what's happening to that thing.
Impressive for GeoVax, back to the upside. Again, if you missed it, there was a patent in China for a cancer vaccine that they got. So huge move up on heavy volume. If you go to the daily chart, 3 is a key level. 275 up to 3. I've just kind of blocked that off because of resistance yesterday at 275. So we're right there right now on heavy volume. If this starts to hold any of these support areas from yesterday, watch out for the top being taken out for GeoVax. Remember, 9 million float on GovX, guys.
Yeah, super tiny float on that, which puts it in, potential halt category. I mean, if the market was open, it probably would have made a halt off that break just there at $2.40 there. We'll see. Well, actually, it came relatively close, but not quite. I'm not in Meta, Facebook, whatever, just yet. It does look like it wants to hold this 181.50 area at the same time. 19 on Pinterest, 15 on Snapchat held. You saw 118.50 hold on Meta. I was looking for the pre-market highs here to be able to catch a little bit of a fade on it. I did get the Best Buy short in front of 73.5. I got 72.88 with only a few minutes to the open, Brendo.
Just quickly, guys, on Beyond Meat, saw Beyond as soon as I sat down here on a pop. Here is why. This is what the world has come to. Kim Kardashian is promoting Beyond Meat now. So there we go.
What do you mean this is what the world's come
Yeah,
to?
well,
I mean,
that seems a little
cold. Celebrity endorsements there.
That's not new.
No, it's definitely not new. But for Beyond Meat here, I've never heard of anything like this for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For Beyond Meat. This is a brand new thing for them. So, yeah, you can go to hell, Beyond Meat. So how about that as we go? It's up 7%. I like the stock. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with it. It's been beat down so much. It's just like, look at this. This is what I'm talking. Like, I hate looking at stock that look like this. I mean, it's like it was $148 back in July, and now they're gonna pay somebody to advertise for them. Like, I just feel like, why not pay the stock? Why not pay like the shareholders something back in form of some kind of a? I mean, they don't have enough money to do a dividend or anything like that. But anyways, this just makes me sick here on this move down. It's just been really bad. I haven't been hit by it. I was in early on Beyond Meat. So, yeah, let's get ready to rock and roll here. I don't know what, Kanye West, to me, I mean, he was into Gap, and that got a pop, a couple of the days when they released the hoodie, things like that. And look, they're temporary pops. So that's, if you want to short Beyond Meat, do it. But the problem is that Beyond Meat has that huge short interest. So that's why it popped. This could absolutely rock today. So we'll watch it. But I'm more into like, let's just hammer these Snapchats of the world, which we are right now destroying. Let's go siren on that one, as there goes Snapchat right into the gates of hell as promised. I sat down here today and was like, I looked over to Sharif and Cash and these guys, and I said, these stocks can just keep going down all day, and that's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to run out the Grim Reaper on these guys. Snapchat down to 1450, sorry. The only other nervous spot, I only have 2 positions right now. Facebook, I am looking at this. This is one that I am nervous about on the upside, so I don't think we'll average in too much of this unless it gets back to this 184. So let's just hold this out for a little bit, see where it goes. We're definitely banking hard on Snapchat right now. It's the #1 name on the sticky note today, so hopefully you're able to check that. The sticky note's not full today. I mean, it's good. It's only 4 names, and they're 4 big ones. We have Snapchat to the downside. We talked about shorting 16. We didn't get that chance, so we shorted 15. Facebook as well, 180. If, and we haven't talked about this today, but if on any dips, we have JP Morgan that we want to buy down there near 122 if it does dip down. So we'll try to remember that. But with only 40 seconds to go, the market is starting to head lower here as expected. And there goes Facebook. Let's see what happens if it takes down 180, guys. We're waiting a little lower, 179.20 to get some out here of FB. But we're almost at 1-time daily goal here. So hopefully this can continue to make some marches to the downside. Facebook right now a 50-cent spread.
And Pinterest just died as well. I mean, they're all dying. Now 19% to the downside. I got to cancel some of these orders because if it snaps to the upside, no pun intended, I don't want to get sort of whipped out.
I believe there was a pun intended.
Yeah, the pun was intended on that one. I lie. But we do have Tony's back. He's on the bell in 5,
Oh, no.
4,
Tony's
3,
the building.
2, and ring it, Tony. Hey, that was kind of loud.
Yes, sir. The pepperoni man comes out of hibernation twice a day to ring the bell. All right, let's go. Facebook's starting to do nothing. I don't know. It's bouncing around here. It is starting to go to the upside right now, which is not great. But we're going to wait for that 184 to come through here. Might short another piece now. Is it up to 180? The 184 is what we're looking at. So we're going to go short again here on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm looking 183-ish on Facebook if I can get it. I'm now looking at pins, trying to make a little bit of a pop here into that 19. Didn't even get it. Best Buy, however, did come in. We're able to get that short at 73 earlier. We actually got a fill for about $1.20, and then it's just snapping right back to the upside. And now it actually takes out that level. So whipsaw action, it'll still be a winner. But once again, this open, whipsawing around here. Snap 1440. I got to find a way to get into pins. I don't see it as open just yet. But Pinterest just tried to make a bit of a pop, and if I can get 19s while Snap is still falling, we'll try to go ahead and do so. Might not get that 183 on Facebook. If I want to get in, got to get in earlier. And by the way, Tesla already through 650. That didn't take long.
Tesla's a disaster. Okay, we're going to have to wait, though, for all these, man. There goes Facebook. Kaboom right there. Not a bang, it's a kaboomer, but we'll go bang anyways as Facebook just goes down. We reloaded that short at 182 as Facebook comes right into 179 there. I don't know how low that got. I don't know what my fill was right there. We got 180 flat as it went down through 179. And adios, Snapchat. There it is. The gates of hell are in the building one more time for Snapchat as there it is, down to 25. Boom, 80 cents in the money there. $1 in the money now for Facebook as that continues to go down. We're wearing our ice cube today because today is a good day. Let's just keep on going to the downside. Not if you're like me and you hold all these NASDAQ stocks in your damn portfolio. But okay, here we go. We got out of a little bit more Snapchat down there. Wow, this name is really, really catering.
It's
cratering. Our caterer is back today as it's not a holiday, so that's going to be good. But we have Rob is in the building, and he always misses the good food. So let's see what happens. Today, yeah, right. Doesn't have the opportunity to enjoy. Wow, we got Rob on that. Wow, Rob is on the camera right there.
Yeah, you're on the camera, buddy.
Look,
he doesn't even
right
realize
there. Look
it.
at that handsome guy. Face for radio, that guy, just joking. All right, let's go, guys. Me and him go back and forth. So, all right, let's go, guys. All right, Facebook back up to 183 now. So let's reload that short. This might not work. Remember,
I just got it on that wick. Yeah. I just got it on that 183 wick up there. I got 82.60. Took some out there in front of 182. Facebook, remember, out of all these Meta, I understand they're in the same space, but they do have the best valuation by about, you know what? By like an order of magnitude, I would guess they're probably a better valuation than the rest of those names. I got into Pinterest as well. I had to pay down to 1850. If it's at 185, that's crazy. But that 19 level has been a bit of a resistance. If it goes through that, I'd give it up. Snapchat actually caught a little bit of a bid here. Well, if you even want to call it that, it looks like $14 for now. Little whipsaw action, but it took that 14, bounced right off it back to 14.20. I'm still just holding on to it. There hasn't even been a pop big enough to grab any kind of a short and throw another one in the Barbie, and let's see if we can cook it up. Zoom up to that 96 level. I'm having that thing in the chart where it looks gapped up, but I got the 96 short on Zoom. That 96 to 97 is the big channel. So we're into a Zoom short already starting to work here. Wow. You kidding me? Like, it's already at 94. Like, we just got into this silly thing, and it's already down at that 94 level. So Zoom, pop, and fade is the way to go, guys.
All right, we're still waiting. Yeah, Zoom, we talked about that name. Again, another pandemic play, good trade on Zoom right there. Okay, let's go over to JP Morgan. Look, it looks like, the reason why I don't want to look at Facebook, I've already have the shares I want. We'll take another trade here through 183 as it looks like that's going to happen, but this probably does take out that 184. So we're going to watch out for that. And if it does, that's fine, man. I mean, this was a trade that I actually like, so whatever. If JP Morgan does come back in here, down, yeah, it didn't do it. So it kind of did, went to 124. I was looking at a 120, 122 take here for JP Morgan, just back into sort of where this area was yesterday. We came back, we bounced off 121, and that level right there was 122.50. So that's kind of what I'm looking for if the market does struggle here. But so far, that's just not coming through, so we don't have to worry about it. Google at a 52-week low as well, as that's continuing to go down. And then there's AMD. I mean, AMD came out, wow, let's go. Facebook to the downside now as well, as that's starting to crater a little bit here. But AMD as well, just this is what I mean. See how it's in the middle, 95, 91, it's 92 in here. So we got to wait for this to get to 91. But right now, bigger fish to fry as we're at now officially that one-time daily goal with Facebook cratering down $1.
Yeah, now
Snapchat.
Zoom is now at $92, so that's about 4 in the money. Snapchat just broke 14. Even Pin's starting to fall off here in Tesla, now 643. Yeah, it's going the other way to the downside here today. Brendo?
ANF, guys, Abercrombie, we talked about as well. A massive print at the open there for Abercrombie, back to the upside through to 20, but having trouble already at 20 for Abercrombie.
Well, like, this is why I came in and I just told Sharif, you see Snapchat? Like, I came in today and was like, I only need to do it. And I was talking to Baxter on the way in, that's my kid. And I was like, you know what? Honestly, I'm just going to go have a bias one way, hammer it, and boom goes the dynamite. So that's exactly what happened there. We'll drop the grenade as there goes Snapchat. It's not rocket science. Snapchat came out. I was bashing them all morning. They were bashing themselves. Thanks, Evan Spiegel, for that one. And, you know, when you do that, you're going to come out, and this is exactly what's going to happen to you. It's a crater to the downside. I said that this would possibly be new shorts coming in today. And, I mean, am I wrong? That's like people just hammering this stock, downside, downside, downside. We only now have, unfortunately, that 10% left, but actually a little bit more than that. But I am so happy with it because we were able to hold out. We got these 1420s. We just got 1390. That was a big trade for me as well. So now we're holding a little bit left as this name down 40%. Could it go lower? Yes. But hey, I'm ringing the Reggie when we get this kind of a move and we're short with the kind of shares that I was. That's a good move for me all the way to the downside. Now, I just got to worry about its cousin here, Meta, and see where this goes. But we've already cleaned out a little bit of that down here at 140. There's another take at 180 out. So yeah, man, let's keep reloading this short and see where this NASDAQ takes us. Oh yeah, downside goes the NASDAQ one more time, down 2% as we try to watch Apple. That's still trying to hold up a little bit north of 141.
Yeah, I'm going to clear out right away, and I'm going to hit this one. You know, we can still use Superman. Why not?
Why not?
But Zoom, it was still a good report. So it gave the 96, but the bottom end of that range is still 92. It's like 91, 92. I'm going to take that profit and run. It's the only one that we talked about for earnings that I don't think had anything terribly negative about it here. Facebook, I like the pop into that pre-market high a little bit better. Now you're into the pre-market low. I feel like 180 has been support. If it can't hold it this time, this is different. It's after the open now. Where like in the pre-market, when it tries to take a level, that's one thing. After the open, if it takes it, I think we're headed downside. Pinterest, which is the other name we got into. I feel like we could have had, like Twitter was out there. Certainly they're going to be to the downside as well. Pinterest just felt like a bit of a more related name that we want to have. Now it's through $18, and there are no bottoms to really look at here. You start thinking about psychological levels to those downsides. I know some people are still looking at GovX. So we can talk about those social media names all to the downside. But that GovX just got to $3. So yeah, it has cancer story here today. levels might not matter as much with this. It's about that 9 million float. Be careful shorting this one. Thankfully, I got it at 225. Otherwise, that could have been ugly. Brendo.
Short-lived for Beyond, guys. Right back to 25. Just had a huge volume spike there at 25. So someone trying to defend, maybe, but right back down.
Well, yeah, I don't know what George Ortiz is talking about. Nobody is talking to you. Yeah, just those evil, evil voices in my head that I keep on hearing. What is going on, Mr. George Ortiz? But, okay, we're coming to the I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, as we go to the downside, there goes 179 again to the downside. So we're short 182, a $3 winner there on Facebook. And again, there's only two names that I care about on the sticky note. As you notice, we didn't even really discuss anything. I didn't discuss anything else in the pre-market other than what your super chats were. Facebook and Snapchat, we stay short, and that's that, and that's a wrap right now. 2 times right here, daily goal as we're going. We'll look at that super SPAC, man, as we're going to look at Microsoft. I'm just going to leave this alone. Like, honestly, this is sit back, relax, man. Sip that cognac, because right now, this is going to the downside as we picked our poison, and now that's that. We're almost out of Facebook. We just got it. We missed that, Phil. I was at 170. Oh my God, I was at 179.20. That's hilarious. But here it comes back down. Yeah, 180 keeps on kind of being that bouncing spot, right? So let's see what the NASDAQ wants to do. It may start to go back up to the upside here, but we're going to hold on to this, man. We're going to hold on to this Facebook and watch it. Apple, I know I'll talk about Softy for sure, but Apple is kind of holding out okay despite this move. So even though the NASDAQ's down 2 2/3, you saw yesterday, 2.25, and as you saw yesterday, Apple, I was only long on Apple yesterday. Here's my long trade. So long one, well, I'm not going to show you them all, but it was long 140, long 142 there. But yeah, it's bouncing off that 140.50. So I really think if Apple wants to test a little bit lower, we could sit in front of 140 and take it, because it is a strong name. As there goes Facebook. See ya, just took down 179. So yeah, man, this is what kind of day it is today. Spin it. There it is, yeah. The guy I'm not talking to is Sharif right there, and he's spending the money as well. As there it goes to the downside. Today, Brendan, a good day. You got something else for us?
I just noticed on the volume scanner here, heavy sell volume coming into AMC, down 7%. Not a green candle yet since the open.
Wow, I mean, talk about a name we didn't even look at. I mean, obviously you're not going to on a day like today. Forget about it. It doesn't even matter. It's a complete bloodbath here. Tesla, however, did get a bit of a bounce. Watch that 650 level back to the upside. It feels like, I'm telling you, it's weird. Snapchat is somehow holding up a little bit around this 14 area. So it feels like if it's going to make a turn, it might be around here. You know, I have Pinterest, Facebook, Snapchat. I don't need to hold on to all of them. I want to take some profit. If we get back above 14, I think this could be a bit of a trail out. GovX just died. I don't understand why it's not, it's not 20%. But that just turned hard off for $3. I was looking at $3 for maybe a failed break. Already back to 250. That didn't take very long at all. And I know there's a few names that we ignored here today. Coinbase, all the way down to $61. There's a 60 level that's been holding all week. I'll probably be long before I short the 60 break, but Coinbase, it's there, and it's there almost 50 cents away from, or 50 to 60 cents away from catching me in the long. I didn't think this would come into play till later on in the session, and here we are at 941, and Coinbase is on its weekly lows.
Yikes. Look, man, I mean, this market is just nasty for sure as you go. So you got to watch out for some of these plays here. Whoopsies coming through today. So all right, here we go. As Facebook down to 178 and still going. So that name has no love in it whatsoever. Snapchat, we did cover a little bit down there at 1375. And again, we took some shares, so we don't have any problem covering some of these trades as it goes. We still have some on board, so all good on that one. You know, the market is rebounding, so I think it's time to go maybe long on Apple a little bit here, because Apple is starting to rebound here with the NASDAQ. We could just hold this Facebook short. If it goes, it goes, man. We've already got it, so that is what that is. But 141 holding on Apple. I believe this is probably, I don't believe it. I'm going to take the shot. I think this is worth the shot here. So let's start it if we can get it right here. And there it is. We just got it in front of 50. So there we go. We're starting the long, of course, as the market tanks, which is fine. We're just going to drop this off if it breaks 141, honestly. I mean, we could, I don't know, is this going to be one of those like monstrous down days, or are we just getting flushed right now early? So, frog in said throat, $4 now in the money. You got to take this over.
Breakout alert on Occidental just made a break of its, not the weekly high, but 66, I should say. I know we didn't really talk about energy too much, but 66 just got taken on Oxy. I should have had to stop, but I guess I got a little bit sidetracked. You think? Snapchat, Facebook, all those other names. But nice little break for the last couple of sessions on the way maybe to that $70 range. If I can catch something a little tighter to 16, I'll just get into it here after missing that break. I took out Facebook down there. I looked across the board. I thought to myself, okay, well, of the names that are involved in this play, which ones should be the weakest? It's hard for me to imagine that Facebook should fall as much as a Pins or a Snapchat. So I elected to take the profit on it. Is it right? We'll see. I expect a roller coaster ride here today. I expect there could be some pops that can still get faded as well. But first long of the day for me, and it's going to be an Oxy. Can it maintain another breakout, Brendo?
We were talking about JP Morgan, guys, on the positive side of things. If there was going to be a bright spot today, it might have been in the banks. Here's JPM. Above that high from yesterday already.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not, we talked about the sticky note and some levels that we were looking at. There's only one other name I put on here, JP Morgan. Pick it up if the market falls, right? So JP Morgan doesn't even give you that opportunity. We put down 122 as a level to be concerned about, but obviously that never came in. So, yeah, man, again, talking with my kid on the way in, I was like, if you're going to go long on anything, you got to go on the banks, because yesterday was a monster for them. And look at this move. Nice move up to the banks. Jamie Dimon comes in and basically saves them all yesterday. They're all up 3, 4, 5, 6%. JP Morgan up 7%. And today it continues to climb. I've been touting this bank forever. This is the one that I've been buying in any dips. Not really recently, but the pandemic was the JP Morgan. We've also bought some JP Morgans in the 120s, but we didn't have any of that bottom. It was just at 52-week lows on Friday. Then Jamie Dimon opened his mouth yesterday, and then now we're talking about banks being okay. So that's why you got to have good leadership, Snapchat, and know how to talk up your stock a little bit there. So there goes JP Morgan to the upside, and it's going to keep on going. So here we go again, JP Morgan with a nice little bump here today. And by the way, Facebook, spin it again as the money just keeps on flowing through on FB, baby. That's that 184 short that we had. We just took some out at 178.40, but now it's down to 177.40 and still Tank City here on this name. So let's go Facebook downside.
Yeah, just I see this SPRC. It is halted. It only did 100,000 shares before halting. So first caveat, that's not a ton of volume. Not a very liquid name here, guys. And we'll see what happens when it opens up, likely 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It is a volatility halt, and we always pay attention to these. But I'm not seeing a ton of volume on that bad boy. Worth noting, we didn't talk about the chip space, and some of my charts were deciding to be a bit of a pain. But NVIDIA getting very close to 160 here. And if you pop back and look at last week, you have a 157, which if we get to that price, pretty significant there for NVIDIA. We didn't talk a lot of the chips because, of course, some of these other retail names are pretty big. These Snapchats, Facebooks were just too big to ignore. But NVIDIA getting close to a key level. The current indicated open price on SPRC is $3.25, which is exactly flat. Pretty much par for the course. A lot of times, even if it's going to gap higher or lower, that indicated open price hasn't been telling us much lately.
All right, thank you. Come again for Facebook, as there it is, man. The destruction just continues with that name, obviously, as it is moving to the downside right now. Oh, I just tried to snip this, but unfortunately, that didn't show up there on the chat. So there it is. Look at this, 176. 176. We're short 182.50. $6 in the money right now as Facebook continues its march to the downside, and there it goes. Now taking down this 176 flat here as it's going, so watch out for that. Apple. So Apple just took down 140, right? We want to be short this name, but we averaged into 140. We didn't really. That take was small, right? Trying to let this go, but now that 140 is breaking. I mean, it's not really taking away any of our profits. Well, it is because it's going down. But Facebook right now trying to hold. So I just was looking at this one, 139 yesterday on Apple. We got to be here. We got to test some of these levels. So yesterday it didn't really hold 139, but it did dance around it. So that 138.75, 138.50 is what we're going to wait for here on Apple. Maybe it collapses here, but wow, that Facebook just continues now $6 in the money and continues to make a move down here for FB. What's up, Brent? Brendo?
We mentioned yesterday possible comments coming out of Davos that can move the market. Here is one. The Saudi foreign minister saying he does not see an immediate global oil shortage, mainly a shortage in refined products. So big move for crude. Just went 110 to 111.5.
Yeah, and okay. I mean, if it's going to make that move, let's go and grab a little bit more. I mean, it's essentially the same price on Oxy, but I just grabbed a few more shares there in case it can continue that breakout. That SPRC opened back upside, and pretty much it opened and then immediately died. So that one could be a bit donezo. Went to 325 there and is now pulling back. So there might not be anything to look at for that halt trade. We'll see if it takes out the top again. Coinbase, we said $60 was support level. Yeah, we just got the long. We talked about waiting for that price, so it just came in there, grabbed the 50s. If we can bounce the VWAP, that's about $62, which gives you, like 1 to 1.5 to, 1.5 to 1, 2 to 1 on the way upside into VWAP. But this is not a level I want to let go. I already have my stop in place before I even got into position on this one, just to be safe. You talked about Apple over there, but I wanted to come back to Tesla very briefly. Yeah, there was one shot. I mean, I thought maybe the pre-market high would give you that fade. Forget about it. There was one shot, and it was back at that 650 level. That's now heading downside. 630 was the bottom last time we tested these levels, so watch out for that on Tesla. Only longs here, Coinbase and Oxy in the energy space, so not as much concern with that on a long-term basis. Now 2.5% down in the NASDAQ and still falling. Snapchat also, by the way, still falling to the downside. It's still a New York stock, 13.5. We're headed towards 12.5 was that level on the daily chart that you had to go way back to that you could kind of call support. But one of these round numbers, 12.5, 13, 13.50, that's going to be kaputs.
All right, kaputs, I like that. All right, so we're averaging into Apple here as it's coming into those levels that we just talked about. So we are going to watch that. We can look at Softy as well. I don't know if there's any other names. Uber, oh my God. I didn't like some of these prices, like Uber is $22. Like, yeah. I mean, this is getting to be out of hand, honestly, on some of these names as they just continue to, like, look at this. Look at Uber today. There's not even a green candle here as this is just straight hammer time to the downside, man. Uber getting absolutely killed. I wonder if there's some news on that one. Eli Lilly's to the upside here. Apple keeps on fading out. Your Zoom just cracked 90 right there. ZM to the downside.
And they had a good report.
Yeah, this is like the crazy part about this. As there goes Zoom to the downside. So watch out there. I keep hearing stuff in my ear. Is that to Brendan?
Brendo.
What's up?
Just quickly, guys, my platform is giving me an error right now. But I saw in the pre-market on Uber, they came out and said they're not going to need to cut back on hiring. So unlike some of the other tech companies we've seen say they're not going to be hiring as much going forward, Uber said they're not going to need to cut back on hiring.
Right.
See, and the interesting thing is a lot of people might look at that and say, what are you, in denial? Like maybe... Look, we'll see if that ends up being a good decision, but man, Uber has been just under a ridiculous amount of pressure, and the charts, none of these look good when you call them up. But come on, load up here. But 22, we just got that tested. Worth noting, 22 is a nice round number, but let's forget about that for a second because it got to 2180. That's the hard bottom I think that it has under it there on Uber. I want to see what Oxy can do. I was gonna go for a bit of a deeper dip buy. But then Brennan came with that little Saudi news that caught a bit of a bump. And this is the only name I can find that's sort of breaking out on a higher time frame, but it's because it's in energy, so it's not really related to the overall market. In front of 66.5, I want to make sure I'm taking some out. I definitely want to take some out 67. I should point at the chart when I do that. And then on the way to that 78, you have a 70 hard top that I think we'll have some trouble getting through on Occidental, but that long seemed to work out. And then Coin was simply... like, that's a long because it got down so far. Like that, it's been in a channel from 60 to 70 for a while. So all you can do is play off the bottom and see if you can't make some wins. It's not going to give you a chance to short 70s here. So I'll ring the register at 1 to 1, but you better be taking profits on longs if you catch any bounces. That's what this market's been telling you for a while.
Yeah, so right now we are trying to catch this bounce on Apple. We talked about wanting to go long into this name, so that's what we're doing. And, we're going to stick with it for a little bit here. As it did take down that 140, we're able to get a little longer down here in the 70s on this name. So our average price is right here, 37. Out of the money now, 30 cents on, or 20 cents, well, whatever, 20 to 30 cents on AAPL as it goes. Interesting level for Snapchat. It's already gotten killed. We've already crushed this name. We actually made more money on Facebook because of the dramatic move down there. But Snapchat, if it takes down this 1385, we can get out of it. I'm happy with this 40% down. We were short at 15 all day, man. So let's see if that wants to continue to go to the downside. I am going to put a bid now. Obviously, Facebook is retraced all the way. I love Facebook longs. You guys know that. So for me to hold this short, not tough for me today because reasons. But, you know, I think if it comes back down in here to 176, that was definitely a flush moment right there. Not too much volume, which is why I kept holding it. If you can see, let me see if I can move this up a little bit for you there. Yeah, so not too much volume on that way down. I mean, it was good volume, but like we didn't have like that one capitulated red candle. But that's why I said to you that I'm only in that 10% left of Facebook. Like we had 20% left. Remember when I said that? So that was one piece out right there for 178.50, which is right where it is now. And then we were just letting it go to see where it could fall down to. But it did bounce off that 176. So here comes back into the money for us is, close into the money is Apple. It just ticked in the money and came back down. So we'll see here if this goes back up to the upside. I like Apple trying to bounce. Someone mentioned Softy. What's up in the Super SPAC, man? Mentioned Softy here. We can have a quick look at that one. I do want to go over to AMD as well, NVIDIA. Yeah, you see? This is, again, what I lost yesterday. Like, look at Microsoft. It's too choppy here. This is not good. Look at all of these trades here yesterday. Long, 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 long. Sometimes it broke. Sometimes it didn't. So we like the longs at these levels, but I feel like we needed to break out on these names. Softy only down 1%.
Yeah, I just put a trail now on Snap. It just broke that 1350 and then came right back above it. So a bit of it has a chance to be a fail break. If it is the case, then I'm just going to get out when 1375 goes. Pinterest, pretty similar. That's already been bouncing off 1750. So this is one it's trying to put that curl on right now. If it breaks back to the upside, we might want to take that profit. I said I would get some out of Oxy. We got first leg out. I want 67. They're out in front of the 67s on the next leg to the upside. And Coinbase, like as quickly as it tried to make that bounce, it got to the 61 level. Now immediately testing 60. It just feels like, man, these longs, if it's not energy or maybe the banks, you can pretty much forget about it. Even at pretty solid levels, you're getting a small bounce, and then you're just fading right back out. And we didn't talk too much about the EVs. Whoops, come on, Rivian. Tesla, obviously we saw that one falling. Rivian, once again, right back into its key support level, 26. You know, that one gets pretty ugly if it breaks that 26 level, as it had some trouble getting past there yesterday. But there's room, 25, and then from there the gap is down to 20 even. So even the EV names are hanging on by a thread, it looks like.
Yeah, it does. We just got into, maybe we have to look over some EV names there. I mean, NIO is a good one to trade. You were just talking about Rivian and Lucid, right? Yeah. Okay, so NIO, I was just looking at Apple as that was happening because Apple just not really ripped, but went up to that 140.25 and now just came back in. So we're going to have to watch out for that one. You've already talked about Snapchat. Facebook came down to 177 there. We're going to wait a little lower to see if that can come through. You know, I'm going to cancel this because as long as my Apple is not working, then Facebook probably needs to come back down as well.
Oh, wow.
Into that play. And then there comes AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, coming right down and screaming to 90 right now. We knew this would be a short day, man. I mean, that's all that we talked about. And then here I am long on Apple, which is kind of crazy. But we have some levels for that, so we'll watch out. But here comes AMD on the daily chart. It's now, you know, it's been down here before, but it's a nasty couple days. We were just at $100 last week. Now we're down to 90, so that's just lost 10% on the minute chart. It's looking nasty as well. I don't even want to look at what NVIDIA is doing. But yeah, we'll have to get short here on a lot of these names. You just got to try to pick the best ones, go short there. I think we did a great job with Snapchat and Facebook. The only problem is, as you can see, we're stuck in this Apple trade. And the reason why I'm stuck in it, I'm trying to go against some of these bottoms from yesterday. And it's just 138. So I have a long way to go here on this Apple trade. So we're going to have to sit in this for a little bit longer. I just want to see what happens down there. If you want to get out at a 139 break, you know, fine. But I'm going to be averaging in until that 138, but maybe nothing else until we get down there. So let's wait to see where we go here with Apple. Uh-oh, my wife just said long Apple. Oh, no, she's watching. Hey, what's up? I love you.
Hi, Marissa. Coinbase just broke 60, so that long for me is gone. Now it's just down to Occidental for any long. Still holding, we're not trailed out of Snapchat, but it is holding that 1350 level. If we can hold below 60, like a nice little consolidation below it, I don't want to jump in on a breakdown trade. I want to see it actually hold below, see how it trades off of that level, maybe think about like a 62 short. Now that Coinbase is trying to go into that downside. And my alert just hit for Amazon. It's not at 2,000, but I wanted to make sure that if it got close to 2,050, that I wouldn't miss out on the trade. So the alert just went off that Amazon is within spitting distance, which it's not crazy. I guess we kind of knew this was coming. NVIDIA is now making somewhat of a bottom here at this 160 level. It's trying really hard. 159.5 a couple of times. There feels like there's a scalp trade here. If it keeps bouncing off 159.50 to risk like 50 cents and then try and catch about $1 to $1.50. So if we can do that, I might start thinking about that. But it was a SP, oh goodness, that SPRC, still doing pretty decent volume, and it broke upside again. So it did break out that hull price at $3.25, now up to $4, and it's up to 3 million in volume. So it's actually doing enough volume to make it a little bit more tradable here. And $4 is a bit of a fail. That's not a terrible level. There's not a heck of a lot to look at in the long term. So you got to think about those even round numbers. This was a $2 stock yesterday, so 4 is also exactly a double up.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the 90 short on AMD. Hold on a second. Let me just check out what NVIDIA is doing quickly before I do that. NVIDIA down just 5.5. AMD just down 5. Fine. So just want to make sure that the whole sector is starting to go to the downside right now. As Under Armour $9, like Hut 8 $2, Google $2,000, 2077 right now. JP Morgan is the only name that on my board here. XOM is up. Eli Lilly is up. Facebook down 10% as Facebook goes right back to the bottom of the days where we're at right now. Disney at that 101, man. This is just getting nasty. Tesla down 6 as well as we go. This market is honestly like makes you really want to question like why I'm even holding a lot of these names. A lot of you have gotten flat, which has been a great move in your long-term accounts. And it's funny because again, I just have to take my own thing. I'm going to tell my kid to mention to me. I said, just go short TQQ or go long SQQ at the open today. Let's just have a look how that would have worked. There's SQQ, and I hope he did it at least. There's SQQ. Look at this. If you took this off the open, 58.50, you're only in the money $2. So there goes the market to the upside. But who better to discuss the market than Brendan Wickens at the big screen? What's happening now?
Yeah, as we were saying, we give back everything from yesterday, back to the downside here, right across the board. 1.6 now for the S&P in negative territory. The Dow holding up a little bit better. We saw yesterday the Dow actually leading overall, so 0.6 only for the Dow. The Russell under pressure. It is the NASDAQ, though. It's a 3% kind of day for both the composite and the 100 there. Hey, we're green in Toronto with that move back to the upside for oil energy stocks catching a bit. So a few things we were discussing this morning. If you joined us pre-market, Best Buy, yeah, kind of choppy, really not doing a heck of a lot. I mean, it's trying to hold some key levels here on decent volume, but not really giving you that clean type of directional move. I was going to mention Zoom in the sense that it had officially given back everything. It was red when I walked over here, but trying to bounce, guys, off of where we ended the day yesterday for Zoom. Back over to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like I tried Coinbase on that 60 long, and if a level breaks and it's a key one, sometimes you just got to go the other direction. So I grabbed 96s. I just wanted to see it like battle that price, and it put one wick top through the last ditch effort to try and get back above, and it immediately failed. So I took that short, and now it's already at 59.50. As far as levels go, I mean, it's not going to matter as much as you might think, but now that you've broken this level on the daily chart, I don't know why it's not loading any further. You're thinking 55 and you're thinking 50s if this gets out of hand to the downside and we see one of those 4% days. The other level to watch is going to be 52, like 52.25. But even Oxy just now pulled back. Occidental, I should say, even just pulled back here. So the breakout was working. It got up to that 66.5. Now it's pulling back into 65. Just went flat on the session. So even the energy names, which was finally good, looking like it's starting to pull back almost immediately here. Pins really not showing any signs. I thought it was going to slow down a little bit there. Not really showing any signs of slowing on Pinterest. Now down to 17.20. And like I said, like you're into air on these names. Like it's free fall. Like you go back, it's like we go ahead and try to find a level on Pinterest. I dare you, Brendo.
Ugly new home sales number just out there in the U.S., guys, from last month. 591,000 versus 758,000 expected. So even the home builders now getting hit to the downside in a big way.
All right. Okay,
on
so
sale.
right now we just cashed in a little bit here on AMD. We did take that 90 short. Didn't go down too much, man. Our best outs were like 75 or 77 there, as that's become a little bit of a problem. And then right now, Apple, I mean, we didn't even average in. I got to do that right now, as Apple's right down there to 138. So we'll see where this one goes. But yeah, not so good so far here on some of these plays. We will get out some more. Well, here you go. We just took out another piece of AMD there as it went above 90. So, you know, if Apple's going to rally, man, like I don't want to give everything back here on AMD. So if Apple rallies, AMD obviously will rally as well. So we've gotten lighter on that position here. Yes, right now Apple short side, AMD, we're looking at that name as it goes as well. Apple long off of that 138. Who knows if that's even going to work? So we got that to look at right now. And then other than that, man, I mean, we're still working with that Snapchat. That's going. Facebook is $5 in the money as well. So there's that play that's working out for us. But yeah, other than that, man, we just got to wait and see where we go. I mean, I still think that Facebook can fall a little bit more. AMD's starting to get spicy. But again, I don't mind a reload. It's just this is so far down that the reload's going to have to be somewhere else for this name right now. So that's what we're looking at here with AMD as it's starting to head to the downside. But look at Apple, 138.50, man. This is the name that's really a little scary for me as it's continuing to push lower. We thought there was a chance that it could hold that 140, but no, it has not. So let's see where we go from here on AAPL and AMD, like both very, very interesting names. Here comes AMD back down into the downside. We're waiting at 74 to get out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little crazy. I'm watching 17 even on Pinterest, and it's like, you know, if that starts to hold up, I might just start to think about where I get out of that one. Snapchat, there's a trail on it, it's catching a bit. But Apple, I mean, yesterday's bottom is 137.5. Like that's pretty spicy. You get a price like that to pay attention to. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
Just quickly, guys, on Microsoft, I can show you this. I think we should be fine. This is Davos. So this is Satya Nadella speaking at Davos right now. So just, I mean, nothing coming from that, but just to be aware.
Oh, man, I see that you guys talking there also about CCL. Yeah, look, man, I mean, we talked about the cruise lines, and I just feel like there's just pile on, you know, like monkeypox this, you know, whatever that, and blah, 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 and more vaccines for you, more vaccines for me everywhere. It's just like this is continuing, man. 7% to the downside, and it just keeps on cratering. I mean, some of these names are definitely broken. This market's now down 3%. The S&P's down 1.7%. Like, is this the capitulation day? I don't know, but you're getting killed right now in this market. So we're still going to hold on to some of these plays that we have, like this Facebook, you know, like some of these other ones here. But yeah, definitely just very, very dangerous here. I feel like we're playing with fire. And really, my only concern now is this Facebook down at 138. So looking to see what we can do with that one.
This is like, okay, so Pinterest saw 17. Pinterest just absolutely cratered through 17. I'm going to throw a trail on this, probably up to 17.25. They're starting to get to the downside to the point where you just got to think about, like, what's your ultimate target? It's the same thing with Coinbase. Like, I'd sit on the bid in front of 59, but that doesn't even seem to make a lot of sense to me. You know, we'll just see how far it can go. And we don't even have this one anywhere close to the top, and that's just the reality. Like, I was looking at Rivian as well. You know, I really seriously doubt we're going to get to play off the levels that we like here at, say, like a 27. It's just not going to happen for you. As far as Microsoft, I know Brennan just mentioned that not as bad, I guess. Is that what we want to talk? Yeah, not as bad is probably the best way to think about it here. Down 1.5%, holding 256. We had that 250 level that was big. 252 was pretty solid. So this has, if the market continues further, at least there's something to sit in here and maybe think that you can catch a bid on Microsoft. But then, you know, I'm like pennies away from getting trailed out of Oxy, which was looking super strong. Like, that's the long, if you sat there and like, okay, what's going to go up today? The Oxy breakout looked like it was working. Looks like that's no moss, man. It's just all about these shorts. So hold on to them. Trailing stops because you want to make sure you're taking some profit. But wow, this is looking awfully weak today. And Tesla, ooh, there's a wick off bottom on Tesla.
Ooh la la.
Through Friday's low. that 633. So it looks like he got to 627 and then made a bit of a wick off bottom here on Tesla. Is that enough for a bounce? Maybe, but to me, it's a fade till it isn't.
All right. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the whole point that I was trying to accomplish with my trading today, was to try to be in something until it's not good anymore. And I feel like we've done that, except for Apple. Obviously, the only position that we've had that's bad is a long one here today. And just to show you how nuts this market is on names like an AMD, we just got printed out some stuff there at 80, or some of our short out at 89.73, and then it ripped back up, and I got another piece out a little bit there through 90 again. So this is just whipsawing back and forth and around here on this name. So watch out here, as we are a little bit concerned about what's happening with AMD and the market. Here it comes back down again. So I just got another bid downside here on AMD. The market is absolutely cratering. I'm just waiting to get out of this Facebook.
The thing about some of these moves here, and I'm moving my trail here on Pinterest, some of these types of bottoms that you're seeing in terms of the price action, you're starting to accelerate. This is a 15-minute on pins, and it's dollar, and the next 15 is going to be another potential dollar to the downside. You don't normally see this. So when you get this kind of a capitulation in, and we're still only at about it's just after 10 o'clock, the types of bottoms that tend to get made off of levels like this, it'll shoot back up. These candles, you can get a dollar candle to the upside, and that's why I want to have trails pretty much everywhere I can get them, and make sure we don't give up too much of this as we start to continue to flush to the downside. Not start to flush, sorry, continue to flush to the downside. Anything that's catching a bid, the ES just took 3,900. So you're seeing some significant levels, 3,900 just got taken out there on the ES. The NASDAQ is already through. Forget about the levels. It's already through, and you're testing down towards Friday's lows here in about 200 points. Any bounce off of those, and you've got to ask yourself, what is relatively strong? I'm looking at Microsoft. That's showing some signs of relative strength. I don't see anything in the chip space that really is working, although NVIDIA is right down close to that Friday low at 158. That could be a little bit of something. Maybe a value type of name could be a place where you could find a bit of a bid. Even Intel's down a couple of points here, and it's not even close. If it was at $40, maybe I'd be looking at Intel long, but it's hard pressed. I think Microsoft on a market bounce, that's probably where I'm going to be headed to, because I can't really see much of anything else.
Yeah, I know. I'm probably with you on all of that talk here. It's been a very bad day here for some of these names. So you got to just watch out. Make sure that you're trading the right names in the right spots. And I'm not doing that as well. I got to hand over my keys to the wife there as she was talking about why are you long Apple there, and why the heck am I long Apple? As this name just is not working out here as we're trying to defend that 139. But I'm going to be here. 138. I'm going to be here until it breaks, and then when it does, we won't be there anymore as the market just continues. This is the problem. When you go long Apple, and this is what's happening, there's no levels to defend it. We are $5 in the money, though, thank God, on Facebook, as that's still starting to work, and $1.50 in the money on Snapchat. That's near its low, so that's all good. And then AMD, the one name that we were okay, maybe this one will smash downside to sort of protect us against our Apple. It's going down, but it's not going down as fast as Apple is going down. So there goes, okay, now AMD's starting to ramp up here. As the market's now down 3.5%, yuck. I knew this was going to be there he goes. I knew this was going to be a short day. So, to be holding that Apple, we just got out of basically 2/3 of it right there. So, not out of everything on Apple, but we did get out of enough. So let's see where we go here from now. May buy it back, but there's going to have to be a take of 139. I'm not just going to be averaging into this anymore. We do still have a small piece on an Apple. We can make it back, but it just took out 138, so we're gone out of that name right now, AAPL, guys.
Okay, so there was just a wick bottom on Softy at 255, right as the market, and by the way, UVXY just got to yesterday's top. It was 1650 or so that it had some trouble getting through. So if there's going to be a turn, I'll take a first shot here. And it's only Softy that I like, man. I'm not getting out of the shorts yet, but I have a trail I could hit on pins. Still holding on to Snap. Still got Coinbase, but let's see what happens Softy. I'm only risking about 30 cents here overall, plus slippage, because that's always a bit of a thing. We'll see if we catch a little bit of a turn here in the market. It was the only name that I liked. 255 came in, but I don't want to get too stubborn about this. I think if you get stubborn with the longs, it could just absolutely backfire on us in a quick way. And I did mention I just got trailed out of Pinterest. So I am out of one of the shorts, still holding on to Coinbase, still holding on to Snapchat. But, sort of congratulations. I shouldn't have hit the Bitcoin one. Because we're
What is the Bitcoin?
We just broke 29,000.
Yeah.
But congratulations if you're holding on to your shorts today. It was just every name has been an absolute gong show. Even just trying to catch that curl in Microsoft. If you're going counter trend, if I make the bottom wick on Softy, I can live with that today because I don't think I want to be holding on these longs. And everybody is right about this. I mean, could have just gone long volatility. It's like the one I've been trading it almost for the last 3 days now. But we're watching so many of these, like your pins, your Snapchat. I wanted to make sure I got a trade in Coinbase today. I didn't want to be missing out. But UVXY, that was the one. You could have just simply said, okay, if you think it's a down day, volatility's got a spike, and it broke the consolidation. That was the trade we made yesterday. And I don't know why I didn't put that same trade on here today. Now I'll just be sitting around for that 17.5 level because if you miss a long, what's left is to go short and maybe catch a bit of a turn. So we'll see if that happens on UVXY. That's now what I'm watching, guys.
Okay, I just wanted to hear what Baxter was doing here. Oh yeah, he's got a good trade on for Baxter right now. He's short UPRO, UPRO.AM right now. He's short 40 on this one, so that's down to 39. So well taken there, Baxter, for the advice on that one. So yeah, I'd watch out. Baxter, I'd start maybe trimming some of that, but up to you there as you go. It's a nice move to the downside. UPRO right now is the name that he has, and this is, again, a triple levered ETF. I think it's triple, makes sense. Levered ETF to the downside right here, so watch out for that play. We are back into Apple just because we like pain against that 137.90. If it takes down the low, which it looks like it's going to do, then we're going to be gone on this one. Just trying to see if it wants to curl back up. I think Apple will go if the market goes. That doesn't look like that's happening, so we will get out of the way here. One more shot on this move here for AAPL, and then we gone on that one. So that's what we're looking at right here. But I think it's ready to go over back to Brendo. Did I hear that right?
Did you? No, I'm not sure, but there is a bit of a bid catching here, and it's. I just got got stopped out on Microsoft, unfortunately. But Lucid just caught a little bit of bid off, $17. And you're just looking over, what are names that are at pretty key price levels?
There goes Apple. Yeah, fuck that.
Amazon, it's not there yet. But Amazon 2000 is really approaching here. We're now at 2035. That's the kind of level it gets there. You're going to want to pay pretty close attention to it as it absolutely craters. Well, one of the other longs that we just had was Occidental. Whoops. That stopped out when it got back through that 65. And this is sort of the thing. If I held on to that, now you're at 64. It's just absolutely dying. And it's I see the names you guys throwing out there. Meister, TTD just making an absolute gong show, and it's not the only name that's down this much if it even wants to low, but $40 here, and these are just all complete capitulations, right? Now you're catching bids on some because they're down 30%, not because anything else. It's because it's down 30%. There's probably running out of sellers on Snapchat's the only reason it's bouncing. Brendo.
Rivian, guys, just popping up on some volume back to the upside. Surprisingly, was getting dragged down with the rest of the space, 5.5% anyways, but 26.50. A bit of a volume to the upside spike there for Rivian.
I mean, just nothing is. So Abercrombie has actually managed to bounce a little bit here. Not much. We're just showing Lucid. It caught a bit of a bid, as you mentioned, Rivian there as well. Boeing is down 4.5%. The quote board is just, my quote board is disgusting. I'm glad I actually haven't looked at it yet here today, to be honest with you. But something like an AMC, it's did it even matter? You could have just indiscriminately hit your sell key at 9:30. You could have closed your eyes and said, actually, I don't really care where I put the trade on. It's just as long as it was to the short side, it's going to end up working. But you are starting to get to that point where there is some deceleration in some of these. You look at that 60 break on Coin. It just tried to get back through 60, so it's putting a bit of a bottom channel in. So maybe this 60 to 59 is all we're going to get. You could always roll over from here even further, but it looks like there is some slowing. I mean, I'm going right back over and thinking Softy could catch a little bit of a bounce here, but look at it. Now it's through that 55. We stopped out. We like 52 next. I was going to say that was relatively strong, but now it's just lockstep with the ES. I know it's not as bad as the NASDAQ, but man, it's free falling as well. I'm looking for something with a little bit of stability, and oddly enough, Lucid just caught a bid and bounced up, and Rivian caught a bid. Not the two names I was looking for any longs today, yet that might be it. I don't know.
Yeah, those aren't horrible positions there. But okay, so I don't know. The one name that I'm actually looking for a long now, and obviously we're going to have to get into some shorts. We're already in two decent ones right now, but AMD, I mean, look, I know I'm short right now. I'm sure I'm in the money 40 cents. It's good. But it's kind of held up pretty good in all of this, man. There's been a disaster in the last, since 10 o'clock. I mean, the NASDAQ is down, another, I don't know, 100 points. And AMD is just relaxing here, like not going down. So I'm feeling like I'm going to put another bid here, in the 70s. We'll get another piece out here of AMD. But I'm really debating this long if we can get some momentum back through here on this name. This one seems to be, wanting to go back up. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, here it goes again. I might just... This name could go, man. This is one of those that I'm surprised it's not tanking more, if that makes any sense. Though. So AMD again. Here's the 20-minute. I feel like there's more downside here. I mean, this is kind of what I was looking at with Apple. Obviously, Apple didn't work. We're out of the way of that one, and good thing we are, because that's at 137.50 right now. But it's so funny, too, because 140 was such a key level, and then I was playing long, which was crazy. But there it is right there, 88.50 for NVIDIA. I thought we could have a chance to test that. But since we didn't, if there is a market rebound here, let's just be honest. I feel like this is a good take. And if you take it, then you can use it against the bottom and then just, because look, the market's gonna have to rip a little bit here for NVIDIA or for AMD to start going back upside. So I like the trade. We'll sit in it. NVIDIA's down 6.3%. When do they report tomorrow?
Tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
No, tomorrow.
Okay,
Today's Tuesday, right?
Whatever day it is. Yeah, Tuesday.
God, it's tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's going to be tomorrow. So you got to watch out for that. Nike at 52-week lows as well, and Snapchat back down to 13.60. Our out for that one is 13. I mean, I'm still holding it. I think it's probably done. I mean, that was a big move to the downside. I guess right now that I see this, we're still at 13.80, I believe. So still got this 50 period to get out on Snapchat. So that's what we're looking for with that one. And Facebook, I just want to hold it as the market just continues to print lower. We did get a 176 there. We're $6 in the money on this name, but we lost too much money on Apple. So right now we got to try to figure out where we want to go with this market. As Roblox, oh my God, that's down 12% now, Roblox, as that continues to crater as well. Man, some of these Cathie Wood names just getting killed.
You're getting destroyed. I mean, we didn't even talk about Roku, by the way. I tried. I actually didn't make a comment when you sort of threw Tesla, Palantir, and then you threw Roku into the same sentence with those names. I chuckled, but I didn't say it out loud. But I'm looking at NVIDIA. I know you're tracking AMD, but NVIDIA's pretty much at Friday's low, 157.5. So if there's a bounce in the market, this is something that is like, look at how far we just came down, $10 off the open on NVIDIA, and then you're at the Friday bottom. If there's any kind of a bounce here, I do like this name. It just got here way faster than I expected. I haven't even looked at the small caps, and oh my goodness, Brendan. Yeah, you're not following the Sega anymore.
Just telling Lucas how frustrating of a trade this was today. But anyways, there was support at 10.25 in the pre-market. That broke immediately off of the open. I got a horrible fill crossing down to 10, and now it's still $1.50 lower from there. So I ran out of shares to cover on the way down for SIGA, but what a move. Straight to the downside, along with everything else, obviously, today. GOVX, I've tried it both directions. Short seems to be working a little bit better. Had to cover a few above the high from yesterday, so just using this high from yesterday. But back in this now with a better price. So 280 to 290 seems to be the top end of the range for GOVX, guys. Back to you.
All right, well, our AMD popped in, so let's roll the dice. Oh, my God. It's just, I say that because, I was like sort of trying to sniff this one out lower here on AMD, and it's like I could have just gotten long in the 90s, but we'll play the long now on AMD. So let's see where it goes here. We're up to 60, 62, and like I always do, man, it was a big trade, big position. Yes, sure. 73s, let's go as well. A nice AMD break, and I'm glad to give this one to you at 30s. At least we have it. We're also into Roblox right now as Apple trying to go back back to the upside, but we're into Roblox. I don't know if that's going to work out, but we have a position on. That's what I mean. It was just in the money. Now it's back out of the money. Roblox looking to go lower, but again, on this move up on the NASDAQ, which is not much, we thought Roblox did have a chance to go there. It's barcoding off this 40 level, so we break back down below 40, we can get out of this RBLX, but just thought there was a good chance for that to go. It looks like our AMD is going to be one that wins for us, as that we just got some out in the 60s, some in the 80s there, 70, 74, 75. Let's hold on to AMD in case there is a real rebound here in the market, so that's going to be one to watch out for, Roblox and AMD right now.
Yeah, we talked about Uber. Lyft is like order of magnitude worse than Uber right now, down 13.5% to Uber's, I think 9%. And look at the consolidation that it's making down this much. This one for a break, if it takes out 1760, that's juicy. I gotta think about on the north side of 159, getting out of some Nvidia, as that just spiked to the upside there. So gotta take some profit. But wow, I didn't even look at Lyft. I thought Uber was a big one, but Lyft getting absolutely crushed, and it's just down so far. 1760 just the top of this consolidation. I'll try it for a bit of a break if this looks like we're catching a bit of a bid in the market, but there's Nvidia. If it gets to VWAP, I'd be perfectly happy with that. I mean, I think we've been saying this all morning long. Like, if you get a winner to the long side, there's nothing wrong with just taking your profit. This is a pretty weak day, and it was earnings driven. Like, it was all earnings that led to this, to be sure. And, of course, reiteration of some numbers, because actually it wasn't really an earnings report on Snapchat. They just reported a month ago, and then we're so out of touch or so wrong that they had to guide it again even worse. So it looks like that's going to be a bad catalyst for this market. However, there are bids to be caught. Friday support just happened on Nvidia. If we catch Friday support on the NASDAQ, not a bad look as well. We just went to 17 on UVXY and turn around. I was looking for 1750. Looks like that doesn't really come in there, but 17, a nice round number, it pulled back. That's why you're going to get some continuation in this bounce. Hopefully, if this pulls back down even further, some of these longs can start to work. But I only got the one because Microsoft, that did stop out.
Yeah, hard to complain about some of these trades that we just put on right there. I mean, how do we complain about this one? A big one for us here, big on AMD as that continues to make a move to the upside right now off that 90-30 call. So let's just reward ourselves. I mean, I'm at 87. Let's just take another piece out here at 80. Might as well do that as we're heading up to VWAP right now. And then we'll take a little bit more out, and then we will absolutely hold the rest of this AMD and see where it goes from here, because so far so good on that trade. Our Roblox, it looks like it's going to wind up being like net nothing here because we were able to get out, man. It ripped up to 62. Like, as this went up, we started to get out. We were trying to hold it, but it's just bouncing too much here. So if this market fades, like here, just see how easy that is to fall down there. So we do have our out at 40. It's a kind of, I might as well cancel these just because I don't think we're going to get those in the 70s anymore. There it is. So downside, there goes Roblox to the downside. So obviously, as the market goes, that comes back in. Not a huge hit because we were able to get some out there at 60s. So 10 cents one way, 10 cents the other way as Roblox dancing. I think we can stay away from that one for now. Snapchat and Facebook still okay. Other than that, we just, I could wait for Apple as that's starting to get back upside, but we got to find some levels that we want long. I really think that the AMD long is really what we got to rest with here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not finding a ton of things I like. Nvidia did hit that bottom. AMD hit a level as well. I'm not seeing a heck of a lot. I mean, the second I looked at Lyft for that channel break, it actually retested the low of the day. But I can tell you a name that is catching a bit of a bid here. You have all these crazy wicks. Thankfully, they're not actually triggering. But Snapchat is now holding a very long channel. Look, it had the initial drop. It's holding a very long channel. It gets above that 75, and I'm going to be getting out of this one. It looks like it has so much room to run if it were to get back up. Coinbase just tried pretty hard to get back through 60, and now retesting those lows. So it's showing some signs of relative weakness. That 59 level could come into play here. And remember we talked about Amazon 2000? It got to 2025.00. So, that quarter just hit as well. This is one that if it gets to that price, I know the market's going to be at a bottom, so that whole go long in front of it first notion is going to be the first leg that we look at. But I do want to take a look at the level when it gets down there. Like, there's only way to go long is if I actually see a big level in front of it. But when it was 2,500, they hunted that pretty quick and broke it. We'll see what happens at 2,000 for Amazon. Brendo?
Remember this Mankind made a big move yesterday on an FDA ruling, positive FDA ruling up to 475. Just starting to get going, or trying anyways. Back to the upside on volume, guys, for MNKD.
Mankind, yeah, that was a good name yesterday for sure.
Good God Almighty.
Yeah, Mankind, Dude Love as well.
Oh, right,
there.
yeah.
So, okay.
For a second there.
Yeah, let's, I mean, I'm trying to think about some new names to get in here as I look at my quote board here. That CCL is down to 12 right now. So that could be one that you look at that 12 level for CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines.
$12.
Just continue, I mean, you know what? It doesn't even really matter what the price is, to be honest with you.
These are crack prices.
Yeah, these are crack prices. What is that? That's these bottoms are 12. I don't know how much crack costs, but I would imagine it's around this. But there it is down here. Yeah, that might be the only thing that you should be dealing right now, crack, because if you're dealing stocks, it's been a little bit of a rough ride here, down to 12. Yeah, I mean, maybe 12 is something. This is just a daily chart. Like, I have no idea where this name stops. 20 minutes looks pretty brutal here on CCL, but maybe it is worth a test down there as the bottom's 12.09. So that could be worth it a little bit if you want to look at something for that. But right now, AMD is just taking down 91. So this is just Rip City right now. This looks like this could be a good trade for me. We're making back some of that Apple money right here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I'm looking at some of these small caps you guys put out there. If it's not doing volume, I'm not going to touch it. That ALLR, up 14%. Anything that's up today is going to catch your attention, but 100,000 shares, no mas, not doing it. Can't even think about something that doesn't have good volume on it. We just got back to 160 on NVIDIA. I'm just, oh, come on, I'm like right north of that, in that 160.25 range. So, you know what, if it does this, I'll allow it to battle that 160 area right here. And if we go back to the south side and hold an offer below, I'll manually get out. Otherwise, wait for a push a little bit closer in here to VWAP, guys. But wow. Maybe we don't get Amazon 2000 just yet. It caught a bit of a bid here as we're seeing some kind of a relief in the overall markets. But I only have the one long. It was Softy. Was the other one that I liked, and it happened to be at 55. 52 was the next level down. So NVIDIA gave me an out. So Microsoft just didn't. That was sort of a random level that it got to, so that's why no trade on there. And just as I was saying that Snapchat was catching a bid and having a nice consolidation, was trying to say something good about it, right back toward those lows. So as the market bounces, Snapchat retesting the low. That tells you all you need to know about that name. It is ugly, and quite frankly, it's about to get uglier because the market goes higher and it takes out the bottom. I don't even understand where that could get down to if it continues to break. Well, 1250 I think is where it goes. But I'm going to be case closed in 2 seconds here on NVIDIA. So thankfully, there's at least one long which worked here today because, I mean, like, and you had to wait until like 10:30, and then the ES down 2% and the NQ down 3.26. And of course, NVIDIA was at Friday's lows. That's the only reason we liked it. Something off the Friday bottoms, and then you're able to take a nice little scalp trade. And I'm not even thinking about it getting to yesterday's low at 161.5. Just going to take the profit and run on any of these long style trades here, as this is getting pretty crazy in the markets, obviously. Tesla made a bid off of its Friday low as well, but it's not even close to that 650 where we got back to at the open. So still down 5%. Some of the EV names look relatively strong. I saw Rivian try to catch a bid, but now look at it rolling over as well. So these bounces are short-lived. Take your profit and run. Some of these shorts are still incredibly valid because they're so deep in the money, and you haven't even broken the bottom consolidation yet on several of them. Brendo.
I keep seeing some of the bond ETFs flying by. Here's the 10-year, guys, also getting crushed. 280 down to 275 again. So breaking some support we've seen even on the 10-year over the, I guess it's hard to see there with the screen, but trust me, it took out there we go. Thank you, Fahad. Took out these lows this morning.
AMD right there, nice little move to the upside, $1.20 now in the money on AMD, as that's really ripping, and we called that one, and I'm so happy that we did, man. We noticed that it was strong down here. We got out of our short. You saw me get out of the short, and then reverse into the long at that 90.30. It's now 91.50. So again, you know, we lost money averaging into Apple, but we make it back here. Not all of it back, but we make a decent part back here on AMD as it continues to rip to the upside. So that was a good take for me. I'm learning everything every day, man. I know where my mistakes are. They're very, very obvious, and that is like I try to seek revenge on some of these stocks. Like when 138 broke, I should have just got out of it, but I tried one more time and then got hit again. So like we didn't lead. I'm fine averaging into Apple, man. I mean, I wanted that 138. It looks like it's going to hold it, but it just went too far there, and we shouldn't have tried it again. We should have waited for an opportunity to go longer into Apple, which maybe is happening right now. It's still, I mean, it's taking down this 139, looks like, which sucks because, again, we'd be monstrous into this name if we still had it. Really happy, though, that we do have AMD. Facebook's come back upside, so, you know, there is going to be an opportunity to get out of this name. We're just waiting for it to break through the 50 period. And it's actually doing that. It actually did that right there at 177. So this Facebook trade, we'll get out of it if it takes down this 178.50. We did give up some, obviously $2 of the downside, but we don't have a huge part. 178.50, we're out of Facebook. And let's just get more out here on AMD as, man, that's a monster one. Yes, sir. $1.50, $1.60. Hey, man, we're back to Greensville, obviously, here with this AMD trade. So let's go to the upside now, and let's put out the trade to get out of Facebook in case that goes through 178.50. Really, really happy with this rebound, guys.
Yeah, market trying to make a bit of a move. Like, remember, certain names are actually making significant bounces, but I want to put this one into perspective for you. This is the ES. That's the bounce in the overall market. You have a lot which is just hanging out at those lows. Like we talked about, like Lyft trying to get back upside. No, not even half happening here. Oh, actually, it looks like it's just ticking above that 17.6 level. So it's going to try to go here, but just relative weakness now abound for a name like this. We talked about Coinbase. That's another one. It's still holding on those bottom. Like some of these names are trying to break back out. So note your relative strength, note your relative weakness. This could get back above 60. That'll get me out because I shorted the bottom here, and this is the channel that it seems to want to make. But overall, like you're getting a strong move in the semis, which caught a bid. You're just not seeing it extend very far down the market. And not to shy away from these. And I understand, like Brendan did the small cap recap, and we're watching some of these names. That GovX. This is like this $3 level on GovX is obviously something. It got to 3, pull back into 250. Normally I'd be trading that. Not really today. It got back up to 290. It looks like this 3 could obviously be something here, whether it's a fade off that price or simply a breakout a little bit later on in the session. It also happens to be the 200 period moving average as well. So I want to show you the daily chart. Also happens to be the 200 period moving average. That's kind of incidental, probably a heck of a lot more important that you have that double top there on a GovX. Let's see, guys. I just got trailed out of Coinbase. So only thing left on is the first thing that we were in, which is Snapchat. So that is the last one left standing. I'm not rushing into any trades here. If I'm catching along, I'm talking 2,000 Amazon, selling at a really big key level, retesting NVIDIA back at that key level as well. Maybe a little bit of a breakdown on Microsoft could get you to that 252, or maybe back down toward this current low. Otherwise, you know, we've done our work here for the morning, and it was shorting some of that retail. I do look for reloads potentially to the short side in some of those names if they would come up, but this is Pinterest. Like, as the market just bounced, Pinterest is actually on its day low. And that's why it's like you don't get out of Snapchat here just yet, because these names are still fading.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing here as the NASDAQ just right now bounced off that 50 period, right? So now that we are long in AMD, we just got out again, didn't we? Yeah, so 91.80. Oh, no, I missed it. I was at 91.40. We got to get out a piece there as it's going back up to the upside right now. So just trying to get out a little bit here as the market bounced off of that part, that 50 period. So there you go. Facebook obviously back down as well. We were using that 178.50. Ooh, almost out of that 178.50. I think we could just do 177 at this point, man. Call it the trade of the day and get the hell out of here on Facebook right now. 177. So let's do that. Let's put that out there on Facebook. Our Roblox went back up. We're testing a little bit on that. All right, so 177. We'll put it right there just to get out if it comes back down here. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of flushed already today, down 10%. Could it go down more? Yes. We do have Snapchat, though, just in case. So here it comes. Ooh, we just got missed there. That's okay. But we got missed at 177 flat. I mean, what's really the difference now? I mean, if we're going to get out lower, we might as well just maybe put a bid out right now and take this out on Facebook. We could bid at 44. I feel bad about it, but there it is right now. There, spin the money for the big trade there, $6 we just took on Facebook. Let's make sure we don't get long now if it does go back up through 178.50. But there's the out. We just took that on Facebook. Now let's let this market climb climb, and climb it is right now as AMD just retraces all the way back to the upside. So I'm hoping that was a good out for us there, as now it's starting to climb back up. Roblox, there's the new position that I just took on this name. We're long it. I mean, this is a stupid position, to be honest with you, because we were long a big amount of shares down there in the 50s, and now we're long small right here. So let's see if this continues to work. We'll put an offer on Roblox right near this 27 spot to see if we can get some out. If it does, I mean, we're flat on the stock, but if it comes back in, I think we can retest some Roblox here. But it really needs to get going. I just like it because it's down 11%. Any kind of love back to the upside will be greatly appreciated. For RBLX, we haven't looked at oil today. Oxy down 2%.
Well, I had an Oxy trade, but
you did?
it didn't sustain the breakout. The problem is it made that turnaround off the break. It was a good scalp trade off it, but then trying to catch the reload, everything just started dropping too heavily. I'm looking at a firm here because a firm down 12%, and I haven't even traded it, let alone called it up for you guys at any point. But it's starting to get right in here to VWAP and slow right up. So if the market's about to, or at least trying to make another leg to the downside, you find something which is at a level that you can work off of. The firm does fall into that category. I'll try to jump into this one around 2150, give it back into VWAP, that 3/4 mark, and then see what happens. I also talked about GovX there. Yeah, I mean, it just bounced off VWAP, but it hasn't really gotten back to that $3 level to put in that short that we would definitely love to have. NVIDIA, nowhere close to sort of coming back in and testing that support level. But like I said, I got in, got out in front of VWAP. It just took out VWAP. It won an extra $1, but it's now starting to roll over anyways. You've just taken the low out on Snapchat. So we get to the 13/4 mark, and I'll have to move my trailing stop once again. Ooh, size alert on GovX. I just talked about 3, and then someone, they're a spoofer. They just put like a 7,825,000 share order at 78, and then the second I saw it and was about to call it out, they decided to cancel. So when I say spoof, it means they threw a huge offer to influence the market and then canceled it because they don't actually want 125,000 shares short. So you see that happen from time to time. Had it been real, decent chance this would already be back at VWAP, but another spoofer.
Yeah, those guys exist for sure. We just missed a Roblox reload, I guess, to get more shares averaged down. We're at 61. It went to 63. We'll see where it goes here. Someone said bought Roblox at the top. Yeah, it looks like it for right now. We'll see where it goes, though. I still like we just basically got out on that 40 break because it was the low of the day. But when you look at Roblox, I mean, it's just gotten crushed so badly here that this is, close to the bottom. I don't know for today if it's going to be the bottom or not, but you come in here, you're looking at the 20-minute. This is just all today. It's just been absolutely destroyed here, Roblox to the downside. So that sucks that we just missed that 60 because we're back to flat on the position right now with a little bit of size following it up. So, I like the trade here, but at the same time, we should have been longer, which we were right there. We could have saved our day if we still held on to it, but it didn't, so that's fine. It's going to try to test up to the upside. You know what name we didn't look at today, or maybe you did, but a firm like...
I just got into a firm.
Wow, okay. That's strange. I was just thinking about it because I was like, what name do I want to be short here, and what kind of damage has been done today? We had a firm short yesterday. I don't know if my trade, there it is. Look at all these firm shorts, 24s, 24.50. Today are down to $21 on AFRM. So yeah, that actually came back up to VWAP. So that would have been your short, I assume, on that one?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I just got 45.
So there it is right there. So that's, into that VWAP, another name there, a firm, probably good for a short as well. So, wow, man, what a dangerous day this has been here today. We're really excited because, remember, we're on one stream now, so no more having to go through ads or anything like that. The stream's going to come forward. It's going to push you right into our new show on the afternoon with Trader Prad and either Ian, Luca, or Brandon through. And then we are still looking. I don't know if you had that add up, Lucas. We can do that in a couple minutes, but we are still looking to replace Ms. V. Oh, and Rob gave me this little Benum here. I don't know if you can see it here. It's a little figurine. I don't know.
If you hold it back a little.
Yeah, but anyways, this is in honor of Miss V, so we'll keep this here on our desk. Thank you, Rob, or unless it's Prad's. I don't know whose this is, but I don't know where this came from. Where did this come from, Prad? Do you know? Oh, it's from a Kinder Surprise. Okay, so it's a Kinder Valeria right here. So what's up to Miss V there? Hope you are well. Obviously she is. So we'll keep that here. We'll put the Miss V right here, guys, beside. And remember we turned this around this morning. for you, and you can see I go long.
He did
Apple.
it, not me. No,
Yeah, I did do it, and it was.
I know.
Yeah,
well,
no.
Look, we're going.
And
down
I can't
today.
believe I was long. The only stock I'm down today is Apple. So we're going to go pretty much perfect on everything else, but Apple, which was hurting me. And as you can see there on the big board, yuck. If you are a portfolio manager today, I'm hoping that you are managing some shorts because there's not a whole hell of a lot on that board over there. So let's go back over to Brendan with Sector Watch.
It is one of those days, unfortunately, guys. Yeah, big red board to show you 2.25% right now for the overall S&P. A couple of things of note: ORLY and BBY standing out here in the retail group to the upside, 2.25%. In fact, or was 2.25, 1.25 now for BBY. McDonald's as well. I saw up about 1%, but everything else very, very weak right across the entire board. Travel names are leading. Someone mentioned Norwegian in the pre-market. Unfortunately, a rough day for the cruise lines here. CCL leading to the downside more than 8%. Tech stocks, the entire group in negative territory. Yeah, there's Apple, 3.4% in negative territory. Banks are weak, a complete reversal of what we saw yesterday. Remember, it was the banking sector that was leading to the upside. Here's the communications group. This is where all of these stocks we were talking about live today, including Google down. Google's down 8%. Google is down 8%. FB 9.4%. That's GOG or GOOG or GOOGL. So 7.8 and 7.9%. For both. Disney getting cracked, 5% for Disney on a downgrade. Moderna I saw as well up on a volume spike, 6.5% to the downside. You got to go all the way over here to consumer staples to find anything that's positive, really. So yeah, one of those days, although we are trying to bounce here, guys. Back to 2 for the S&P.
Thank you for letting me know, Brennan. It looks like I just bought the dip in Alphabet as well. I had an alert set for Amazon if it got close to 2,000, and apparently I didn't set an alert for Alphabet because I didn't think it was going to happen. So 2050 on it, wow. That's the kind of day this market is, and I just have to accept it. But it's a bit embarrassing. Well, it's not embarrassing, but there were so many names you could have had today. Excuse me. Remember, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? It was 24 in a firm for like 3 days in a row, I think it was. And then what price do you think this was at the open? And with the pre-market high just sitting at 24? Right? Like, it's just a key price level, a weekday in the market, and a name which, quite frankly, has been pretty good for the last few months, or maybe longer than that, to the south side. But I just curled off VWAP. I took a quick little scalp at 1-to-1 on a firm. If it gets to the low of the day, fantastic. Otherwise, let's just see what happens. Snapchat did take out its low, and it continues to maybe trend lower here. It's got to 1325 or so. Sorry, 1330 is correct. 13 even, 1250. And I had to go so far back in the daily chart just to even show you that level. But yeah, 1250, a big one for it. Pinterest, it tried to catch a bit of a bid here off of $16. That was $1 ago that we got out. And unfortunately, that one continues to go in to the downside. The market did make a low and is bouncing off of it. That's what we talked about, NVIDIA. Maybe it's Microsoft as well. These names back at VWAP. But just to show you the relative weakness, names that are down 20 or 30% are still on their lows and making fresh ones when you got a pretty decent bounce in the overall space. We did talk a little bit about Tesla this morning. Thankfully, didn't trade it. I might have got chopped up in this one, and I think you had to wait it out until it got to like 9:45 or so. Like, that was the moment that you wanted to say, okay, like now you would get into it. And then Tesla catching a bid off 625. So it's not actually that bad for Tesla. I know down 5% sucks, but it's actually not that bad for Tesla. It's one of the names that's bouncing pretty decently here. But if you are in that social media space, like, you just got absolutely destroyed. I don't even want to look at Twitter. Like, if you thought Elon Musk wanted to drop the price of Twitter before, there's no way he's paying $54 for this thing. There's
54.
There is no way. It's just like, no. It's now 33. It's a third away from that price. Actually, it caught a bid here today because Tesla continues to go down. But I'm just waiting for him to actually say that he's not paying that. It's just at some point we're going to get that update, and it's going to be like, yeah, he's now offering 44, 45. It just seems unimaginable to me that he'd pay that price. he has too much. He has way more leverage today than he did before after this Snapchat fiasco.
Yeah, for sure. Lucas, let me know yay or nay on this. I get a thumbs up for this. Okay, so we will put it up when Lucas is ready. We'll just put it up right now. Marketing at tradertv.live if you are interested in, there it is. We're hiring a co-host. Yes, sir. So, okay, so also exclamation mark apply on Nightbot. From Prad. So if you forget that email, but there it is right there, marketing at tradertv.live. Let us know if you are interested. We are currently interviewing for that spot. So we're located in Toronto, Ontario, so you guys are going to have to figure that out. But hey, if you're interested or know anybody that is, we are looking for a replacement for Ms. V co-host. Thank you so much, Lucas. Right there. Let's just go money, money, money. Shout out to that person that was sort of, talking about Roblox there and how I bought the top. Yeah, I mean, if I buy now, I'm buying the top. But there it is, a nice little win for us on that. 50 cents in the money now on Roblox. Look, I make fun, I don't make fun, but I was talking to you about my wife came in there when Apple was tanking and is like, why are you buying Apple? That's my only red stock today as it continues to make a march there. And we got smoked on this Apple trade. There's no doubt about that. But, since then, a couple good ones, man. AMD bang to the long side. That's a big trade for me right there. Facebook. Monstrous. I can't say enough about that trade for sure. Roblox, I mean, you're seeing that. Still not great because we did have more shares down there than we had there. So I would like to have that back. And then Snapchat, of course, is at its day low, which, and this is what I was saying before, to take that short in right there. That was the number one name here on our sticky note. So I've learned a lot. Every single day that I'm here with you, look, we can talk like this. We do have the experience, but I'm trying to sit here every single day and really try to focus on ideas. So we had Snapchat to the downside, Facebook to the downside, and JP Morgan long. And then down here, this is what messed me up. This Apple, we really wanted to see it test at 140, right? And so we also thought the top there would be this 143.50, but we never got to that. So we're really working off the sticky note there. And, I just wish, I did believe in it. That's why our Facebook, Snapchat is monstrous. But at the same time, man, we should have respected Apple's strength and or weakness today. As look at that, the NASDAQ just turns around and down goes Apple. Good take there on our last piece. We just got one of the last pieces out of our AMD there as it's coming back in as well. This market does not want to go higher, man.
No.
NASDAQ breaking lower again.
Yeah, it really doesn't. It just, you're hitting those lows, and it's just, like we said, it's kind of a hold on to your short sort of situation. Then look for really, really key levels. I hate to say it, but Alphabet 2000, Amazon 2000, Airbnb 1. I don't think Airbnb gets to 100. We talked about Disney. Disney is at 100 right now as we talk about these key levels. Just, again, didn't really think this would come into play. When we had the upgrades and downgrades, I was like, I was kind of joking around about OB1 and bouncing off 100. And then we're right there. So I don't really see a ton of size on this bid, but it's a day trader style trade. I should get that out of the way. When you go long at 105 cents, it's the idea of you're out on a 100 break, or maybe 99.80 or 99.90, something along those lines, and you're just trying to scalp it. You're not holding it for it to get back up to 104. That's not the plan at all. It's okay, 50 cents, 60 cents, a dollar, that bounces enough because you want to risk less than 10 or 20 pennies on that style of a trade. It's a very day trade-ish, prop trading style of trade there at a pretty key level. But Disney 100, it's the first shoe to drop. And now we get to see what crypto's doing because I'm imagining it can't be that good. Let's go to Money Talks with Brendo.
Grand scheme of things, it could be a lot worse always, but back in the red here, 1.4 for Bitcoin, Ethereum 3.5% back in the red. Overall, though, pretty weak board because of the U.S. dollar once again. U.S. dollar back to lows, or recent lows anyways. That's a daily chart. Back to the downside here, 0.3%. The euro is bouncing once again. The ECB coming out this morning talking about a half-point hike at their next meeting versus a quarter point. So moving in the same way as the U.S. essentially. Both the Canadian dollar and British pound, big moves back to the downside here. There was some discouraging PMI data over in the UK and in this country this morning. So Canadian dollar under pressure, British pound as well. I wanted to point out Australia here, 0.5% along with New Zealand. Again, some discouraging data overnight for Australia. So both kind of move one and the same. Only bright spot here, that's the Japanese yen, Swiss franc higher on the volatility move that we see all the time, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah. Bills
Yeah,
foreign.
buddy. Get
You know
those-
the line.
Yeah, those Swiss francs.
Bills foreign, Swiss francs. Before I die, I put my money in a Swiss bank.
Yes, sir. Pay
That's
those.
a little Ryan
Pay them
Leslie.
taxes,
And
though.
it's not even a thing anymore because
not.
obviously, like, it's been years, I think, since it's like since Switzerland was like your tax haven. Now all of a sudden you got to actually pay taxes. Lo and behold, for everybody should be doing that.
Wait,
always,
what?
Always pay your taxes.
Yeah.
Don't hide away in a Swiss bank. But Disney 100, okay,
advice,
we're
good
here.
advice.
I'm long, and we keep finding these opportunities. This is the thing about a down market, right? You're either in a short and you got a good price and you're holding on to it and managing the trade. The other side of it is if you're looking for a long, it better be a really, really key price level or relatively strong stock. Not a lot of relatively strong names out there. So Disney 100 it is, and Amazon 2000 it'll probably be, and that's what we're looking for. So I just get some shares in at 13. That's a good entry point, 113. And I'll get some more right in front of that 100 level. If it breaks, I'm gone.
He gone. Another strong name, though, for sure was AMD. We just reloaded that long, and we're able to take a little bit of money on that as well. And we're just trying to, like, like a thief, man. Like, if we can get a bid and then get out as fast as possible right now, we'll do that. So we were just long. What am I price? 67. I mean, it's only 20 cents. We got, or it's 15 cents. We got it at 82 right there as it just popped up. So we got out of a very, very small amount, man. I mean, I want to run this thing upside. So let's see where we go now with AMD. Here it goes. I have another offer in the 90s, 96 to be honest. And then if that comes back up, that's great. And then we'll relook at some of these levels, 91.10 if it goes, man, if it goes. The NASDAQ has had its capitulation maybe there. I don't know. I mean, these I would have liked to see a little more volume, but there's a lot of red action coming through here on the downside for these candles. Oh, you can't see this. Damn it. There we go. Maybe if I make it a little bit bigger here. I'm just trying to... That's the problem with the board on the bottom. I was thinking we could put the board on the side somehow, but I mean, we're pretty used to this now. So there it is. Some of these volume candles came in here on that move to the downside. You can see volume a lot lighter now. So even just in the last hour, volume's starting to tick down, which leads me to believe we could get a decent long happening now with a lot of the selling maybe subsiding. That's not a bad word, subsiding.
That's a school word.
Yeah, that's a pretty good word. You like that word, subsiding? All right, so let's go now here and see what the NASDAQ does now as maybe the selling pressure has subsided on this. And there we go. We'll go long on AMD. So AMD now, long, long, long. There's a nice little out at the 50 period. Again, you got to use charts for something. And ever since I cleaned up those wicks, I feel like charting's gotten a lot better here. So good on that. If you are part of Day Trade the World, of course, contact your trading floor development team to help you out with that. But okay, now the market's maybe going back to the downside. Good little take there on AMD. Still $1.70 in the money on Snapchat right now. And remember, as I see with only 5 minutes left, today we are testing something that we believe will work. I mean, why wouldn't it?
No, yeah.
It's the same stream all day.
Just sit
so
back
you're
and
not
chill.
going to have to do anything whatsoever, and you will be transferred over to, it looks like they're ready to rock and roll over here. I like this new setup with Trader Prad, and it looks like Ian will be on first to... Brankos will be on there. Brandon will be on to go there to start the show. So it's going to be a big one. And we do have, Miss V's over here, Neil. So watch out.
Oh, my bad.
Watch out for here. You know, I think if
I
we
don't
just
want to do that.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't you just stand in front of whatever this...
It doesn't really stand very well.
I'll figure that out. It was standing before.
I mean, it's a Kinder toy, right? Like, what do you...
My kids love these things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's more, I like the chocolate, although it's not that great chocolate.
The problem is the
oddly
chocolate,
enough.
like you get so little of it. There we go, Miss V.
There we go. And look, it should be pretty exciting for us, finally. Look, we've been all day for a while now, so it's a natural progression, clearly, to make it easier for everyone to watch the entire show. One stream, one place to go, one fantastic team to watch as everybody's getting locked and loaded. And it's exciting for them. It's their first day getting to sit in this setup, which is really what it's all about here. A firm late to the party, but it's at the lows of the day like just about everything else. So if it breaks the bottom, I'm holding for 20 because 20 is a round number, guys. And Meister just asking, will I be looking for some shares of Ford in the portfolio? Well, I can tell you, and I didn't even realize that I caught a fill on Alphabet until Brendan said how far it was down today. I'm like, oh yeah, I was on the bid on that. So I did catch it. I own shares of Tesla and GM, and this chart wants to load on Ford. I don't own shares of Ford. I can tell you on both cases, these are names on the next leg down that I like, and I prefer just to add to my GM position in the low 30s if I could. Unfortunately, my Ford chart does not want to load. That sucks. But if you're looking for today on Ford, my 15 will tell you, not really at a support level that I'd be testing. You have a double bottom at $12. And that's a nice round number. Like, let's put it this way. If Ford was at 12.03, I'd be long this instead of Disney, just playing off that even dollar level. But it's not there yet. So if I'm playing along, it's off these big monster levels. You just happen to have one on Disney right now. You're not really there yet on Ford, which is, 12 is good. If you're holding it for the long term, you don't care about that.
Right.
Buying it at 12.20 because your dollar cost averaging into it is just as good. But I'm going to be doing that with General Motors, the one I already have.
Yeah, I'm into Ford here. Okay, so just real quick here before we go over to Brendan here. This is for you, Justin. So you can see here we do have now a brand new Day Trade the World Opening Bell newsletter, right? Sign up for the Opening Bell. It's our bi-weekly newsletter packed full of day trading content curated by Day Trade the World's team of marketing experts. Your favorite Trader TV Live personalities as well all over this. So here you go. You can see tips for your trading journal as it goes on, practical, actionable advice, different things happening here. 3 strategies. Who's this guy? To build your own strategies, become a better trader. Anyways, it's completely free. It's bi-weekly. We'll drop it into your inbox there. If you like it, great. If not, don't, no worries. But I would definitely sign up for that. If you are a day trader, have a look at that, guys. It's the Day Trade the World bi-weekly newsletter called Opening Bell. May or may not include a picture of Dancing Tony. Over to you, Brendo.
I would sign up just for that. Earnings board time, guys. The biggest names this week are going to come on Wednesday and Thursday, including, I just saw some of the Chinese names, Baidu and Alibaba this week.
Yeah, well, we talked about the big retail, and obviously things shifted once we got Snapchat with their update, and that was not a good one. But there's a couple there. You saw what happened to Abercrombie.
Yes, sir.
You're going to have Nordstrom's come out into this market, and wow, that's another name that it could be just abject disaster if they put in as big of a miss. And look, it's all across retail, especially the higher end of it. That can be under pressure.
Boom.
We throw on that R word out there, so watch out for Nordstrom's. That could be a big one, even though we're really waiting for Costco and Macy's later on this week.
Oh, man.
It just got an even more toxic environment for them to release their earnings this week.
Drop the money, spin it again, let's go. There it is, let's go, man. AMD, we talked about reloading on something, so your boy's gonna end the day in the green here. AMD, yes, 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 and more yeses. We went short first time, realized that, hey, the yes was not the short side, and then when it started to get going here and the market started to go as well, boom goes the dynamite. Not only do we like that 90-30 level, but we like the 90-50. We reloaded that, now that is 70 cents in the money. Ooh-wee, man, that was a tight one right there, but make sure, I was just looking at that newsletter, by the way, the Day Trade the World Opening Bell newsletter, lots of good stuff in it right there. Make sure you sign up for that and our watch list as well. So a lot of great content being pumped out, and the one thing that we are most proud of, well, we're proud of a lot of things here, especially our team. I'm very, very happy and very, very, I'm not proud for these guys. They're proud for themselves. But yeah. Rob and Mark, great jobs today, man.
That was quick, man.
Yesterday was a holiday here in Canada. These guys came in, and this station is looking, first of all, A lot cleaner than ours, and B, it looks great. I'm really excited for this show to come through here. So thank you to Rob and to Mark for working on that. We're really excited about it. Thank you to Lucas and Fahad for the stream as well. That's going to go full day now, one stream. So we've really worked on that. And yeah, we're expanding for you. And honestly, man, that is one of the best things that we do here. Educate, everything's completely for free. Just trust me, take advantage of those newsletters. If you don't like it, unsubscribe. But, we've had a lot of success with them, and we thank you for all the kind words regarding those.
Information is power. And in this market especially, you want to come in prepared, right? It can be overwhelming. Understand it was a big down day in the market here today, but you had to look at the right names to get the bigger returns because there were a few pockets of strength. We're excited. You don't have to do anything. Just sit back, relax. You're going right on over to our new side desk here. We got Trader Prad and Brandon.
Hold on a second. Before we go, hold on a second. Has the NASDAQ bottomed today? Today, Neil.
Okay, today. Okay, fine. What the?
All right, this is failing. Oh, as I see it, yes. Okay, 8 Ball. All right, guys, full stream ahead. That was pretty good. Over there to you guys. Let's go. Kill it, guys.
Full pour ahead, NASDAQ has found a bottom. That means more longs to be looking for. Right now, I'm in a couple positions. Disney, it is a great news show, amazing way to start off. I thought we would, sit there still, but I came in and here we are. So Brankles is getting ready. I don't know if you can see us. Oh, there we go. Here we are. There we are. Completely new setup. Pretty. It feels like a Christmas opening almost,
it's
right?
It's a lot brighter here.
It is a lot brighter.
I don't know if you've noticed that.
Hopefully we don't look older like people always say that section, you look younger over there in that section.
Sure.
Yeah.
We are bears. We are definitely bears.
We need a buddy over here for us. All right, so I'm gonna start off with my screen. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Okay, diving right to my screen. So Disney is what I'm trading right now. Disney, I'm long Disney. In the money for about only 9 cents. I was in the money more than that. Now we're going up. So here we go. Disney's getting ready to go north a little bit. That's my stop sign right there. And my only other trade besides Disney is a Snapchat short. So I'm short at the moment Snapchat, riding the rocket to the downside. You know, obviously Snapchat coming out with bad reports and trouble with Apple and everything else that's pushing them lower. Along with Snapchat, couple stocks that got pushed down today was Facebook, Pinterest, even Twitter got beat down along with the Snapchat catalyst. So looking for social media in general shorts, looking for some bottoms maybe on tech as Sean was calling it out earlier. And also looking for a long on UVXY if possible, now that UVXY is coming back to the downside on VWAP. And, obviously we have the guy who's been trading UVXY with me a lot, so let's go check out what your opinion is on UVXY today.
Yeah, UVXY, here, I'll pull it up for you guys. There was a chance to get in that I was looking at around 1610 when it was testing VWAP, but I kind of just missed it today. Like here it kind of bounced off that low and bounced off that low again. I think 1610 around VWAP was the ad of the day that you could have sniped. Didn't get it today. Funny enough, I was also in Snap with you, Prad. Or not with you, but what price did you get in?
1355.
1355, yeah. So I got in around just under 14, I think it's 1394 actually, and just slowly started scaling out. We still got a few bids out, hoping it breaks 13 for that kind of $1 winner. We'll see. I have my stop out here around 14, and I think Snap might catch a bid because it is down almost 41% right now. But hey, hold a bit for the dream. I scalped out a good amount of the position. Right under, you can see how you guys know I always like trading AT&T. Had a flush off the open and then kind of consolidated just under 21 at 20.95, and the market was tanking. I thought there's no reason this stock needs to be up here right now. Got in some shares short, scaled out a bit at VWAP, and kind of still holding some for the dream. Maybe get out a bit if it breaks VWAP. That's kind of all my trades today. Actually, no, I did have this loser. I know you guys like watching us lose. So Abercrombie and Fitch was another one. I'm pretty sure it was on the Trader TV Live watch list. The problem with these stocks, there's not a lot of volume going off. Only 7 million shares traded today. I was trying to catch a short, kind of similar to a Snap or a Pins. Just kept, because of the lack of liquidity and lack of volume, the price was kind of jiggling around too much and just kept getting wicked out. So we'll take that loser here today, but we're still up on the day with our winners.
Still up on the day, still a lot of day ahead of us go to. So, still many opportunities to come. Thankfully, lunchtime's not here yet, so we can look for some trades that could maybe bring in some volume before lunchtime, such as GOVX or, we have some of these names from yesterday, even MNKD. Yeah. That's what I'm looking at right now on the watch list. MNKD stands out, GOVX stands out, and I'm trying to remember what the SIGA, I think that's the one I'm thinking about. So let's go look at some of these, what's it called, the monkeypox names. And I don't have my YouTube chat open, actually. That's what I'm missing. I've been thinking about what I'm missing out over here. So let's go over here to the YouTube chat.
They're asking for Zoom, Prad.
They're asking for Zoom. Awesome. Thank you for bringing that up. So let's go to Zoom instead. Oh yeah, Zoom had earnings. Zoom popped up to the north side yesterday. We were looking at it after hours, and I was calling out the trades to Cash and Sharif and I were, and Cash and I were basically looking at it. Zoom after hours breakout long past $90 would have been the perfect setup to look at. You would have gotten all the way up to 108 or so, but for some reason, Zoom obviously pushed right back to the downside. They did guide, I think, a little bit lower. Also, they one thing I did read about Zoom was they're talking about how Zoom is going to come out with different products now, because clearly the demand for their already existing supplies has been wanting off slowly. But Zoom having a nice 2.75% boost. I was expecting to be trading Zoom above 100 based on how the after hours move popped off on this one. So I'm pretty surprised watching this stock come back to the downside, give away most of the move in the after hours, but still in the positive territory, almost 3%. Would love to see how the rest of the day today dictates the direction for Zoom. Along with Zoom, another stock that had earnings that I was talking about yesterday, Best Buy, BBBY, maybe that's a Bed Bath & Beyond, BBY, sorry. Best Buy had earnings too, but I believe Best Buy was talking about the same thing that I was talking about the supply chain issues and other restraints that they're dealing with. But so far, Best Buy also moving up to the north side, getting a nice pump up, almost up 1%. I believe at one point they were up 4% or more in pre-market or after hours yesterday, but overall, all factors combined with the market, that is the factors of the market. NASDAQ down sadly 3% today. S&P 500 sadly also down 2%. And UVXY has been up 6.4. I was trying to get along on UVXY, but I think I got distracted and I missed out on my opportunity on that one. UVXY heading back towards a higher day at the moment. Let's see if we go towards a higher day, or do we get rejected again near 1690, 1680, and the market it just keeps on bouncing between the ranges of 16,650 and 11,575 on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so I'm looking at chip stocks right now. I don't know if you talked about that. So Nvidia is one that's down 5.5% right now. Big key level 155. We haven't broken that in quite a while. We can maybe go to the daily to check it out. Yeah, I think that's like a key level that I'm looking at. Already have an order out, waiting to see if the market keeps going to the downside. Yeah, so it looks like 155 hasn't been tested, I guess, since the stock split back in July. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to today as my big kind of trade, to see if that gets to 155, how we're going to trade down there. Looks like the overall market in chips looks pretty weak. Like I saw AMD was also down almost 5%. So these things are getting battered. It kind of makes sense. They have a relatively high PE compared to the rest of the market, so maybe a little overvalued. And investors kind of weary of the market are trying to sell off names with that higher PE and looking for maybe better deals. Something that might be a better deal that they're buying is Intel. Well, not today, but less down, that's for sure, compared to the other higher flyers. Yeah, I don't know. What do you got? Okay. Sure. Well, let's see in the chat. Do you guys have any tickers for me? A lot of background noise. So yeah, we have some technical issues. It's our first time at the desk, so we're figuring it out on the fly. Thank you for bearing with us. We could go back to Snap. I'm still in that position, so let's see what's going on. What's funny is also pins this morning I was trying to get into, but as you guys know, like SSR, it's really hard to get fills on the short side, but this thing also got absolutely battered to the downside. So I was trying to get in 18, like I thought that was a good level, but unfortunately I was trying to smash short, but they weren't giving me the shares. That would have been a nice one. So looking back at Snap, looks like we're just hovering around this like 1320, 1340 area. Hopefully we're going down more, just so I could get a nice little $1 winner at 1294. Market kind of hovering. Yeah, all right, go for it.
All right, so people are calling out UPST in the chat. I'm looking at UPST right now, down 12%. Sadly, UPST is back on its move to the downside. We had a couple nice green days on UPST on the daily chart right here. You can see on the bottom end, trying to see if you guys can see that. Probably not. Let me move that over a little bit. Awesome. So as you guys can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, I'm losing count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beautiful days of green, and now we're heading back to the downside after breaking 50, almost 55. We got pretty close to 55 there, starting to move back. So it looks like we're gonna have to go test some supports to the downside near $35 and $30. Today's low, $35.50. We have a pretty good bottom already coming in near $35.50, and with the market reversal that the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 that have shown us already, forming a bottom, creating lower lows, also creating lower highs. So creating somewhat of a wedge pattern here for the NASDAQ market on the 5-minute chart, and my S&P 500 charts on the 15-minute, which is why it looks a little different. So let's go on the 5-minute on that one. That's looks a lot like NASDAQ at the moment. Awesome. So using the market momentum over here to the north side, looks like Upstart has found a base near $35.50. That $35 level does seem like a pretty nice, even significant number that we can keep an eye out for. Moving back to 37 now, VWAP near 37.20. I'm thinking, you know, we see this continuous resistance near 37 on UPST because VWAP is pretty close to it. As long as market doesn't take off to the north side. If market starts to take off to the north side, I think we could see UPST reversing also because it is down 12% on the day. And has Branko's has mentioned it before, Brandon has mentioned it before. UPST is anything that's on SSR, which is down more than 10%. Is technically harder to short. You're gonna have to wait on the ask for the stock to move higher. Only on the green candles will you be able to get your short fills. You cannot just take out the liquidity from the bids and smash the trade to the downside in order to get your short fills. So for anyone that is looking for stocks to get short, something to keep an eye out for to see is if the stock is down 10% already or not.
Okay, yeah, so I pulled up Palantir and SoFi. I know, like, we talk about this a lot on the show. Wow, have the mighty fallen. Palantir down -7%, and SoFi pretty much there as well. They're kind of lingering around day lows. Kind of crazy how these stocks are just keep falling and falling and falling. If you go to the daily on the SoFi, for example, if my chart loads. Nope, it disappeared. Okay, well, let's try the daily on the Palantir. There we go. Just wait for it to load in. Yeah, so this thing was nearing around $30. Now we're at $7. So, you know, investing's really hard, and I feel like this is the type of year where everyone gets humbled a bit. And so you just got to be careful out there when you're investing. In terms of a trade, I think, yeah, like if the market keeps going down, these stocks, SoFi isn't SSR, so it might be easier to get fills on the downside. So I'd probably stay away from Palantir and get a SoFi short potentially.
SoFi short. Ooh, okay. Is that what we're thinking about at the moment? Hey, man, didn't I say don't be shorting my portfolio? What's wrong with you, bro?
I'm short Prad right now.
He's short Prad right now. He's anything shorts portfolio, Prad's portfolio, we got to short it. It's almost like the Cathy Wood effect going on at the moment. But yeah, SoFi sadly heading back to the downside. We talked about SoFi not too long ago on the earnings day, if you guys remember, about how I was not excited about SoFi's earnings report because it would most likely go back to the downside. Thankfully, though, I was wrong about that, and SoFi started launching to the north side after that report came out. Hopefully, the screen is visible more to you than it is to me. It's a little dark at the moment. But on this screen, as you guys can see on the daily chart right here, after the earnings, we had a pretty good move to $8 and a slight move above $8, but now coming back below $7, trying to hopefully find a base near $6.50, $6.30, $6.20 areas again. Let's just say $6 flat. Hopefully forms a base near $6 flat and holds up that base for SoFi this time instead of going much lower like it did all the way up to $4.82. Overall, SoFi is still my long-term play. I'm planning on holding this position position for as long as I plan to hold Apple, obviously. So, unless the company does something stupid, at that point we have to dump it, and run away from that trade. Talking about Snapchat real quick. Snapchat's still going on. When the stock is so free and basically just giving you money to the downside, and every time it pops up to VWAP, you just take free fills to the short side again. I think it's almost trading like a buyout for me. So I've been trading it like a buyout. I've been just providing liquidity. When a stock's trading 129 million shares before, what time is it? 11:15. Only 15 minutes into the midday show here. Market's just trading ridiculous amount of shares for Snapchat. And when I have the capability of just providing liquidity, like ridiculous amounts of liquidity, and get out for a penny, I could scalp a penny in and out multiple times. Look at that volume being transacted right now, as you guys can watch at $13.25. That's a big EDGX order, an iceberg order. Perfect example for an iceberg order right there, ladies and gentlemen. They are trying to take out the 1325 level, but that 1325 level keeps on decreasing on the EDGX book, but then keeps on coming back on that size. So that basically is telling you that someone's trying to offload their size, but also someone's trying to load up a ton of size of Snapchat at these prices. They believe in the company, they believe in the stock, and hence we're getting a nice 5-cent pump up on this, and hence I am going to try and take out some more size instead of holding. Why are my orders not going? Instead of holding, there we go.
Here, you want me to take over?
Yeah, take over.
Yeah, so Apple, someone was mentioning Apple in the chat, and Prad was talking about it. I've been trading it a bit. We have one of the traders on the floor, probably moves the most Apple shares in the world. Luca, you guys know him well. So hovering around the recent low in Apple's, I think, 134 something. Oh, wow, 132-ish. So yeah, kind of, those are the key levels that I like to look at, is like these are the inflection points in the market, is when Apple kind of gets to these recent lows. So as of right now, staying away from Apple, but it would be good to see this thing start pumping to the upside, maybe save the market a bit today. Lower, I saw someone mention Pfizer. Yeah, I think Pfizer is a great defensive stock to have now. I'm pretty sure it's relatively cheap on a fundamental basis. So I think Pfizer is a great company to maybe start adding shares in. Personally, for myself, not financial advice. It's good to have monkeypox. You never know. COVID and can get this thing running again. You never know. So I think Pfizer is a great company. I don't really day trade it too much unless there's specific news, but as a company, it's pretty good. Pump it. Yeah, let's go, Nas. You got to pump it.
I'm trying to create a summary blotter for you guys to take a look at, but it looks like I'm not able to do it right now. I'll try to figure it out later. But right now, here goes Disney to the north side. We were up 60 cents in the money. Now only 30 cents in the money on Disney. So it looks like Disney returned a little bit after that move up. But here we go, getting more to the north side on Disney. Waiting for Disney to at least, it was there. Yeah, it did get a nice move up to 100.93, but immediately got pushed down. So not liking that over there. But let's see Disney move right back up. That would be great for us to take some profits on that one. I'm going to throw some orders out here to take profits on Disney to the north side and move on from this stock. Snapchat and Disney are my only trades at the moment, realistically. It took me a while to set this setup up for you guys, so missed out on a lot of my trades that I wanted to be a part of. Let's go take a look at what the YouTube is talking about. YouTube is talking about same story, Prad, 2 wick ups and then a turn south. Not sure what stock you're talking about there, but yeah, looks like something has turned back to the north side or south side in terms of whatever you're looking at.
Wow.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so if you go back to me, so GPS Gap, it had earnings yesterday, and if you can see here, these were my fills yesterday. I was really trying to get short this stock, and it just didn't have the move I was looking for. And I look back at it today, I see on my scanner it's popping up for some reason. I'm like, yeah, wow, it's down to 10% today that I was looking for yesterday. That's the market, I guess. So this thing is down almost to SSR, negative 9.34. So probably the move is out of it. But yeah, if I do see size start popping up somewhere on the level 2, I might look to short it because that's what I was looking for yesterday. But wow, the move came in today. Lower down, yeah, back to AMD. We're heading back down to the low of the day, which is 89.61. So yeah, AMD is getting absolutely smoked today with the rest of the market and the chip sector. Going back to what I'm in right now, AT&T, little old AT&T, kind of had this move back up, but looks like it rejected VWAP and coming back down. So I don't have that many shares left in this position, but still kind of holding for the dream. My out is around 20.95 if I get back to it. Maybe I'll scale out a bit depending on where the market's at if it gets back to VWAP. In terms of Snap, so I still also have some shares left in Snap. Wow, that's a dark pull wick. So yeah, like I said before, I got short just under 14 and just holding for the stream. I think 13 will break today. We'll see. There seems to be a lot of icebergs happening around this level, but you know, market is looking so weak to my right. Here, I'll pop it up for you guys to see.
All right, so looks like I'll be taking over for a quick second here. Let's see what some of my favorite tech stocks are doing. AMD, Apple, AMD. Did you talk about AMD already? So we already talked about that. Then let's go to our nostalgic favorite of Miss V, Tesla. Tesla today down 5%, pushing back to the downside, looks like, after touching VWAP multiple times, which happens to be around the $640 area. Tesla is still struggling. Let's go find some levels on Tesla real quick. Where's my level finder, my trusty level finder trading view right here? Tesla. Do I have any levels to the downside? I do not have any levels mapped out. Looks like we took out the Friday's low, the yesterday's low, and now we're trading near Friday's low at the moment, trying to push much lower than people would like for the stock to trade, apparently. But Tesla getting that stock split without the vote coming in from the investors, looks like. Today, I think the 640 level is still giving you multiple opportunities to keep on scalping this trade. If you are looking to scalp it, keep on shorting 640, getting out at 635 or so, if that is a trade you're looking for. Market having a pretty sideways action coming in. You know, it looks like market was ready to just go to bed as soon as market movers came on. So that's not really fun for us, because we would like for the market to move. UVXY getting extended to the north side once again, but it's pretty much just going to be a triple top almost on this extension to the north side. So that means S&P 500 and NASDAQ getting ready to go downside. And I'm a little worried about my Disney position based off of that move. But I also have an order to flip me short on Disney, just in case 100 does actually end up breaking on Disney and we start pushing to the downside. Looks like I deleted that order, so I'm just going to recreate it right now. Awesome.
All right, so yeah, I'm looking at just general market dynamics right now. So it looks like this 38.90 level on the ES is around the SPY is kind of holding up pretty well. So we'll see if we can kind of get back to that and have a push back to VWAP around 3,900. That might be a good long. But obviously right now things are looking pretty bleak. If we go to the NASDAQ, it's a weird keyboard. All right, flat. If we go to the NASDAQ, we'll wait for it to load up. Yeah, NASDAQ stocks obviously haven't been doing well as of late, but looks like they're kind of bottoming around right now. And I'm looking at the VIX up here. I can also bring that down for you guys. So this is what I love to look at. We've been talking about it a couple times since I've been on the show. We topped out here around 31 on the VIX, so moving slowly back up to it. So if we could hit 31 again, reject it, I think that's going to be the bottom for the day, and the volatility will decrease and we'll head back down. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, not looking to get involved until we get another test at 31. And if we reject, I'm going to be looking to get long in this market. So in terms of stocks, what time is Powell speaking? Is Powell speaking today?
He might be. Is Powell speaking today, Sean?
Someone said 12:30. So
Powell might be speaking, but it's probably not going to be anything too serious, right? I think most likely some more comments about the economy and stuff regarding the inflation and how they're going to battle inflation.
Did we do
when is the next FOMC? I think if you can Google that for me, Brankos, that would be amazing help. But Disney at the moment, Disney moving back to the north side, 30 cents in the money for Disney. As long as Disney doesn't break 100, I think this will be a trade for me to just keep on scalping all day, rinse, repeat, get long at 125 or below it, and take the breakout short of 100 to the downside in case the market does go poof at the end of the day and does not want to bounce. So far, though, S&P 500 and NASDAQ giving us beautiful
15?
15th of June is the next FOMC. Thank you, Sean. Rate hike. The next rate hike, 15th of June. Yikes. That's around the time my mom goes to India too. So, I'm not. If market's gonna go poof. Market's gonna go poof. My mom's gonna be in India, and I'm gonna have no food to eat. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah. Life's gonna be great. But no, S&P 500 today bouncing in a beautiful way. I think someone even called this an inverse head and shoulders. You know, the left shoulder, right shoulder. We got the head and the knees and toes out here above VWAP. So we gotta go touch the knees and toes afterwards in case the head and shoulders actually plays off, and it's an inverse head and shoulders, actually plays off. So the market creating a pattern that you guys are very much used to and talk about quite a bit on the chat.
Brad, I didn't know you were so serious about your chart patterns.
Oh, buddy, I love my chart patterns. We know this, right? I love chart patterns. I love using them all the time. No, I guess what would you call this? This would be called the W pattern.
Yeah, we like to call it. We have a W on the office floor. We laugh at that pattern. Yeah,
this is a W for a winning day. We're gonna go right back to the north side.
When you get a nice win, and there's a little W formation for the boys. Have we talked about the monkeypox stocks?
Yeah. No.
No? Yeah, it looks like they're kind of, one is going up and one's going down. I have no reason why. I have no clue why. But SIGA looks like it just got dismantled today, minus 17%. While GovX is up 24%. Looks like it's nearing 3. I know this thing has hit 3 before, but I don't think it has recently. I'm just pulling up the daily. Wow, 3 might be a huge level to look at, see if there's any offers there. Do they get hit? Yeah, 3, and then if 3 breaks, next stop $4, right? So wow, GovX is something that now I'm looking at to see, can I get involved? But poor SIGA, yeah, SIGA kind of was the first monkeypox to kind of go crazy, but now it's kind of fading. So GovX is something that has volume today, almost 90 million shares, pretty good amount even though it's only a $3 stock, whereas SIGA right now 50 million shares traded. So yeah, GovX is something that I'm looking at to get involved. We'll see what happens around $3.
Just trying to create this blotter, so maybe I'll just put it onto the other side, make sure that nothing is being shown.
GovX has cancer news. Okay, good to know. Yeah, like these aren't really stocks I look at too much, but yeah, if there's news and there's volume, there's definitely a reason to get involved.
Okay, and awesome. So we have this ready now to go. So, you guys like to look at our blotter, and sadly, we're supposed to be having a ticker tape at the bottom. Looks like it's not ready yet. Obviously, first day of the show, we'll have that tape going for you. So here are my trades. I've been getting this ready for you a little bit. 25 trades on the day, a little bit low on my trading hand. 40 cents in the money on Disney, 30 cents in the money on Snapchat. Now, let's go take a look at UVXY, which I've been dying to take a long in all day. I do have some scalps on this, but for the most part, flat on this trade. I wasn't trusting in the longs back then. I still don't honestly trust the longs yet. I think we could see a move to 1630, 1650s or so. Yo, what's up, Justin? 1650 or 1630 or so, and then actually find some volume coming in over there for some buyers in the market, for some sellers in the market at least, pushing the market back to the downside, which will be the time where I will be looking for some longs. But so far, VWAP is holding on UVXY, so looks like the market and UVXY, both of them, just want to trade sideways around these areas. Let's go take a look at Apple real quick. Apple sadly below 140 today. Not sure if anyone capitalized on that short below 140. Off the breakout 140 short, especially one of you guys. I'm not, maybe Luca capitalized on the 140 short.
You know, he did.
He didn't?
No, well, he's trading Apple. I assume he did.
Right. Okay, so we'll see when he comes on in the third hour of the segment. Don't want to ruin the secrets over there for Luca's trades. But yeah, obviously we broke 140 to the downside, and so far we're getting a nice range consolidation of 50 cents from 138 to 138.50 or so, allowing you to scalp your longs or build your shorts in case you are looking for that bigger destruction move maybe coming in on the market later on. So I think right now it's okay to be a little patient. No need to really push trades unless you really see a great trade. Sean talked about the key levels that we're always looking for, and one of the stocks that was near a key level was Disney, so we are building into a Disney long, as you guys already saw, but also have an order to flip us short. Some of the other trades that Branko's already talked about was GovX and Zoom. So let's go take a look at maybe What is the good on the relative volume end today? GovX is a relative volume leader at 93 times. Then we have AMD, Apple, DD. Ooh, okay, DD somewhat moving around a little bit, only up 12 cents from yesterday's close, but looks like DD is getting active a little bit. So let's go check out this one. Please don't tell me you're just trading sideways like yesterday, though. Because then I'm going to be upset that you're on my scanner, but you're not doing anything. Okay, there we go. DD, straight rocket ship, 7% to the upside. Beautiful move coming in on this stock today. Still surprising for me, though, because we do know the stock is supposed to get delisted. So every time we see a pop like this on DD, I get a little confused. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, GovX just broke 3 and going up 5 cents, 6 cents. Yeah, looking like it's catching a bit. And as you can see here at the bottom, volume really picking up, and that's the sign. That's the sign where you should go long. Volume is dying across the board after 10, and then really picking up before this spike. So we should have been in this trade. Kind of a lot going on right now, so I'm taking it easy. But yeah, 3 was a big level, had some size, not that much, but enough to go up, whatever, to 20 cents. And for a $3 stock to get a 20-cent winner, that's huge. So yeah, like volume you can see here really picking up, huge candle to get over, and now it's going to be a battle to see if we can stay over 3 and keep going to 4, or is this going to go back down to the downside. In terms of VIX, we're kind of just still rejecting that 31 level. If we can't get over it, the long's going to be in. And then in terms of the SPY I'm looking at here, we're kind of at the top of that consolidation, 38.90. So this is a really key inflection point in the market. And you could see like GovX starting to go, VIX starting to drop a bit, SPY starting to get on the top of its consolidation. So it could be really good opportunities right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at GovX over here to see if we can find any levels after 3. You know, the breakout of 3. I think we can just look at the next even $4 or so. But I would like a better level to find a trade off of. Looks like I'm not really going to see anything that makes me too excited about this consolidation range. So if you zoom out, look how like low. I can't even see it, dude. That's how ridiculous it is, right? So that consolidation range over there below 750 or so, or even around this $4 on GovX might just be end up being a big barrier. So $4 to $5 to the north side is what I would try to see for short opportunities. Leave the stock alone for another day or another month. You know, whatever it takes to get up to those $4 levels. Might just do it in the same day for all we know. So GovX, I would much rather look for a trade around $4 or $5 on this one. Maybe a breakout 3 that was a trade possible. Obviously 3 was was the barrier all day until now. So I missed out on that trade. I'm not going to be chasing a trade. No reason to be doing that. Tons of opportunities. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then another day after that. So I'm not going to be chasing this one. But looking at some of the stocks that are moving around, I lost my train of thought about the stock I was going to talk about. What was the chart over here that I had? Oh, I was going to talk about cryptocurrencies, right? So stocks that are not stocks, but cryptocurrencies, sadly back to the red direction today. Slightly to the red, not too much to the red as Bitcoin, only down about 0.12. But the rest of the cryptocurrency market is indeed drawing down a little bit more than Bitcoin. And every time we talk about cryptocurrencies, you know we have to talk about Coinbase and your cryptocurrency-based stocks such as Mara and other stocks overall. So Coinbase once again still stuck in that very same range, giving you longs in front of 60, giving you shorts in front of 70. So now that Coinbase is so close to $60 today, we're actually at $60.50. Low of the day of Coinbase is $59.12. So I'm trying to see if we can build into a nice little long scalp around 60, giving us that move to $70. Not today, but a swing trade possibility. But overall right now, the fact that we broke 60 to the downside already, I think that trade is done for me. I might have to wait for a retest of 59 or a new level under 59 for that theory or that thesis of trade that I was looking forward for. Oh, look who's in the chat. We got Valeria in the chat. What's up, Miss V? Valeria's hanging out in the chat with everyone. Anyone who misses her, you can talk to her at the moment. Say hello to Miss V in the chat.
I just popped in a position.
Yeah.
Oh, and hi, Miss V. We miss you. So I just got into MES, a little short here. I think, the VIX keeps testing this 31, and in my opinion, the more you test something, the more likely it's going to break. So it's tested it a few times. And yeah, I like this consolidation here, 38.90. So this is going to be a quick little scalp, really tight risk. If it breaks 38.90, I'm out. Probably should give it a little more, but with the futures, I like to keep my risk tight because these things could swing wildly. So yeah, we're short right now. We're looking for the market to break out right now to the downside. So we'll see. Yeah.
Looks like oil is moving around, so let's go check out CL/N22, M22, N22, NM. Okay, awesome. We got this one right today. CL coming down, crude oil coming down right now to the downside. Someone said there is some news for it, so whatever the catalyst is, it looks like it's not bringing it too far to the downside. We're only down about 0.5%, slightly more than 0.5%. We held VWAP all the way through until now, and maybe that catalyst obviously is pushing it down. Crude is still above 100 though, so sadly, okay, there we go. Brandon just threw out the news for us. U.S. Department of Energy, the sale is for up to 40.1 million barrels of crude oil from the strategic platform.
Wow.
I can't even read. What am I reading? I just screwed up. But you want to read this for me,
Okay,
bud?
yeah, U.S. Department of Energy. The sale is for up to 40.1 million barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Part of the President Biden's announcement on March 31st to release crude oil from reserve statement.
Yeah.
So that means oil's going down?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so oil obviously getting pushed down off of that. They're releasing more crude into the market. So more means obviously supply is going up there. Demand might not go up there at the same rate as the supply. So obviously prices start going down. Kind of economics 101 over there. So we're getting into, again, Russia-Ukraine conflict started this whole hike in oil prices, hike in Oxy Petroleum, hike in CVX and energy sector in general. So right now, obviously, they're trying to fight that problem and trying to bring the prices back down to a little bit of a normality. So we'll see if they can do so successfully and bring back oil down below 100 prices. I don't drive a car, but I have enough friends and family that complain about it every day that I'm getting annoyed about it now. So just for their sakes and realistically my sake, so I don't have to hear them complaining. Bring back prices to the downside.
Yeah, it looks like market liked that news too. We're heading back up. We'll see where it goes from here. Yeah, you don't drive a car at all, huh?
No, I used to, not anymore.
Yeah,
there's stories behind
now
that.
Since I go to, okay,
There's
that's
stories
a good.
behind
That's
it.
one I want to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I drive right now. Yeah, but it's good that I subway to the office, so I don't really have to. I only have to pay for insurance and let that car sit there for now.
All right.
Yeah, so I was looking at, we haven't talked about these stocks. Like the market's kind of slow when these stocks aren't getting talked about. It's AMC and GME. Both, it seems like everything today is getting slammed down. So yeah, AMC looks like down almost 9%, hovering around the 1050. Looks like the apes are gone.
Yeah, I mean,
they went back to the wild, and
Were you the one who made that joke that? Oh, maybe I think it was Ian. Ian was the one who said apes only buy the stock when it's up 300%. So
looks like it.
If that's the case, obviously, I was pretty upset about AMC coming to the downside when the earnings report came out. I was like, okay, where are the apes? The report was good. Everything about it was good. I was so ready to go long and just never punch out of my position, and the stock just went straight to the downside. Boom, 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 broke every level. It was very, very annoying to watch that happen.
Nasty short off the morning.
Nasty short off the morning.
Nasty. Yeah, GME also just couldn't. Can't catch a bid.
I thought GME had a catalyst, didn't it? Or was it yesterday that GME had a catalyst to the north side?
Maybe yesterday, definitely not today.
Right. Yeah, GME had I think was a catalyst yesterday, something regarding the NFT side of the businesses that they're always trying to venture with. So GME got pushed up yesterday. I think AMC got pushed up with it. No, AMC actually was negative yesterday too, and negative today also, down 8%. It was down at 10% at some point, so you guys know what the SSR rule is and what it works like. Still getting rejected by VWAP, so clearly there is some big money hedge funds battling the stock, pushing it to the downside. Something that I have noticed though is the support near $10 on AMC. I keep saying AMD, don't I?
No, you said you're good. You're good.
I said AMC.
Yeah.
I thought I said AMD, but so AMC, the support around $10 is pretty evident. So as you guys can see right here, that day we went below 10 slightly. This day we went below 10 slightly, but then shoot right above 10 and rip up to almost 14, 15 $16. So for those of you swing traders, those of you who also like the stock AMC and want to invest in that stock, that $10 price doesn't seem too bad if you ask me. So, so that's something to think about as a swing trade long around there. But have a nice stop right by 10. If 10 breaks to the downside, you get out for a loser. Maybe 980, 970 breaks, you get out for a 30-cent loser, because your risk to reward at that point is 30 cents to the downside risk for a possible $3, $4, $5, even $10. Maybe if the market stops cracking to the downside and starts going back north side, maybe it could even be $10 to the north side risk to reward for a swing trade. So those are the type of ideas that we think about over here. Try to look for the perfect risk to reward scenarios that we can take advantage of. Right now, AMC is quite a bit of a way away from $10 for me as a day trader, so I'm not going to be touching it. If we do go back to the south side, break $10, show me that there is no more selling happening below 10, and then the buyers are coming in below 10 and above 10, that's where I would gladly like to push some of my risk on that trade. At the moment, market pushing or inching its way towards the north side. Looks like we have created higher highs on our way up on NASDAQ. Where's my mouse? We have made higher highs on the way up over here on NASDAQ and higher lows. So looks like we're trickling our way towards VWAP, slowly working our way up there, climbing the ladder so far. Same thing's looking on S&P 500 at the moment to ES/M22CM. When does the contract change for S&P 5 next month? I think it's this month or next month. Right now, though, we have a good amount of volume on S&P 500 futures, so we don't have to worry about it. But we do have to figure out when the contract ports over, the same way the crude contracts got ported over not too long ago.
Yeah. So I have something interesting here. Looks like pins caught a bid around $16 and headed back to VWAP. That's something I didn't expect for today. So that being said, now I'm looking at my snap position a little more weary, being like, all right, we're hovering, volume's dying, but I kind of need to pay more attention to it, because if other stocks in that sector are catching a bid, then it's likely to follow. So snap, we should check out Twitter. Yeah, it seems like Twitter bottomed out as well, and then we could do a little Facebook. Oh, Facebook's down 9%. Yeah, it looks like all these stocks are starting to catch a bid, and it looks like the market's on the top end of that consolidation. So my future short might not be looking too good. But yeah, so now I'm going to be paying more attention to Snap to see if this thing catches a bid.
Awesome moves coming into the market. Sadly, these awesome moves were to the downside for the most part. Facebook, man, we were so happy watching Facebook above 200, and now off that ugly news from Snapchat, pushing Facebook right back below 190, even 180 and 170 is where we're hanging out at. So big sad move coming in on Facebook. Something, even though you guys have heard me not really be the biggest fan of Facebook, but still something that I can give them is they're way better than Snapchat in almost every single way. They have the same products as Snapchat on multiple platforms. So Facebook does not deserve to get slapped as that far to the downside along with Snapchat. But we do get the problems that they are all having along with Apple and so on, and how Apple is disrupting the space with monetization and everything else along those words. So yeah, sadly, Facebook gets pushed down along with Pinterest and Twitter. Here we go on...
just market in general. Just wake me out, and looks like we're heading back to VWAP.
We're heading back to VWAP. Okay. Time to take some profits.
Whoever's long's happy right now.
Time to take some profits on some of my Snapchat short then, just to realize some shares in case the market heads back to the north side, which it is right now. So Disney also moving north, as you guys saw. We're getting more size L. We still have about 40% of our size left on Disney from the low a day near 100.12. So we're long 100.24. Disney moving up to 100.12. Finally coming into 101 right now. So multiple reasons to take out more size on the north direction over here. Let's see how much more can we get on Disney. And as my boy Brandon, someone mentioned in chat, why do you call him Brankles? Were his ankles broken at one point on the core? No, that's not the reason why.
Sure.
We have usernames over here, and the way username works here, I can show you my username actually. No problem in doing that. that. As you guys can see right there, PRADHAKK. So PRADH is actually my first 5 letters of my first name, and then the last 3 letters of my last name are AKK, or the first 3 letters of my last name are AKK, so my username ends up being Pratt Hack, almost like I'm hacking. That's weird. But we got this guy who's Brankles, Brandon, and his last name. We're not going to say out his last name, but if you include that, it's Brankles. But I like that joke. That's a pretty clean joke.
Yeah.
You got your ankles broken on the court.
Many times.
That's no.
That's my trader ID. Yeah. No, yeah. When when you're playing ball, sometimes you get your ankles broken, and definitely in the stock market, you get your brankles, ankles broken quite a bit. And it looks like a lot of my positions are getting brankled right now. So yeah.
A lot of the positions getting brankled.
A lot of my positions are getting brankled.
Hopefully.
But this is a good lesson in risk management, I know exactly where my outs are when I put in position. So I thought the market was going to head lower on the top of this consolidation. And, I saw, hey, if this is breaking this consolidation, I don't want to be a part of it anymore. So we got in around 38.86. We got out 38.91, let's say. And, we kind of manage our risk from there. And building on that, that's why you have to really fight for your position and for your price. That's something that I kind of am slacking on and something I'm working on to become a better trader. Why am I just punching prices that the market's giving me? It should be the other way around. When the market gets to a price I like, I should be getting into the position. And that will help with your risk management, help you become a better trader.
Yeah, it's, multiple reasons to exit is what we always look for, and multiple reasons to enter. You don't just blindly do something out of FOMO or because the market's doing it or because someone in the back is yelling about some position. You're like, oh, I have to be in it, and you FOMO into the position. Microsoft said to be working on an ad-free Outlook subscription called Outlook Premium. Okay, let's go check out what Microsoft is doing off of that news. Maybe Microsoft caught some longs, or maybe it was Microsoft that orchestrated all the bottom longs at the moment off of that news catalyst. So Microsoft getting pushed up above VWAP, NASDAQ getting towards VWAP, and S&P 500 just now at VWAP. So a lot of these stocks are moving to the north side clearly. Snapchat, which was 30 cents in the money, only 7 cents in the money now on Snapchat. So even that position has come back somewhat. So waiting for maybe Snapchat to now get to $14 if I want to go short or so. But there is some size on the ask. But anyways, we're talking about Apple right now. Apple getting back above 139. Apple almost at VWAP also. Actually, it is at VWAP. And trying to keep on extending its north direction. Disney, $1 in the money. So that long on Disney is paying dividends. Prad, your face is covering the tape. Listen, I can't move the face. There we go. So that's gone at the moment. But so Apple getting moved up to the north side. Let's see if we can actually get to the pre-market low or even 140. I'm not sure if we break 140 or if we do break 140, then I think longs are really back in play today because the market is able to find so many buyers across the board for almost every stock. UBXY, which was up 7% on the day, now only up 3.5%.
Yeah, so it's crazy. I don't think the long is actually set yet. I think we're still battling for this market right now. We're still hovering around this 31 level. This thing really needs to collapse for this market to head back up strong to the upside. So still watching it. It is hovering just under 31. But if this thing starts really moving to the downside, then I believe in this market right now.
Talk for a second.
Yeah. All right. What else is moving? Everything's at 200. Oh, is that the 200 moving average? Tesla, 644. Yeah, we could talk about Tesla. Put in the wrong thing.
All right, so let's go take a look at Tesla. All right, let's do it for Miss V. You know, Miss V's here in the chat. Let's go take a look at Tesla. Looks like her presence has allowed the stock to launch the way it is right now. Look at that volume increase on Tesla. Market's actually waking up right now, ladies and gentlemen. Here goes the market straight to the north side. Tesla with a big volume candle coming in, breaking that 640 level, moving almost at the above 50 day 50 period EMA, sorry. We're almost at on the way to the 100 period EMA, which is near 650, the pre-market low. A lot of these positions have reversed in a decent way at the moment, where we can either look for getting back into our shorts, or we could look for a possible breakout long on some of these trades that are absolutely insanity right now. So Snapchat, obviously I'm not looking to go long Snapchat today off the catalyst that Snapchat has had. I'm only looking to short it. So if Snapchat gets back to 13.55, which is my average price, or even above 13.55, I'll be getting short all the way up to $14 on Snapchat. If 14 breaks, then you know what? I'm wrong on the trade. I move on from that trade overall. But right now, we're still holding some size. We're only 9 cents in the money compared to being 30, 40 cents in the money. So not something too significant happening over there for myself. But, you know, still opportunities can come up at this time of the day for us. Here we go. Snapchat moving up to that 13.55 maybe. And Disney with a clean move above to 101 or so. We're right now at VWAP on Disney. Only 20% of my size left. I'm holding that 20% to see if we can get an extension move all the way up to 102, because clearly the market has woken up. The market, S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500, I see you. S&P 500 getting up to 3,910 over there. I'm thinking about taking some short on the way down below 3,900. Actually, let's focus here a little bit. Let's not just FOMO into a trade because the market had a nice reversal. Let's think about the variables that are happening. Are there enough sellers coming in to help my thesis? No. Look at the amount of buying. Everything green and yellow is basically buying. Everything red and blue for me is basically selling. So look at the amount of buying coming in. We can even filter the tape right now to only see more than 2 contracts or more. So based off of that, what do we see? A little bit of a battle happening, obviously, around VWAP, which makes sense a lot. It's also the time of the day where volume is going to start decreasing. It says 10:51. That means it's Chicago time, our time, which is East Coast. We're at 11:51. 9 more minutes. We're about to go into lunch hour volume depreciation event. Look at that big volume candle on the futures. After decreasing volume all the way until 12 o'clock, we got a big volume spike. So if we don't have a equivalent volume spike to show on the long side, I think the spike was just shorts covering, or some sort of a news catalyst such as Microsoft or something getting pushed up off that.
Yeah, so I'm looking right now at Snap. I just got wicked out of my position, which is fine. We're happy. We'll take that 50-cent winner. We were looking for $1, didn't get there. It's one of those things where, do you hold it back? Do you hold that last piece back to your initial entry, or do you just find a point where you're like, you know what, it was in the money so much, and now it's coming back, but I still want to lock in some profit? That's what I did here. You know, this is a big thing where I'm still kind of figuring out my style and how I want to do it. You could trail it, you could let it stop you out back at your price. But sometimes I'll just get to a price where it's like, if this stock gets back to this price, I want out, regardless if it takes me and then goes all the way back down. I was happy to get a nice little 50-cent winner here on Snap. And I just didn't want to give back anymore. So it's unfortunate, especially if this market starts reversing. But hey, I'll take that trade. I'm really happy with how Snap worked out today. Now looking to the top now, looks like the VIX kind of really came back down, which makes sense. Market went back up, but I won't be looking to re-enter until we get closer to the bottom of the day. I just personally think low of day entries are a better risk to reward, because you know exactly when you're wrong when it breaks that low of day or near low of day. So VIX UVIXI specifically around 1620, looking to maybe get back in around the 16s or the 1590s. Yeah. In terms of VIX, still kind of hovering around that 31, just under 30.89. So this is really a key inflection point. Like, are we going to really, break this 31 and just head back down and have this rally really stick today? Or is this 31 going to hold and be kind of sticky, and now we're going to consolidate around VWAP?
Yeah, I'm still debating what to do on my futures over here, honestly. So I did go long UVXY as I planned to near the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Building into that position, I might just build into it all the way up to $16, honestly, and just keep on working with that trade. If 16 breaks, as my buddy Brankles over here has mentioned, then we will probably be looking for exit stage left on that. But for now, we are building into it, working into that one. Snapchat also, we have some orders up there to the north side, trying to see if we can get wicked into that. So far, we're having a pretty decent green day. Yeah. Honestly, haven't even looked at my net, and I probably don't want to. It'll probably make me too
Trigger happy?
Yeah, it'll make me, trigger happy, make me FOMO. I don't know what it'll make me do, so I just want to hide my net at the moment. All I know is I've been having winning trades, so I'm just gonna be living in that realm of not knowing what my day is so far. But we do know it's been green, and we're trying to keep on adding to that green basket by going long right now on UVXY and thinking about that short on the futures still. We would have already been about 3 points in the money if we got short at the time we wanted to, but that's nothing for the market. Obviously, market moves in multiple handles. So let's see what happens around this level. If we stay above VWAP, then are the longs really in play at that point? If the market ends up holding VWAP, starts trading sideways around VWAP, and what if we actually end up positive on a day on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500?
What a Tuesday.
That would be crazy.
What a Tuesday.
Club goes up on Tuesday, baby. Club only goes up on a Tuesday. It never goes down. And,
You heard it here first, right?
That's right. That's right. You have anything?
No, kind of just looking at pins right now. It's hovering just below VWAP. If this market starts going to the downside, I think that's a great entry. You get in around 1710s. You get out if it breaks VWAP. Just looking for good risk to reward opportunities. In terms of the VIX, still kind of looking at it. Not exactly at my price level personally, but something to keep an eye on. And yeah, like this market hopefully will make a decision here, or hopefully we just don't consolidate for the rest of lunchtime, but we will see.
Rest of lunchtime indeed. So I'm just looking at what's going on over here. What time is Powell talking? I think it was 12:30. So Brandon put that in our work chat, 12:30. I don't think NASDAQ has any more up move left in it. That's possibility. It is possible that we start cooling our jets off over here. It's time to have the stage separation when the rocket flies up in the north direction. Obviously, the stages separate, and then there's no more gas left in the tank for the rocket to go, and then they just use the gravitational force to go up. And now that's the question. That we have the booster rockets go up here. Now we're trying to see if the gravitational rotation will take this market even more to the north side, or will the gravity have so much effect on it that it will bring right back to the downside, crumbling it and failing the launch that it had, almost like what was the company, Astra or something, ASTR, that had that ATER that had that crash. So yeah, hopefully this rocket doesn't crash today, because I think a lot of people were looking for that relief long, especially on maybe people were looking to catch that Facebook long, which still hasn't played out actually. Facebook looks like it's lagging quite a bit compared to the market over there. Let's go take a look at what Apple's doing. Apple had that long on it. I know Microsoft had that long in it. AMD. Yeah, I don't even know you were heading out. Go for it.
All right, guys. So I'm heading out for the rest of the afternoon. Ian's going to be joining you next beside Pratt, of course. So I hope everyone had a good trading day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Adios, amigo.
See ya.
So we'll wait for Ian to come set up at the moment. Market obviously moving up a little bit more north. AMD having a nice little W formation, as the boys call it, 92. Maybe we can look for a 92 breakout long. If the market does truly want to go up north at the moment, we could possibly get a 92 long on S&P 500 on the S&P 500 futures is what I'm trying to say, and work with that trade. So Disney, $1.09 in the money. 11 cents in the money on Snapchat. Didn't really give me any shares on the way up there on Snapchat. Why is this not working? Hello? This should be working. How do we do this again? Scope. How do link the window? There we go. Link the window to 1. There we go. Snapchat. Awesome. That's working at the moment. So UVXY is sadly 5 cents out of the money for us, and it's trying to go lower as the market is trying to go back towards the north direction. So it looks like the longs are still in play. Hold on to your longs at the moment if you're building into them, obviously. Let's go take a look at cryptocurrency one more time, maybe. So while we are waiting for some of the other friends of ours to join over here. Ooh, look at that. Bitcoin getting into the green direction. So you guys were right. You guys were calling out the crypto move. I'm actually going to close my UVXY long here and wait for a different price, and I get to, nice little pop-up on UVXY, so I only got to take a 3-4 cent loss instead of taking a much bigger loss on that. But does that mean that it was actually going to go in my direction at that point? Overall, we're just going to walk away from that trade. UVXY has been a little difficult for me to trade, so I don't want to keep on forcing that trade and giving away my day on that. So Bitcoin. We were talking about Bitcoin just recently, but we're going to have to talk about it again because look at that clean long coming in on Solana, on Bitcoin, on cryptocurrencies in general. Beautiful long coming in on those means also Coinbase could have something to, could be something to take a look at. So here's Coinbase at the moment. Coinbase getting ready. Oh no, market getting back below VWAP. So looks like we got shaken out of our trade overall, maybe. But NASDAQ slightly getting back below VWAP over there and trying to extend the negative day or hold up the positive day. I'm not sure if Ian's ready. Ian's still loading up his layout. This is why I said you guys should load up your layout yesterday, Ian, and not last minute. But no, don't listen to Brad. Who cares about what Brad has to say, right? No, I told these guys to set up their layouts yesterday, so this doesn't happen, and they didn't listen to me. Now, you know, they have to struggle for it. Ha 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 ha. Anyways. Let's go take a look at some of the stocks you guys are throwing out in the chat. What positions are you guys trading today? Any low float stocks that the chat's trading at? I know you guys love trading low float stocks out there. This guy's entertaining. Thank you. I appreciate it, my friend. Jordan Mendiola. Ooh, that's a nice exotic last name. BBW puts. Let's go check out BBW. What is that stock? I think this was... I'm going to put this chart over here because I'm not supposed to use that. BBW. Read this. Build-A-Bear workshop. Okay, Build-A-Bear. I've never been to Build-A-Bear before. Obviously, you know, I'm single. Never had a girlfriend before, so never had a reason to go to Build-A-Bear. You probably had Build-A-Bear before.
That was like one of our first, like,
one of your first
date
dates?
things. Yeah. We went to, like, you know, the Build-A-Bear, like Vaughan Mills Mall or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, oh, can we build a bear? Can we build a bear? I'm like, really? You want to build a bear? Like, we're literally, like, in university. I'm too old to build bears. Like,
Right.
But, no, we built, like, a little Hello Kitty, and it was like, she still has it, so.
Look at that. Ian's got a cute side to him, ladies and gentlemen. But what's not got a cute side in it right now is this market, sadly, because the market looks like it wants to push right back to the downside. I'm looking at NASDAQ really battle over here near VWAP. My 5-minute chart keeps on turning that candle to the red, to the green, to the red, to the green. So sadly, the fact that this push-up came in to the north side and then we had the next 2 5-minute candles close on the red direction, I'm guessing the move is back to the downside on the market. But obviously, you know, I haven't done the tape reading, but look at this tape right now. It's just printing below bids, below bids, below bids. So clearly the market's getting smacked right now on the level 2, at least for the NASDAQ market. They're not allowing the positions to get up north over here. So based off of that, what am I trying to say? Based off of that observation, I'm going to try... Oh, okay, no, cancel that order. Yeah, cancel that order. Okay, awesome. Trying to get back into my position over here on UVXY because if the market does push back down, which I think it's trying to, we can get back into UVXY long and make back the tiny losses that we took on it. Brandon coming in with the Ford news. Looks like Ford will pay about $19.2 million to resolve the allegations about falsely advertising real-world fuel economy and payload capacity. I'm guessing this is about the recent ban in Germany. What was it? Yeah, it looks like 19.2 million is what they're gonna have to pay overall for this false advertisement that they led the false ad campaign. Yeah, so clearly they're going to be out of a little bit of money. But Ford over here, man, still forming a nice base in front of $12. We talked about this a couple shows ago. You know, I don't think Ford really breaks 12. If it does, then we still have support at $11 and $10. So there's always these even dollar levels on Ford that have a lot of size on them. Let's go check out if there's any size on the level 2 for Ford today at 12. Scroll down. I actually can't even scroll down that far. So we're 30 or 40 points away from that, and my book doesn't even go that deep. Today, Ford only down 3.7%. I guess I shouldn't say only when something's down that far to the downside. But yes, to the negative and getting rejected by VWAP all the way through the day, which shows that there are big buy traders or big selling traders all rejecting this trade, not allowing to go to the north side.
A couple people mentioned Zoom. I kind of just want to talk about that quickly. That obviously had the earnings release, and it made this like crazy move yesterday, gapping up, and then it kind of like faded the whole morning. This 95 level was like super interesting to me in the morning, and I know like a few of us shorted off that level. I took the long, I took the quick scalp with size or whatever, and then I saw it kind of stalled out, so I just took the profits. But obviously the fade off that was really nice. A couple of people saying it's making new highs, and it is like making new highs on the day here. So again, kind of consolidating below this 95 level, and then it just breaks out and shows its momentum to the top side, right? So if you got long Zoom, this is like a sick long, but obviously off these bottoms, it's tough to pick a bottom, but once that sort of downtrend breaks, it's just been straight up after that. So it did have like positive earnings, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, there is good news, right? So
well, they missed on like the revenue slightly. They beat on earnings, I believe. Let's actually get the numbers real quick and then take a look at it. Actually, no, it looks like they beat on both directions, but very slightly on the revenue direction.
Yeah. So you know, overall, like there is some positivity to it. So, you know, if the market does turn around, it was one of the strongest stocks in the morning, right? So that's why I was looking to the long side originally, right? So, yeah, you kind of just have to like pick your spots. And obviously the market was like super weak in the morning, so it faded. But with the rest of the market, but once the market starts to bounce and turn around, then, you know, funnily enough, one of the strongest stocks in the morning starts to go up, right? So. Obviously, the market now kind of reclaiming this 3,900. That's what kind of broke down in the morning. Yeah, consolidation and then bounces. Now it's trading above VWAP. So maybe it reclaims a lot of the move it gave back early on. But we'll see. It's still a long day.
Yeah, still got a lot of time left in the market for us. Still got a lot of opportunities that could arise from this moment on. So as you guys can see, we're trying to focus on Zoom at the moment. I know he talked about Zoom. I personally, I'm still waiting for Zoom to break above 100 so we can take that long breakout. But look at this level on the daily chart right here on our P-Pro platform. You can see 95 was a pretty solid level on Zoom, even though we got below 95 today, all the way up to $87, $85, but this 95 level is pretty solid. I think if Zoom is you know, once we get back to the downside near 95 or so, which happens to be the pre-market level, I will be thinking about that long, but right now we're not going to see that level come into play. Zoom is taking off with the overall market. S&P 500 trying to get back to the north side near 39.10 or so. NASDAQ is struggling a little bit more than S&P looks like, at least that's my observation, my quick little observation. UVXY, man, 10 cents out of the money at the moment and pushing right back to the low of days almost, near $16. Still up on the day, though, for UVXY. So let's see how the low of day ends up acting on the overall volatility index, which is on our platform. We use the UVXY. Throwing out some more orders to get more fills on that position, as I said I would, all the way up to $16 and giving it that risk of the low of day break, which is $15.92. do. So clearly market is ripping at the moment. Okay, market wants to go higher and higher. Snapchat only 10 cents in the money right now. I want more fills on Snapchat, so that would be good. But you know, as I said, I'll be patient on my Snapchat fills over there near 15.55 or higher only. Disney, we closed our Disney trade, but looks like Disney wants to also go even higher than where we closed right now. So there goes Disney, $1.60 in the money if you were to hold that trade. We got out for about $1.50, $1.40.
I wanted to talk about Facebook quickly, just because it's kind of reclaiming VWAP here. Facebook obviously had that big down move early on. It's just like the sympathy play with all like the social media stocks and like Pinterest, like Brandon mentioned as well, and obviously the big one was Snapchat. But once 180 kind of broke down, it hasn't like reclaimed that, right? So it's showing a lot of weakness below. It eventually became SSR. I did take it short off this like kind of lower high at 178 and covered until like 177. That broke down, so I covered the rest or whatever. But yeah, now it's kind of making a move back and reclaiming a little bit. But again, it is SSR, so it's going to be harder to slam the shorts if it starts to really break down. But that was like my trade on Facebook. That was like the bigger trade for me. Obviously, Snapchat. That everything we were trying to trade that today, but it seemed like it was a little overcrowded. And if you didn't get the short early on, then you're kind of missing the boat. But I was trying to short it here. I took the short off 14. That didn't really get reclaimed, and then I covered my profits early here. But then after that, I realized I covered a little bit too soon, and I started getting chopped around, trying to go long off some size off the bid. But yeah, no, the rest of the day it's just been fade. So Snapchat probably the weakest out of everything, and then obviously rightfully so, it's down 40%. But yeah, if you didn't have the short, then it's probably a little bit too late. What else we got here? Someone's saying BBIG. BBIG. Let's bring that up. Yeah, it's kind of just like, it's trending up a bit, but flat on the day is kind of just like barcoding. You got anything on your side, Fred?
Yeah, I just went short on the futures over there, just trying to get into a quick little position, but I got stopped out just now. UVXY also stopped me out on the way down. There's a market clearly taking off at the moment, trying to go north much higher than we are. So it looks like Snapchat is gonna maybe give us some orders over here near 1355. Come on, Snapchat, get up there, give us some orders. But yeah, it looks like UVXY breaking to the downside, market moving up to the north side, trying to see if I can build into a market short, because obviously you know, negative day on the day, just trying to follow the trend of the day over here. We'll take another shot over here, see if this one ends up working. If this one doesn't work, and then we'll just stay hands off at the moment. But yeah, look at that buying coming in across the board. Let's quickly go over to Apple. I'm gonna also go over here, MES/M22CM, and have that one ready on my secondary screen just in case I need to do something panic related. So Apple, look at Apple getting above 139.50. AMD also moving up north. Most of these tech stocks are actually reversing over here. So coming in for a beautiful long for anyone that is involved into this position, such as Microsoft near 253. We're now heading up to 259 almost, 258.58 on Microsoft over there. A lot of green action coming in for the market today. I like it. Obviously still negative though, sadly, but I like seeing some of this relief rallies coming into the play. Looks like market could just managed to get into the pre-market highs at some point.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because if we look at, I'll show you guys this, the MES chart. Look at this move. It's like the revert. It's like the smiley face move here. It's like the V-shaped recovery almost, but not so V, but more like W or U shape. But it's crazy how like there's so much selling momentum to the downside in the morning, and then you know, afternoon consolidation, lunchtime, whatever, everyone starts covering their shorts. And then it just starts to bounce, right? And then we'll see how it goes the rest of the day. I want to bring up NEO. Someone asked to talk about NEO. NEO has been kind of like weak after that. It got like added to the Singapore index, right? And it got a little bit, it gapped up that day and just kind of faded ever since. Today I was kind of looking at 1540. Obviously, I didn't end up trading it just because there was so much else kind of in play. But once that 1540 broke down, that was like pre-market low. It was just like straight down after that. If you look at the half-hour chart, 1450 was kind of a level, and that's exactly where it kind of bounced. So. Again, it's overall weak, just like with the market. But again, EV is just kind of weak as well in general.
Yeah, it looks like everything was weak in general, especially during a couple weeks ago. Yeah, EV was a big factor for that one. We saw Tesla get clapped off that overall. But right now, man, I'm just trying to work with my shorts here and trying to get back into UVXY. So as you guys can see on the blotter down there, we are back into UVXY from the lower day, risking the lower day at this point, and that's what I keep on trying to do, just trying to take these good risk to reward setups that I could find, the lower day, the high day, but at the same time, the market, not really a lower day or at the high day, somewhere in the middle of both of them for the S&P 500 market. So hence, I'm a little worried about my trade, not too happy with this one. But if it does work out for us, we could see a beautiful move back to the downside, almost a 15-point move to 3,900, or even an extension past that move. But look at that buying volume coming in on the market, just taking volume out over here. Oh, baby, market, it wants to go up north clearly, and UVXY instantly broke to the downside and stopped me out. So that's not going to work out. Looks like longs are here to play, boys and ladies and gentlemen, obviously. Longs are here to play. So let's look for some longs across the board. Let's see any stocks that you guys are looking at. Where's my chat? Here's the chat. Power Cat. We'll see. What Power Cat? Rollover incoming. Can we take a look at Tesla? Yeah, we can take a look at Tesla. TSLA. Let's go check out what Tesla is doing at the moment. Tesla, man. Woo, okay. 650 on Tesla. 650, 60 has a... Oh, wait. That was just a stuck bid. Looks like there was some size on 650 on Tesla. That level got taken out on Tesla not too long ago.
Looks like a lot of buying coming on AMD as well. It's kind of accelerating to the upside towards 93.
Market in general just ripping at the moment. Market taking off, absolute ripping on the market. Snapchat giving me more size that I wanted, so market absolutely going off right now. Let's see what 655 does on Tesla. 655 could be something to keep an eye out for based on how it consolidated sideways around that price and then push back to the north side. So market, it's a crazy move coming in right now. Just be patient for any of your trades. No need to FOMO into a long breakout of some sort or FOMO into a short entry right now. Good look for those good risk to reward setups. UVXY about to turn red on the day, which has been up 6%, 7% at one point. NASDAQ only down 2% now, and S&P 500 down 1.1%. So everything with the crazy reversal.
Man, you know it's coming in hard when Snap starts to reclaim some levels too. Right?
Snap's also moving north.
Yeah, Snap's like moving up here now, reclaiming 1350. So yeah, market seems like it's making a little move to the push or to the upside, and let's see where it can go.
Yeah, crazy move coming in. Apple, man, we were talking about Apple maybe getting to 140, and here's Apple getting to 140 right now, breaking 140 slightly. Obviously, I did mention that this would be something I would be thinking about shorting, but with this move that we're watching in the S&P 500, maybe don't even bother thinking about shorting that. Just be patient. Let this Apple stock go a little bit higher, maybe even in pre-market levels. Then we can think about doing whatever we want to with it. Obviously, this market is having a crazy volume spike coming in. So S&P 500 and NASDAQ with the crazy volume spike. Let's go check out what NVIDIA is doing off that volume spike overall. I'm guessing NVIDIA is, nice, clean long on NVIDIA over there. Not a single red candle. Well, there was one red candle on that 5-minute, but a very clean long. Snapchat is now 3 cents in the money for us after that push up. Looks like the market wants to maybe go back to the downside here slightly, give us some scalps to the short side. Apple 140 break to the downside could be something to think about. AAPL. Apple 140 break to the downside. Let's see what Apple does over here on the way down. All right, we're going to take that real quick. and try to work with this one a little bit. Let's see if Apple can push back down and give us that short push towards 139.50 or even 139, giving us a nice little 50 cent to $1 trade. Right now we're short 140 flat. It says 140.002, but that's just basically 140. And here comes the negative side move on the S&P 500. Looks like we were a little early to the game to short the S&P 500. It went up to 39.30, and now we're seeing the reverse move to the downside instead of a continuation move to the upside on the futures, that is, at least. So it looks like 39.30. Sad. I had a line on 39.30. I should have just stuck to that level. Instead of doing that, I just went a little FOMO. So that's why I was speaking out loud helps me think in that direction too. You got anything?
Yeah,
for
no,
us?
I just hopped in that Apple short with you. Just kind of risking that high there. So it looks like the high was like 140.24ish. So if that starts to break out, then I'll be out. But yeah, we'll see where this goes. If it can get back down to VWAP, that'd be a solid trade.
Yeah, I'm already taking profits. We're about 18 cents in the money on that trade, so I'm already starting to scalp some profits on that bad boy. Apple about to start paying us some dividends. Market short would have been something to think about, along with my Apple short near 140, but we missed out on that opportunity. Microsoft 259. Ooh-wee. I think I want to be thinking about this short over here too. If 259 can start rejecting over here, push back to the downside, that could be $1 per share winner, 50 cent per share winner on Microsoft for us to take to capitalize on. But obviously Microsoft looks a little bit stronger than Apple. Let's go see if that is true. Yeah, Apple's down 2% today. Microsoft's only down 0.5% today. Microsoft having a way bigger push up north on this north drive that we've been having right now, but Apple having only a somewhat of a decent move, only up how many dollars is it up from the low day? Like $1.50 at best. So Microsoft not struggling the way Apple is. Apple is, that's why we are looking for shorts on this guy instead. AMD, let's go over to AMD. AMD also coming back down from that 93. I was talking about a possible short of 93 on AMD. Missed out on that opportunity. Can't do nothing about that. But look at this move right now, ladies and gentlemen. Market coming back to the downside. Are you not entertained?
Apple is starting to work now, so I took a little bit of profit out just to kind of get some in there.
Are you copying my trades, bro?
I'm not copying your trades, man.
Bro,
It was a good
trade your own
trade.
book, bro.
It was a good trade. Many of us probably would have taken it, but it's starting to work now. I kind of covered some. Just I like to use 13 EMA, so it's kind of bouncing off that. So I covered a little bit, and then just holding the rest. Let's see if it could get back down to VWAP and kind of see where it goes. My stop's in, so this is kind of like stress-free trading. This is kind of like what we all kind of strive for. Now that my stop's in, I know that I'm not going to lose money on this trade. So solid trade. I might have to buy Prad like a beer or something, but
hey man, you know the key to my heart is not a beer, it's super chicken, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So you just buy me super chicken.
Easy.
That doesn't mean you're getting my number or anything, but we can be friends. We can be friends.
We can hang out.
We can
Sometimes.
That's the key word right there. Market reversal is coming into play right now, guys. So obviously Apple 40 cents in the money. We have 80% of our size still left. Snapchat, we got reloaded, and this time we reloaded a lot more size than previous. So we are making a lot more money than we did previously, obviously, on this trade. So let's take out some size over here on Snapchat, pushing back to the downside, 10 cents in the money. Apple 50 cents in the money. I apologize for the burp over there. So let's take out some more size over there from Apple. 59 trades so far traded today. I'm not sure if this font needs to be maybe made a little bit bigger, I think, for you guys. So let me just do that real quick. Scope, filters, display. How do we do this again? How do we raise the font? Right here. Cancel. We'll just do it another time because it's going to screw up if I raise it at the moment. But yeah, market reversal coming into play. I was a little too quick on my UVXY long and on my S&P 500 futures short. But overall, we caught the move on the other side, which is directly on the stock side. Snapchat reloading, giving us some shares. Apple, we got some nice shorts. Let's see how low can we take this move on the market. Is Powell talking today or not? I'm just turning around to see what the time is. Why am I doing that? I can just look at my monitor. It's 12:25 Eastern Standard Time, so he's supposed to be talking at 12:30. So in about 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully we'll see what's going on that side. And also Brandon will most likely put the update in our channel. If anything, if there's something really big to talk about that comes on from that news chat for us, we might even have Brandon come on himself and say it, so we never know. But I'm not expecting anything too significant from that, are you?
Tomorrow should be a bigger day, I think, because the FOMC minutes are being released. So, you know, there's usually a little bit of movement off that, at least the last couple times. So I'm looking more forward to that. But, yeah, I don't know about today.
Chat's also saying it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, if it's pre-recorded, then, you know, maybe the market's already priced in. Maybe someone knows, right? Maybe someone knows. Yeah. But I covered, I want to talk about Apple again. I covered my shares there. Just because a position like this, I like to cover into the strength, into the volume, into the move, right? So as soon as I saw like the selling momentum kind of pick up, I was like, okay, cool, we're holding this short. I was like well in the money, about 60 cents. But as soon as the buying kind of stepped in, that's when I decided to cover. It's getting close to VWAP, but a solid trade. You know, midday, you can't really ask for too much. I'm not going to try to like make like my entire day off this midday trade, but 60 cents on a midday trade, that's a solid trade. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, midday trade, 60 cents, 50 cents. Can't ask for more, you know, low volume period. Volume depreciates during the market, during lunchtime and so on. People like this guy over here loves to go to those Malaysian grills and those hibachi grills and whatnot, the hot pots. What are those things called again?
Yeah, that was hot pot that one time.
Pot?
But no, I actually tried a Malaysian restaurant the other day.
Restaurant?
That was like the first time. I don't know if you ever had Malaysian food, but it's kind of like Asian.
Thailand, Malaysian, yeah.
It's kind of like Asian fusion,
Yeah.
but no, the coolest thing was I sent you guys the picture was that a little robot brought the food over.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
that was just like a menu behind every
No, that
station.
was literally a little like Zumba thing, like bringing the food over with a tray and then you like take the food like from behind it. It was pretty neat.
That's sick.
It was pretty neat. But I instantly messaged you guys because you know Luca's always complaining about getting got by bots on in the stock market. No, they're following us to restaurants now, so they have our number.
But no, talking about, looks like Apple actually has some size on the bids right now. 42,000 shares on Apple at 13.50, and they're taking size.
It just got taken.
Got cleaned out.
Yeah, it just got taken.
That size got cleaned out. I mean, obviously 42,000. Oh, now there's another size off 130. Sorry, 13,000 on 45s. So clearly someone's trying to buy Apple here. And on that indication, let's take out some more size on Apple just to be safe, just in case, you know, not trying to get beat up on that trade. We have a 45-cent, 50-cent winner. We don't want to get beat up by in case a buyer comes out of nowhere and starts buying up the shares at the moment and pushes up. But you know what's also a very good indication is when that size shows up, someone was willing to offload onto that person right away twice. So that's also something to keep in mind, that we do have sellers over here, but we also do have people who want to accumulate the size on the way up. Market giving us a pretty clean reversal so far off the low of days. Sadly, NASDAQ still down 2%. S&P 500 still down 1.5%. UVXY back into the positive territory, which looked like it was about to bleed for a second, but UVXY got back to 1.5% on the day, getting ready to move north. Skynet is coming. Don't say that word out loud because
you might trigger Luca.
You might trigger Luca. Luca will start having flashbacks. Luca literally has like the Terminator movie flashbacks coming for him. Oh, Skynet. So yeah, no, don't be mentioning that word out loud.
You see how that bid just kind of got taken on Apple, and then it tried to reclaim the 50. But then as soon as it couldn't really do that, now it's kind of pushing back down to the downside. So I think, Brad, you're still in that short, right? So
yeah,
good trade, buddy. Good hold. Obviously, if that 50, when it gets rebid and then when it runs away from it, that's when you kind of like want to think about, you know, getting out of the short if you're in it. But yeah, now it looks like it's pushing, going to test VWAP. So we'll see where that goes.
So yeah, market having a pretty good move to the up and now a pretty decent move to the downside, looks like, because everything wants to come back down over here. Disney, I'm thinking about Disney shorting near 102, because why not? Disney's pretty close to 102. We had that exhaustion candle coming in at those prices. Sadly, Disney's not on SSR. Okay, so we're gonna start with the starting size over here at 101.85. That way, if it does move up to 102, closer to 102, we can have a better average price on that trade by taking more size at the level that really want to. So Disney moving up north today from the low of day of 100. I'm building short, risking that 102 back through. So basically, if 102 comes back through on Disney, we will not be in this trade anymore. I'm just gonna throw out my stop right now. And bang, so we threw out our stop, and now we just leave it and forget it. Moving on from that trade, let's go talk about Snapchat once again. Why not? Because Snapchat, 10 cents in the money. I know it's not really anything exciting because 10 cents doesn't mean anything. But like I mentioned, I took probably 5x or more size than I originally had to begin my day with. So that's why this trade means a little bit more now it does than it mean previously to me. So let's see if we can take Snapchat right back to the lower day of $13.10, or even leave it hanging around $13.40, giving me those beautiful scalp opportunities of 10 cents. You know, as I mentioned, I'm trading the stock kind of like a buyout. It's not really a buyout, but I'm just providing tons of providing tons of liquidity. Exactly, but I'm providing tons of liquidity on the stocks, and I'm just collecting fees on gateways. So I don't really care about even collecting only 1 cent gross, because if I'm able to push tons of size, collect 1 cent, 10,000 shares, 1 cent. You do the math, right? All right, where are we going next?
Someone wanted to talk about Veru, so let's bring up that. I'm trying to load it here on my chart. Yeah, having a big down day, down 12%, so obviously not a strong move. 12 seemed to be a level, just looking at like a half-hour chart. So that's where it's kind of like holding up 12.20 lower day. So it could start to bounce, but yeah, overall pretty weak. It wasn't really on our radar. Was it on your radar today, Pred?
Which one?
Veru, did it have any news? I don't think so. There was so much going on today that yeah, we kind of lost track of some of these ones, but yeah, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah.
What else we got here? Disney. Yeah, I want to bring up Disney again, just because that 100 level is huge. If we're looking at 100 down here, obviously it tested today, didn't break it. This is the daily, guys. So it tested it like what 1, 2, 3, 4 times now, and hasn't really broken it. So it hasn't really closed below it. So that 100 level is huge. If there's any sort of like negative catalyst, or the market's like super weak and Disney's following, you best bet that we're going to be on that Disney short when that 100 breaks. It could be huge.
Yeah, Disney right now.
For now, long is good though.
Yeah, Disney right now, as you guys can see, is currently 16 cents, 17 cents in the money. I do have my stop sent out. I also have one of my orders to take some profits on the way down. You know, 1:1 is my first profit target always, and then I start looking for more profit targets to the downside. Apple, man, 70 cents in the money. Let's go on that one. But Apple looks to be finding buyers around VWAP, so I'm not liking that. I'm gonna take up more size after noticing that right now on Apple. Snapchat hopefully pushes back to the downside. 14 cents in the money on Snapchat. 15 cents in the money on Snapchat. Let's go, baby. Snapchat making us money at the moment. Let's take out some more size on that guy too. I don't even know what's wrong with me these days. I just take out liquidity instead of just waiting for that nice passive fill and collecting fees. Sometimes I should be just catching a nice.
That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done, Apple. I covered early. I had a good reason for covering, but yeah. You know, obviously now Pred's in the short. I'm having a little bit of FOMO, but I'm not going to go jump back in the short. It's a little too late for me, but you know, winning trade's a winning trade. But look, exactly, it's testing VWAP just like we kind of predicted, just like we kind of thought. Obviously, Apple a little bit weaker on the day overall, so this is not really like a surprising move once the market really starts to kind of turn around.
Yeah, market's indeed turning around. S&P 500 almost back to VWAP at the moment on the 5-minute charts. NASDAQ also back at the VWAP levels, and and UVXY about to break out of pre-market highs, so everything about to rip up to the north side. At least UVXY about to probably rip up to VWAP without me. Wah, wah, wah. But what is working for me right now is Apple, Disney, Snapchat. We're making tons of money today. We're cashing out, baby. I hope you guys are cashing out at the same time. It's so awkward looking at my face right now because I'm still not used to seeing
It's so crisp and clear.
It's so crisp too. Yeah, look at that. You can see your own face. Fahad over there playing games with us, just showing us our faces. But more importantly,
now we got a little bear there too.
Now, yeah, we stole the bear.
We stole it from over there. Okay,
it's our bear now. It's our bear.
We're
now.
borrowing it for the midday show,
That's
and then
right.
we'll send it back.
We
for
got a
the closing.
camera right there. Wait,
Wow,
where's that
look
one?
at these views, man. This is pretty cool.
See what your super chats are doing, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are helping us get all these setups over there. Fancy setups. So we thank you for all the support. And talking about support, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, smash that notification bell, smash anything that can be smashed on the YouTube side for us. Help us out on the algorithm. Because right now, we're smashing this Apple short. We're smashing that Disney short, baby. Let's go. Disney, 40 cents in the money. Let's take out some more size on that. Snapchat, 30 cents in the money. Let's take out some more trades on that. Apple, $1 in the money. Let's take out some more money on that. What are we not on the money on?
I love how you're looking at me because knowing that I already covered my short on Apple. Brad's like, I'm $1 in the money.
What are we not covering in the money at the moment, Ian?
I don't know. I'm not in a trade. I'm hanging out here. I had the Apple short, but
I'm gonna go to the washroom.
Yeah, for sure. I want to talk about this too, just because this is how important following your rules are, and I'm big on telling Prad to trail his stops or move your stop up to the break-even point, and don't manually cover your position, right? So I thought this was gonna kind of bounce. Obviously, some buying momentum came into the market, so I'm not gonna play too long with this. But as soon as it started to kind of break down, remember we talked about that bidder on 139.50. As soon as that kind of got taken, VWAP, and now trading below VWAP. But yeah, good for Pratt for kind of trailing his stops on this one. What else we got here? How talking? Yeah, I'm not sure, but like we kind of already said, it's kind of like a pre-recorded speech. Can't see your long and short positions. I'm actually not in any positions right now. Midday volume, I'm not going to start kind of trading back and forth unless we get like a big move here. That's why I kind of want to cover my Apple short early. Let's talk about AMD because that's been pushing a lot of volume here as well. And I want to talk about this. I traded this. This is like one of my losses today. But again, smaller loss, so I'm still in the money for the day. But this is what again following your rules is all about. And I'm sitting beside Luca at my regular station, right? And Luca had a great trade on AMD on long, and I'm sure he'll talk about it. But as soon as he did that, I'm usually the AMD guy, so I kind of had a little bit of FOMO. I started trying to go long and play this bounce off this 90-40 level. You see how it broke out of that consolidation there. I got wicked out, unfortunately, and then it kind of gave the move. And then, dumb me, I tried shorting off of it and got wicked out off on that. Eventually, it kind of followed the market and gave that strong move. But again, it's just about discipline and having follow your rules. And I did not do that today on AMD. So the result is me taking an L on that, right? So it is what it is. But again, it's all about risk management and kind of keeping track of your rules and making sure that your losses are smaller than your wins. And that's me today basically. Obviously, I had the Facebook win, which was solid. Zoom, I had that Zoom scalp, which was good, and then today obviously the Apple long. So that's what those are my wins today. Learning patience, yeah. Today was all about patience. That was one of the biggest things in our morning meeting today. Just talking about patience, and patience does pay. And on days like today, when levels to the downside are kind of just taking out, and a lot of stuff is going SSR, you just kind of have to have patience and pick your spots when you're trying to get those shorts in. Drinking that water.
It's actually Brandon's water, but I don't have a water bottle here. I'm not getting up to leave you alone again because you probably spent like a good 30-40 minutes over there. But yeah, I just needed water. All right.
I think your
you
Apple
guys,
short's still going.
yeah, I was just gonna say, you guys heard the patience speech, so I don't have to say it because thank you, Ian, for saying that. Because look at this, patience does indeed pay. $1.28, $1.30, 60 cents, 30 cents. Oh, sorry. We're cashing out. Oh my goodness, my net's actually big right now. I didn't even expect my net to be. Why did I even look at my net? I said I wasn't gonna look at it today. I looked at my net. I made a big mistake because you know what? That means I'm gonna start covering some profits over here. Let's take some more money on Disney to the downside. Disney 60 cents. Let's cover some more money on Snapchat over here, 34 cents. We're making some profits over here. Hopefully you guys are cashing out along with us. Hope you guys are having fun on the market today. A little bit of a kangaroo market, if you ask me. You know, we went up, we went down, we went up, we went down, and now we're heading back to the downside after going up. UVXY almost back to VWAP without me. I wish I had some size on that one. We missed out on that trade, but I think Brankles is taking advantage of the long on UVXY right now. I'm trying to see if he's over there. But yeah, look at these moves. I hope you guys are having fun already. I said that multiple times. I'm just losing things to say at the moment because I'm having fun.
Yeah, when things just start to work in your moment or in your favor, you know, that's what it's all about. And obviously, Prad's got a couple shorts on, which is great. I took a little win, but obviously, I was talking about following your rules. And what do I always tell you? I tell you trail your stops.
Trail your stops, yeah.
Trail your stops. What did I not do today?
Not trail your stop.
Yeah, and I'm covering manually. You know, like I was telling one of the other trainees today, and one of the things that the guys taught me is I try to never take myself manually or out of a position. Don't cover manually out of position. You know, bid. Offer out. If your order gets hit, it gets hit. But the point of that is to not limit the amount of decisions that you actually make yourself, right? Because obviously trading is like super hard, guys. Trading is super hard. So don't get down on yourself if you take losses and whatnot. But you know, the more decisions that, for me personally, that I feel that I make just based on my own emotions or thoughts, usually it's not the right one. Sometimes it is, but usually it isn't. So, you know, I like to just let the orders do the work for me and let trades work for me.
Let trades work for you. That's right, baby. Work out for me. Work out for me. So clearly, here we go. Market coming back to the downside. S&P 500 straight crashing right now. Right back below 39K goes 39K. 3900 goes S&P 500, and 12K never coming into play for NASDAQ. Clearly, on last Friday, when we were battling that 12K level on NASDAQ and not getting above that 12K on Friday itself. Maybe we'll go to the 15-minute here. That'll be easy to take a look at then. Go to the 15-minute, zoom out, Praddy. Here we go. So struggling to take out 12K on Friday for the NASDAQ market was pretty obvious for us to go short off of, maybe it wasn't this day. This was the day I shorted I forget, whatever. It struggled to do so on Friday. Monday, we were like, okay, or sorry, maybe it was Thursday. Friday gave us the free fall Friday, and then Monday had a reversal. That's right. So Thursday, struggling to take out 12K. Friday, we knew it was a free fall Friday. We took that short on Friday. And now, clearly still struggling to reclaim that 12K level on NASDAQ. And S&P 500, not even close to 4K today. We're about a good 100 points away from 4K. And this was the level that I shorted the futures not too long ago, which was the 3,900 break to the downside. And it was a clean short for us. We got about a 80-point move on that, if I remember accurately. So not being able to see the same replication move to the downside has me, you know, wondering maybe the bottom might be in because we're creating a way higher bottom than the last time. But at the same time, we're not actually creating higher highs or getting higher than the highs from last time. So it looks like we're forming a kind of a wedge in the market overall from the highs and from the lows. But if the bottom is about to come in around these levels, then that would be good for us because, you know, Disney 100, how bad is that Disney's at 100?
Yeah, it's kind of sad, you know, like seeing all these stocks kind of get, truthfully speaking, like just ruined to the downside. Like razor bladed to the downside, right? So, you know, it's tough, but that's why you can't really have a bias in the market. If you're day trading, like us guys, you got to kind of like have no bias. Just kind of take it as it comes, and you know, like we always kind of say, participate, don't anticipate. I kind of want to talk about the ES a bit, just because it's kind of coming into that consolidation range, that 38.90. So I think 38.55 was a huge level, and that was like that big level on Free Fall Friday, where it kind of like plunged below it, and then it got quickly reclaimed in the afternoon. But we haven't tested that yet. So that's a level that we're all kind of watching. But, it broke out of this 38.90 range and then obviously gave the nice move. And look where it's kind of bouncing. 38.95 is where it's kind of bouncing. So we'll see. Maybe perhaps just think about covering that short a bit more if he has a couple shares left.
Oh, buddy,
leave the 10%.
we just covered more while you were talking.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, there is a certain science to this, but it's don't make it harder than it has to be. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was just typing in the chat for our moderator, Bears versus Bull. Thank you for doing a great job out there. Great help for us, obviously. Without MSV, I don't know what we would do right now without your help over there. Much help. One of the questions that Bear versus Bull asked right now is, will we have the blotter on the bottom the way that the morning show does? So I did answer that question already in the chat, but for anyone who's not reading the chat, the answer is hopefully yes. So Lucas, Fahad, and the production crew are working hard over there to get that ticker tape working for us. Right now, though, you guys are just gonna have to use this one for me. Maybe one of these guys will implement this one on their screen for the next few days until we get that going. But man, Snapchat 40 cents in the money. We're caking on Snapchat right now. Snapchat only about wait, I thought Snapchat's low a day was 13.10. Now it says 12.75. I don't think Snapchat actually broke the low a day, so that might be a dark pool candle that I'm actually looking at that's giving the low a day at 13.75. So Snapchat only 3 cents away from the low a day, I think. And overall, though, another big winning trade on Snapchat for us. Let's cover some more trades on Snapchat just to be safe. We don't want this trade to go against us all the way back to the north direction, and then we have about 80% of our size left. So we don't want that happening. Right now, though, I only have about, I think, a quarter of my size left, so that's a good way for me to hold on to. I want to cover more Disney, but I also don't have enough to cover Disney and also hold some for a possible move later on. So since we're 74 cents in the money, we've covered most of our shares on Apple, most of our shares on Disney. We started doing what the homie to my right of me, Ian, was preaching to us just now. So let's think about where we could trail our stop on Disney. If Disney comes back above VWAP, I think I don't want to be part of it anymore. So let's put our stop on Disney. Our average price is 101.81 on Disney. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's just say 101.50 comes into play again. We're not a part of that trade anymore. For Apple, now let's go look for a trail stop on Apple. We are short Apple 104. So let's say if 103.50 comes into play, we don't want to be holding that trade anymore. And Snapchat, I'm not even going to use a Snapchat. If Snapchat goes anywhere close to VWAP, we are taking that trade again, and we're going to take, if we 5x our trade on the second time, the third time, I'm 10xing my trade. So that's how confident I am about my Snapchat trade today.
Someone wanted to talk about Walmart, so I'll quickly talk about that. Walmart, nice move. It's one of the only stocks I've seen that are slightly up on the day. Obviously, bouncing off looks like 121-ish area. But if you look at the daily, and I'll bring that up here, obviously that huge down move off the earnings play, and obviously retail's been just getting hit so hard. Obviously, we're trying to short it, but it kind of bounced off this 120-ish area, and obviously 120 can be a big psychological level, and that's what you kind of look for when things are like super oversold like this, if you are trying to play the bounce. So that might be a level of interest for me personally, if it starts to get tested back to the downside and Walmart starts to show some weakness. But now that it's like kind of closed above it and reclaimed that level, so to speak, obviously, like I said, up on the day to day, Walmart seems pretty strong. So if you had that, if you bought the dip on this one, good for you, congratulations. But yeah, that's it for Walmart.
Buy the dip, buy the dip. That is this #1 strategy, especially has been screamed about for God knows how long now. So yeah, Walmart, man, we have seen what happened with Walmart off the earnings report, sadly, but it's still in a high inflationary period like this. All they have to do is raise the prices for Walmart, raise the prices for, I don't know, a bear like this that you want to pet on your table, or raise their prices for glasses like this that you want to have, and people will still go buy them, right?
It was funny when Walmart kind of like plunged after their earnings. One of the things I was said that they're rolling back their stock prices now.
Roll back prices.
They're rolling back the stock prices now.
Rollback on the stock price for Walmart. Yeah, sadly, that is what happened. But not only are the rollback for Walmart prices, they're across the board for every stock you can look at.
Yeah, that's true. It's not only Walmart, it's everything.
Well, Walmart just rolled back the prices for everything. You know, some of these stocks got a stock split without even voting for it. So sad destruction in the market. But along with the sadness, we have some good reliefs coming in. You know, you saw Zoom, which went from 400 to 100, and hence I said, even though I'm bearish on the company, it's time to not be as bearish anymore. So part of that reason also comes to the same idea from Peloton. Let's actually go look at Peloton today. I haven't looked at Peloton in God knows how long. $12. Oh my goodness. Hopefully some of the people who I've talked to on Twitter are okay on this trade, because they are long at like you know, the 50s and the 100s or so. So hopefully they had stop losses. You always want to use stop losses for days like this or moves like this in the market. Peloton obviously struggling a lot more. 6.6 million shares trading today. Looks like a breakout of the pre-market low would have been the trade to take. Now down 6% today, 6.39% today. Let's go take a look at Palantir, one of our other babies on our long-term portfolio. The stock is looking exactly like a Peloton chart today. So here's Peloton, here's Palantir. The charts are exact identical copy. I'm guessing Affirm looks exactly like that too. So let's go over to Affirm real quick. Wow, that's a... looks like a market beta a little bit, right? The market beta moving these stocks to the downside the exact same way. All three of those stocks look the exact same. I'm guessing even Rivian looks like that, but Rivian also could have a different move in it because it is an EV stock and it moves around. Yeah, a little bit of the same move. So market beta pushing these stocks to the downside. But right now, market getting back to the north side, so might be time to just not even use my stops, just hit the flatten button on my Disney and my Apple trade and take out my profits. So yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna trail my trade on that one. We're gonna just exit stage left, take that money we made on that, bounce out there, and come back at a different time if we want to.
But this is why you gotta kind of use confluence, guys, when you're trading. So obviously we're talking about the market potentially bouncing here, right? And even if we look at this Apple chart, look at where this consolidation kind of was, right? So obviously big consolidation here, no trades, just chop, 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 chop. Once the buying starts to come in and the price kind of breaks out, you know, now the long is on, right? But look exactly where it bounces, starts to bounce, and you know, give that support right back where this consolidation area is, right? So it's not, like I said, it's not rocket science. You know, trade do what the trade gives you, do what the chart kind of gives you, and you know, go from there. Someone wanted to talk about Facebook, and I wanted to bring that up. This 180 level seems like super interesting. So I mentioned 180 early on. That after it failed that level, it hasn't kind of reclaimed it. You see here how when that market was kind of giving that push, big momentum above 180 there, but then as soon as the market started to turn around, back below, right? Test 180, can't reclaim it, back below, and now we're trading below VWAP again. So obviously Facebook's super weak today just because of everything that happened with Snapchat, trading in sympathy. But yeah, that 180 level seems pretty interesting.
180. What stock was that? Facebook. Yeah, Facebook, obviously.
Again, another psychological level. So these nice round whole numbers, especially on these like large cap stocks, they usually carry a little bit more value.
All right, so let's go check out some of these trades. Okay, like one of my friends who's actually a pretty amazing trader. You got to meet him not too long ago. Let's not mention his name. You got to meet him at the ball game.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, amazing guy. Cool guy.
What are you trying to do here, bud? So Tesla, he's talking about a Tesla trade right now. Let's see what Tesla's doing. So Tesla down 5% on the day, pushing back from the pre-market levels. So 655 area, pre-market levels, getting rejected. That would have been a beautiful short to take part of. I'm not sure if you're in it. But yeah, if the market does want to go back to the downside, which obviously it tried to a little bit, but here's the main thing right now, which is the reason why I punched myself out of my Apple and my Disney short, is this trade right here, which is what is it? This NASDAQ move up that I'm watching on my secondary screen. NASDAQ giving us a nice green candle on the 5-minute. S&P 500 also showing us a nice green candle on the 5-minute. And I'm happy with taking $1.30 per share on Apple and almost $1 per share on Disney. So I'm going to walk out of that trade without crying too much about it. But obviously I can cry later on if the trade does go on in my direction. So we'll we'll save those tears for later.
Yeah. Did you trade Tesla at all today? Did you take
No,
any
I
trades?
don't touch this stock.
Yeah, you know, Tesla it's an interesting stock just because the other day we obviously kind of traded it to the downside. Free Fall Fridays, Tesla was a big part of that. But when Tesla isn't testing new levels, you know, we're kind of disinterested at that point. You know, not everyone's going to be like Miss V and, you know, it's like God at trading Tesla. I don't know how she does it, but she does. But, you know, when it's kind of just recycling levels back and forth, you know, we're not going to be too interested in it just because it's an easy way to get chopped up. And, you know, if we look at the chart today on Tesla, let me make it a little bit bigger there for you guys. Again, it's just like breaking like similar levels. So 640 broke down the other day. So you could have taken that today, but again, it's like kind of retesting, could have easily been chopped up. But then now look at it when it's testing VWAP, it's just like back and forth, that kangaroo motion that Pratt always mentions. And now it's just kind of looking weak again below VWAP. So probably stay away from that one, especially since it's a little bit more expensive. On a tighter shutdown, you could get rinsed pretty quickly.
Trying to share this, it's hard to read. Okay, let me try to make that font a little bit bigger and see if I can do that for you. In the meantime, what are we looking at? Chop City, yeah, chopsticks. That's basically the name of the game right now, ladies and gentlemen. Can't do anything about it. Sadly, it's still kangaroo market. So I actually didn't know FOMC was tomorrow. And since FOMC was tomorrow, we have the FOMC minutes coming out. Sorry, let me correct myself a little bit over there. But still, that means the market's most likely just going to keep on bouncing up and down until some valuable information comes out that is in line with expectations or out of line with expectations, aka a surprise comes out in the market from those minutes, and that moves the market really drastically in one way or the other. But overall, though, we're just patiently waiting to see what the market will do on either side of the direction. We've had those. What the heck is that? Okay, I'm trying to change the size over here for the. Okay, let's go to that and see if that one works.
Oh, for your blotter?
Yeah, for my blotter. That was so ridiculous. The font over there was just absolutely hilarious to watch. But, okay, going for 18 font, going 18 font. Anyways, coming back to you guys real quick. Hopefully this is way better to take a look at and none of my information is being spilt out over there. Okay, now maybe that's a little bit cleaner to take a look at. Let's see if we can look at it on that screen. I think that's good. If we can look at it on that little screen we have, I think it's good. So 37 points in the money for Snapchat at the moment. Only a quarter of my size left, and I'm waiting for the lower day break on Snapchat. If that lower day doesn't break, then it's all good for me. We've already killed the trade for the most part. And if it comes back to our order that we have near 1355, we are loading up on that bad boy one more time. Much respect for the new desk, and let Brandon and Ian know that the chat likes them. The chat hates you guys, just so you know.
Yeah, do they?
Yeah. He has a chat.
It wouldn't be
open,
the first. It wouldn't be the first person that doesn't like me. But no.
Nah, we love you. We love you. You know we love you.
Yeah, let's smash the like, guys. The like button, guys. I know it's a little bit choppy today, maybe, but we're doing our best, and obviously it's a new setup, so just kind of bear with us for any technical difficulties.
So yesterday, when you were heading out, you said let's talk about what's it called? About the race real quick before you headed out.
Yeah.
I had a couple things I wanted to say about the race. Right now, what am I missing? I'm missing something over here. I'll figure it out. But what I'm trying to ask you is, what do you think about Hamilton's performance?
Oh man, Hamilton's performance was, it kind of went under the radar just because he wasn't on screen, and for a lot of time he's just kind of fighting through the midfield. But if you look at his race time, he had the best race time out of everyone in the field. So a good way to put it is that he went after the first lap. Obviously, he had that incident with Magnussen, but as soon as he came out of the pits, he was like 55 seconds behind Max.
Yeah.
Max won the race, so technically he has the best race time, right? At the end of the race, he finished only like 35 seconds behind Max, so he gained 15 seconds across the entire race versus Max, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and the more impressive part was obviously I was cussing him out back then. You're on the call with me and we were watching it, which was him about to give up on that race, but the team holding him down, saying, "Yo, don't be giving up. We're about to kill it. We're about to at least go for position number 8. At least give us some points." And props to him. He put his head down. He raced his butt off, and he got 5th, 6th.
He got 5th. He was up to 4th, but it's funny how we can relate that back to trading, because one of the things that Pratt said was like, this guy's not even shut down yet and he wants to quit. You know, like it's a good thing, because like obviously we have our shutdown, right?
Yeah.
So we have our shutdown. That limits the amount of money that we can lose in any given day, right?
Yeah.
So that's good risk management. But you know, if I'm not shut down on the day and if I see a good trade, am I not going to take that trade? Do I not smash that trade? I have to smash that trade. It's my
your
job.
job,
It's
too.
literally my job, right? So same thing with Hamilton. It's not like his car was like retired or anything like that. Like, you know, he needs to put his head down and keep racing, right? Keep going.
Yeah, so that was I forgot about that joke.
Yeah.
He's not even shut down yet. Why is he giving up on the race, man? You hit your shutdown, then you give up. You're not even shut down. You got a semi-working perfectly car, because at the end he almost had to retire the car.
Yeah.
Right? So a semi-working perfectly car going into the end of the race, and a pretty decent race from him. And the next weekend we have another race, you said, Monaco. Brandon said there's a parade coming in for that race, so I can't wait to see that. A lot of fun, excitement coming in on the sports side, obviously. But man, that Miami Heat game was such a sleeper. Yo, you have a nice bet going on for the Warriors, bro. You cashed out? You didn't even let them play today?
$3?
Bro, come on. You never hit the cash out button. You never hit the cash out button. No, Sean had a nice call out. Sean had a nice call out on the Golden State Warriors to win the series or the conference finals. So they're 3-0 right now already. They're gonna go 4-0 today. And yeah, nice bet on that side. I should have tailed you on that, man. Now the odds for that are garbage.
Monaco is the worst track. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Worst track.
Racing wise, it's pretty bad. Like the cars are too big for it now, but. You know, it's fun and exciting. It's like the Crown Jewel F1, so it's always a good weekend to watch.
It's all because just because everyone pulls up with a nice yacht and everyone has
That's
all
the
this
thing, like, because Prad's never been to a
models.
Formula One race, and I have. I've been to Montreal. It was amazing. But, you know, if we're picking races to go to, Monaco is probably not the one unless you're, like, completely loaded.
I would not go to Monaco if I don't have a yacht.
Exactly. Like, if you're not watching from a yacht, like, you're not getting into any of those high-profile parties.
I'll lend you guys.
Sick.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
go.
We're going to borrow Sean's yacht for the weekend, and, yeah, it'll be great.
Let's go. All right, so market actually moving up over here, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like UVXY, which is the VIX ETF that we use over here to track, got rejected from the VWAP areas and is now really pushing to the downside. Apple has formed somewhat of a base near my last exit. S&P 500 and NASDAQ moving above VWAP. S&P 500 actually above VWAP, but NASDAQ slightly below VWAP at the moment. And since UVXY is right back to the pre-market lows of $16 or so, clearly the market wants to get back to the north side right now and push up to maybe back to those 39.20, 39.30 levels on the S&P 500, and let's see what levels it could be on NASDAQ. 1175 on NASDAQ, 11,800 maybe if it can come into play. So beautiful longs once again, and I'm very happy with my exits on most of the stocks over there. Snapchat trying to go back up north, so let's actually cover more on Snapchat, and that way when it does move back up north, we can take profits, or we can reload on that trade. On what? Apple just tanked. Okay, let's go check out Apple. Wow, yeah, Apple dropped from VWAP over there a little bit.
Is Powell talking? Maybe he said something?
Well, people said the speech was pre-recorded and there was nothing of substance in there. So hopefully that is actually true. But market just keeps on trading near VWAP at the moment. We're not back to the lower days, nor are we back to the higher days. So a little bit of a VWAP action coming in. It is about to be 1 o'clock. It's time to say goodbye to
Ian. Yeah, we're gonna do a
so
little swap. Luca's gonna hop in, and I'm going to take off. But thanks a lot, guys, for having me. Obviously, it's a new and exciting show, new desk, new camera angles, so that's always kind of fun. But thanks a lot, guys, and good luck the rest of the day.
The number one thing for you guys now is instead of 2 screens in that corner, you get 4 screens.
Oh yeah, now we have 4 screens. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more accessible and a little bit more easier to use. So it's exciting.
All right, we're gonna let you take off and let Luca set up on that side. So market looks like it's gonna fail that long that we were talking about and head right back to the downside right now, or at least right back in that range that we were looking at. So this range, the same range is looking. It looks pretty similar for NASDAQ and S&P 500. So once right back to the downside we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully market hangs out. Brad, you gotta go to Tootsies with me. I don't know what that is, my friend. Thanks, Ian. Yes, thank you, Ian. Thank you. What's your name, sir? The person next to Pratt. His name was Ian. The person before that was Brandon. And now you have your favorite coming on, Luca. Luca, let's see what type of magic he's going to be spitting on the show today. What type of trades he's going to showcase to us. I know he had an AMD trade today. Luca trading AMD? I think something's wrong in this world today. Something's wrong because Luca's not trading Apple. Luca's trading AMD. So I can't wait to see what type of trades my man over here is going to show us and what type of other crazy tidbits he's gonna tell me, because if there's anything I learned from my peers, more from my peers than anyone, is this guy, Mr. Knowledge Bank is what we should call him on Discord instead of your current username. What's your current username? Maybe don't say it out loud.
Well, we got a bunch of nicknames.
Yeah, we got a bunch of usernames. We keep switching it out loud. I can't say my username out loud right now because it's two jokes. All right. Market indeed pushing back down. Sadly, VWAP not holding the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ at the moment. So right back to the downside we go, and that makes me upset about not holding some of my size on some of my trades. But you know, we can't complain about making money already. We've cashed out so far, and we're just gonna keep on trying to cash out. Let's see some of the stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Can you take a look at BA? Boeing. All right, let's take a look at Boeing. Boeing once again to the downside, sadly. Struggling again over here. Looks a lot like Affirm and the other stock that we were talking about, Rivian and Peloton and Palantir. So basically the market beta dragging down Boeing also. Oh boy, the market's actually pushing down here. For some reason, it's extending its losses. Do we actually break the support level? Looks like we are actually going to break the support level over there. So this level right here is what I was looking at for the S&P 500. This is the 15-minute chart we're looking at right now. So let's see if this 15-minute chart can actually manage to get into this range. And if it does, I think we're going to start trading in sideways around these ranges. And the market's getting ready to go much, much more to the downside. Almost 2K likes. Let's get that number even more up there. You know, play that scene from Wolf of Wall Street right now where it goes, those are rookie numbers. We got to get the numbers up there. Rookie numbers, ladies and gentlemen, rookie numbers. But what is not rookie is this market move, man. This market move, I guess what's the opposite for rookie? Amateur? No, amateur is rookie too, right? Pro?
The opposite, pro.
Pro? You're what? Mike. Oh, you're Mike. Is your mic on now?
I think we're good now.
Awesome. Can you guys hear Luca? Mic test?
Can you hear me? Beautiful.
Awesome.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody had a profitable morning, profitable day. I'm actually having a really good day. Let me just see here.
If you want to set up, I can talk a little bit more. No worries.
Yeah, just take it for the next 2 minutes. Let me just get settled in here.
I got you. No worries at all. So, man, that Apple short's crushing right now to the downside. Disney about to pay you more dividends for anyone who went Disney short with me at 102, and you cashed out along with me. Then, you know, that's why we say trade your own book. But if you were not trading my book, which is cashing out only for $1 per share, you would be in the money still. So Disney pushing down over here, Apple pushing down along with the rest of the market, obviously. And that move that I was talking about for S&P 500, getting into that lower day range, CM, getting into that lower day ranges right now, heading down south. So not really looking good. Looks like the longs. Okay. Let me go to the 5-minute chart instead of the 15-minute chart, because on the 5-minute chart we are seeing a little bit of a bounce coming in off that range high. So that's what I was talking about. We might see a bounce, a little bit of a bounce maybe coming in of the range high, and then maybe go back down, or maybe that range bounce might just take us back above VWAP and then start trading above VWAP a little bit. I personally, I'm still bearish on the day. How can you not be bearish on the day after you saw Friday, you saw Thursday, Friday, yesterday, and you're watching today? Yesterday's move was a little nonsensical. We were just trading sideways, but we were in the green territories a little bit, if I remember correctly. So this move kind of replicates what happened on Thursday and Friday, and today and yesterday and today. So market heading back to the downside. I'm just being a little extra bearish for myself. You know me, bear pride. Hopefully market pays me dividends on the shorts. Right now market is trying to bounce off there. That's the screen that's going to be on the show.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I could share a couple of trades with you guys here. Switch it over to me quick.
Yeah, you're good. Just keep on talking.
Okay,
Fahad's got it.
Beautiful. So, you know, obviously had to trade Apple today. Came in a little bit late, and I have a new rule for myself. 9:30 to 10, I'm sort of kind of hanging out. No, I don't want to really push the gas, especially if liquidity's not there. And for some reason, if I avoid coming in 9:30 to 10, after 10, it's just off to the races, and I do very well. So I was waiting, and I was watching Apple, and everything was falling off. And I do have my rule, you guys know. I'm not really looking to short
Real
Apple.
quick.
Yep.
Guess who said that before?
Oh,
Don't come in at 9:30, man. Just don't come in at 9:30. These open moves are scams. Scam moves.
Yeah, I'm learning from the best. I'm learning from the best around, right? So yeah, and I come in and I'm waiting and I look at Apple and right away I see the tape and I say to myself, you know what? There's a lot of selling here. I want to take a short. But, having my rule, like I don't really want to take too much size shorting this name. So I kind of got in, got out. It was rough. And then we sort of bounced. And over here, I like the bounce on Apple, but I love the bounce on AMD. And I think Sean called it. And now I'm not an AMD trader. It's not my forte. I always look at Apple. I like the spread. I'm comfortable moving a little bit more size there. And, I look at AMD and I tell myself, okay, no prior experience, not really my forte, but I got to take a small stab here. I got to take it. And look at this. And I'll expand this for you guys here. This is just beautiful. Right around the 90 level. And this is something that Sean called out. It was perfect. I mean, like the market was bottoming. It was sort of tanking. There was a lot of selling, but it was bottoming. And AMD had this little channel, this small little channel here. And so there wasn't really a lot of selling, and it just couldn't get through 89.50. And so I said to myself, you know what? Let's try a small little long here. And again, like I'm a scalper at heart. I'm always going to take very, very quick trades. I would love to get in here and get out here at the top. It's just not my strategy. It doesn't work. So I say to myself, you know what? Get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. And this is just perfect. I mean, this I just took like 50 cents. This I took maybe like 30 cents. And then here I started just building the long. I don't know why I covered. This was a little bit of a mistake here. If you guys can see, like I covered here just because, you know what? The top entry is always kind of what gets me. I get in too early and then I get out too early, but then obviously reap the rewards, whatever. And then kind of like didn't really lose here, took one L and I walked away. And then after I didn't really get chopped here, this was sort of like break even. So I'm very, very proud of myself today because I literally got paid and walked away. And I went for a walk. I had a nice espresso. Like I was like, okay, everything's good. Like no worries in the world. I'm going to come on here, chat with you guys. So hopefully you guys are profitable too. And yeah, I saw somebody ask, my name Luca or Luca? It's L-U-C-A. L-U-C-A. I'm Italian background. Yep, Italian, good Italian boy. That's what my nonna says. And yeah. It's so today was great. Today was fun, and hopefully market continues to move so we could put on more trades for you guys. We always joke. It's kind of funny. Let me pull up the ES for you guys. I don't know if Brad was talking about it before, but we have we have a bunch of formations with our friends here, right? And we just say on the overall market. And sometimes we get the big dippers. Sometimes we get the V-shaped recovery. We created the W formation. When everybody wins, the market just creates this nice W and then makes new highs, and all portfolios are saved. So, maybe we're getting a little bit of that, as you can see here. We got like the first sign of a W, potentially the second sign of a W, and then we just take off for continuation bounce. But guys, keep in mind, we have the Fed day tomorrow. Not an interest rate decision, but, they're probably going to say what everybody expects they're going to say. And you guys can go to, I think there's on the CME website, they have like probabilities of what they think interest rates are. And I can actually find that for you guys if Prad has anything to share for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I got you, brother. Let's go check out what the market is doing and what you guys are talking about in the chat. I see a lot of Lucky Luciano comments going on, so it looks like they're just making up names for you. Another Tony effect coming into the show here. Another Italian. Ciao, Luca.
Ciao,
yeah,
ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Now it looks like the show is getting crowded by Italians and Bramptonians. No. He's not from Brampton, but he's pretty close. He's Vaughan. We can take under. We will take him under Brampton. It's all good.
The city above Toronto. They're definitely building a city over there. Yeah, there's a lot of condos going up, and watching them go up, it's very interesting.
Yeah, so a couple stocks that I'm looking at in the chat. Lyft. Let's go take a look at Lyft today. Lyft sadly getting beat up 14%, almost 15% to the downside over here. Finding a base near $17.20 while the market's trying to create somewhat of a green move over here on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. But sadly, Lyft has been beat up so hard today. Let's go see if there's any levels we can find on Lyft for a long long. And actually right here, as you guys can see on the dailies on our P-Pro platform, sponsored by Day Trade the World, for anyone who's interested about what P-Pro is, it is a prop firm over here, as you guys can see behind us. Where are the traders behind us?
They're in a meeting.
They're in a meeting.
Yeah, they're
right.
in a meeting. We do meetings. Yeah, Greg does meetings Tuesdays and Thursdays with the new group.
Yeah.
And that's the benefit of being on a trading floor. You got traders around you. Everything that I'm saying to you guys, everything that I'm going to say over the course of this period is, I'm just repeating things that better traders told me. So, I can take, exactly. I can take no credit for what I'm saying. You guys, obviously just soak up knowledge where knowledge is. Keep that in mind. No matter what industry you're in, hopefully you guys, join the trading industry. But, even if not, soak up industry, soak up information where it is, right? And I learned from everybody around me, and it's really fun, and I attribute that to being on the trading floor. It was great.
100%, yeah. So I was just saying, Day Trade the World. Go check out daytradetheworld.com. Right now they're in a meeting, as Luca was mentioning. Tons of information to learn from that meeting on a daily basis. I actually wish I could go to those meetings right now. Holy, Snapchat has some volume coming in on Snapchat right now to the downside. Of course, it has volume coming in when I'm not holding that trade anymore. So Snapchat breaking the lower day properly this time and heading towards that $13 level looks like. I just punched myself out of the trade because I figured, Snapchat doesn't really want to do anything going on over here. But I was wrong because there was a big volume coming in and just pushed out the stock to multiple levels. Before that, though, I was talking about Lyft. So Lyft near 17 has a pretty good consolidation for, looks like 2 weeks or so, maybe slightly more than 2 weeks over here, forming a base near $17. I think that could be something to think about for a long. Right now, while the market's creating somewhat of a bounce, we could think about taking a long on Lyft, giving it the risk of lower day near 17.20. And if 17.20 breaks, you just wait for that $17 level. Unless you're okay with giving that 20 cents of risk on that trade, then you just keep on adding it all the way up to 17, or you just hold it all the way up to 17, break maybe 16.95, 16.85, and then if 16.85 goes, then you can get back into then you can call the trade a loser. But right now, so far, according to the variables that the market is presenting us with, 17 looks to have a decent base, and 18 seems to have a decent base also. I would like for a nice little long trade possibility around here, but at the time of the day right now, it's 1:13 Eastern Standard Time. Lunchtime is coming to an end, or actually has come to an end, and we're looking for volume spikes across the board, such as Snapchat that recently had a little bit of a volume spike to the downside. Maybe not a volume spike because I'm not really seeing a spike on the chart, but it looked like it elevated. The tape was getting hotter. The tape was speeding up to the downside, at least, if you ask me, and it took out the lower day. Right now, Disney is also forming a nice little base in front of 150 and trying to not go much lower, trying to not go back to the lower day that is on Disney, which happens to be near 100. And I think a lot of traders are actually waiting for that short trade near 100. If that is a possibility, I think we might see Disney break 100 in case S&P 500 and NASDAQ decide to break the lower day at some point in the day. What do you think?
Interesting take. I see somebody here, they were asking, what's my take on AMD now? Guys, keep in mind that a lot of these names, like AMD is down 4.4% today, right? So obviously there's longs to be made. There's money to be made on the long side. And as much as I want to believe that this can go up, I have no idea. I think we could go lower. I think we could go lower and potentially test the lows, but as much as I want to see it go up, I'm not sure. Maybe we retest 90. We're just below VWAP now, but one of the things I'm learning is, if you have a name that's down like 4 or 5% on the day, you have to keep in mind that, watch the tape. There could be a lot of follow-through selling pressure, right? So, you get these pops, right? And let me just back up here. You get, opens over here, comes down, channels, pops, makes a new high, kind of climaxes up here, and then just sort of low volume drop. And this is sort of the trend that we've been seeing in large caps that I've been following on the way down. You got to be very careful if you're taking breakouts. Like, I wouldn't recommend taking breakouts in a bear market. This is a new market environment, new to everybody. But, one of the things I'm learning the hard way, I guess, do the hard work so you guys don't have to. Don't take breakouts. You take the 93 breakout here because you think maybe we're going to push highs. It becomes challenging. You definitely want to pick your spots, and just kind of see, where you get in. Maybe 90 support if you're thinking of long. I wouldn't be too aggressive getting long over here. That's just kind of my take on that. But yeah, I can share with you guys so the CME website. So this is where, you look at interest rate decisions. So, as you can see, there's basically a 90% chance that they're not going to raise. And something that we were looking at last time is, you had the interest rate decision and they were saying, okay, we're going to hike potentially 75 beeps in the future. And so when they dialed that back and said only 50, that was huge, in my opinion. That was huge. That was very bullish, and that's what kind of caused that push higher when they released the news. So going into this meeting, June, everything's probably going to be as expected. So I don't think we're going to get, a big surprise. So my plan is to just wait, and this is June 15th, wait. But I think we're getting an increase July. So you can actually push this out right up here, and you see, you got June, now you got July. They say, okay, they're going to raise. So there's a 90% chance that they raise 25, 50 beeps. And then heading into the end of the year, I mean, you pick whatever date you want and look at this, and then it starts to get, okay, people don't really know. And, as you get closer to the day, these things get more, the market prices it in and kind of shows you what they expect to happen. So it's always, the further out that you are, the more that, these will kind of have just a distribution like you see here. But, keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this because these trades are clearly moving the market. And, we haven't seen tightening in like 10, 15 years, right? So, I mean, I wasn't even a trader, right? So I've only traded in one type of environment. This is completely new to me. And I'm asking around, I'm like, hey, what do you guys think? And everyone's like, oh, this is new to everybody. I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of exciting because nobody knows what to expect. And that just means opportunity for me.
Yeah, 100%. Tons of opportunity, tons of things to learn for us on a day-to-day basis. It's such a beautiful time. I know you have a story, Luca, about how you were on the floor before and during the market illiquid times, right? And how bad it was to trade then, and now it's just like I know it's a little illiquid still, but the opportunities are dime a dozen at the moment compared to like 3-4 years ago, right?
Well, so it was a different market. So when things are moving slow and everybody knows what to expect and there's not a lot of action, then there's not a lot of opportunity because things are moving slower. So trading back then, it was sort of just buy the dip, hold. Things rally, sell into strength, it goes back down, you buy it back. And that was kind of the strategy. I assume a lot of people were swing trading at the time. And it was literally just buy the dip.
Right.
Like that's what everybody was doing. Now, this is a trader's market. And it doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's easy. But this is definitely a trader's market. Things are moving. I mean, like you have range on Apple. It's, what is it, like 5 points, 4 points, 6 points? Like it's insane. Like there's so much opportunity. And the good thing, the way I look at it is this. Look, if there's a lot of opportunity, you can make a lot of mistakes, you can get smoked, and you can make it all back plus more in the same day. Yeah. So you can learn so much. So I think the past 2 years, obviously COVID, markets were going crazy, but even the last year of trading was insane because, you had so many things. You had the GME, the AMC that came to fruition. You had, you had like kind of like headline risk, all these different market environments within 1 year. You learn so much. And it's, you gotta just adapt, right? You gotta learn very quickly. So, you're gonna lose, you're gonna win, but because there's opportunity, if you lose, don't even worry because you're gonna win eventually.
That's right. Just gotta make sure you can take the next hand. You think of it maybe like a blackjack table or a poker table. You can't be going all in every round and then you're gonna be running out of money. You gotta make sure you can take the next hand that the dealer is gonna deal out to you. And in this case, the dealer is the market. So I'm just looking at this tweet that Trader TV Neil sent out. If you're not following Trader TV Neil, Trader TV Sean, hopefully Trader TV Luca will make an account soon. I'm not sure if he's planning on it. But, all of us have an account over here. So Disney, man, pretty much the same trade. But I just want to take a look at it and point out the difference that experience has as a trader. So this is his trade over here. Same entry on the short, same entry on the long. But look how clean his trade looks on his exits. And mine just looks so crowded on the exit direction. Obviously, we both made money on that trade. We're not complaining about that. I'm not complaining about anything. But, his trades just look so much cleaner. It's like 50 cents, one exit, VWAP second exit, got into a short, VWAP first exit, and then second exit to $1 per share. So, mine looks a little crowded, doesn't it, for sure? It just looks like, I want out. But,
what's the saying? We do this job to get paid, right?
Right.
So don't rush to take your profits.
Yeah.
Like after like a 10-cent move. I mean, if you're trading like Apple, the thing moves like 10 cents in the money, like, I mean, It's going to move 50 cents probably.
So
So
goes to
don't
show
sell
the
it right
lack,
away.
the exchange and experience. You know, obviously them both combined have 30 years of experience between them. You and I combined probably have 8. You know, at best. So this goes to show the lack of experience and how much more I can improve on from here. It's only up from here on out, right? There's no bottom from here on out. There could be, but still.
Well, what does Greg say? Your worst day of trading is your first day of trading.
Your worst day of trading is your first day of trading. Okay.
Yeah. So you can only get better. It doesn't mean it gets easier.
Yeah.
But hopefully you're getting better, or else it's going to make it very challenging on yourself.
That's right.
But yeah, guys, let us know what you guys are trading. If anything's moving, I know you guys always shout out small caps tickers. I'm not sure if anything's moving. I'm just checking like large caps right now. I see. It is kind of choppy. It's actually interesting how you get this kind of move on like Apple. You know, you have the big move down, then it just barcodes, pops up, back down. Are we going to just barcode again? I have no idea. We'll see what happens. But I really do like that area, that 137.
A firm is near the bottom of the day.
A firm? I really like that bottom 137.50 to 137.80 on Apple. I think that holds. But if it doesn't, then watch out fireworks. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
A firm? Okay, I can talk about a firm. So Sean called out a firm low a day. We know Sean's short a firm, and why would you not be short a firm? Buy now, pay never, ever later. What's your price, sorry, 21? 21.86 is his price. So let's just say 22 on this up move above VWAP that a firm had. Beautiful short execution. Multiple dollars in the money already. A firm about to take out the low a day. I'm not sure if this is a dark pool candle, and if that is, and if it's not a dark pool candle, sorry, then the low a day is actually 20.80. But we're pretty close to it, only 6 pennies away from it. Let's see if the market, which is trying to go back to the downside here, helps a firm break that low a day and extend the losses on today. So far, though, if I was just to read the stock off the chart, just from how the stock played out, double bottom coming in after a failed break of 21 to the downside. I'm saying only a failed break because 20 cents to the downside shows you that it's bounced off of that level a couple times clearly. But with the move that the market might give us right now, which is to the negative side, if that move comes into play, I think a firm really takes out the bottom and extends to the downside and does not end up holding at 21. What is a dark pool?
That is a great question.
Go for it.
That is a great question. So in the market, you have the exchange, right? And you have gateways. You have lit gateways and you have dark gateways, right? So to share my screen here, if you look at the level 2, what you'll see is you can see NASDAQ, EdgeX, Edge A, BATS, like these are all lit gateways, right? The exchange might own some, or they might just be like separate venues, private venues. On the other side, you have dark gateways, so dark pools. Dark pools are for bigger institutions to transact in. They don't necessarily want to hold their hand. So when you guys are watching, and right now things are sort of muted. There's not really a lot of size on the book. I don't know what I can pull up to show that. But, sometimes what you see is you might see like 5,000 lots pop up on like a large cap, let's say Microsoft or Apple. And so that's not going to happen every day. People aren't necessarily throwing, huge size, hundreds of millions of dollars and transacting on a lit gateway, because what tends to happen is they want the fill, right? Everybody who's trading wants the fill, and you're only sending your order to a lit gateway if you think you can get that fill. And so if you have a huge order, imagine an order like, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 lots, and you just throw that on a lit gateway, imagine how the market reacts to that. It'll either fill it very, very slowly, and you tend to see this on even dollars because, a lot of different orders are stacked. But imagine if you're a portfolio manager and you want that fill, then you call around, you transact in dark pools, you throw your orders, nobody knows that it's there. And so what you'll see is, you'll see the tape, the time of sale, and to share my screen one more time here, you'll see the time of sale, and D is dark pool, right? And so what tends to happen is not a lot is happening, maybe the price is coming down, there's a lot of selling, and then it hits this dark pool order, and there's just like huge block orders going off, and they're on the D print. And what that just means is people are transacting in dark pools, but they might not necessarily show their hand on a lit gateway. So you will not see it on the level 2, but it is there. And so if you do catch wind of it and you sort of have some context, then you can apply sort of trading strategy. Like what I look for is like if I'm saying to myself, okay, I really want to get long here, I like the bounce play, I think there's going to be a lot of support, and I see a lot of selling, and I see D prints just absorbing. So there's potentially size that's right there, and there's just D prints that are selling into that, and it's holding. I say to myself, okay, you know what? this looks good. There's obviously a lot of size bid in the dark pool. Let me play the bounce. Now, it's not always going to be like that. It's always going to be different. Everything's going to be different. But keep that in mind. And just to kind of cover dark pool wicks, like, our software picks up every single trade. That's why it's super efficient. So sometimes what you'll see is you'll see wicks that like wick down all the way to like a random price. Like that didn't necessarily happen. It didn't necessarily sell off and then come back. It's just the software picking up the dark pool print that printed. So that kind of, a little bit frustrating if you're a charts trader. But, thankfully, I rely on specifically the information in front of me, which is, level 2 and the tape, right?
So let's quickly go over to the earnings board. So the earnings board today is, so as you guys can see right there, BMO, Dick's Sporting Goods tomorrow morning, Scotiabank. Looks like we have a bunch of Canadian banks coming on with their earnings. So we like looking at those, obviously. Yesterday, Bank of America and Wells Fargo. Let's just say the overall bank ETFs just ripped up to the north side. We have Nordstrom and Urban Outfitters coming out today after hours, along with Starbucks. So we have quite a bit of names out there. Anything that interests you, Luca? Maybe Dick's Sporting Goods for tomorrow, Nordstrom after hours? Why are you guys laughing?
You said anything interesting?
That's no. Not that one. Not that one.
Anything
No. What was the other ones?
Nordstrom.
Starbucks. Espresso. Yeah, that one. Oh man, that's funny.
All right, but no, obviously taking a look at the clothing retailers out there today, Urban Outfitters and Nordstrom, JWN, I'll be watching those. Yesterday, the Zoom earnings, man, I should have traded those Zoom earnings. That was something that I missed out on.
Oh, that was crazy. I'm so happy I didn't trade that because I said to myself, I was like, there is no way that Zoom goes up. There's no way. So I'm like ready to take a short. And I was like, but I need to see it. I need to see the tape selling. And I'm like, I'm ready to take a short. And like right away, boom, earnings comes up. Like the stock is flying up. And let me just pull it up here for you guys. The stock is ripping after hours. And I'm just watching it go higher. And I'm like, hey, I like it more. So let me get ready to take even more size. And then eventually I'm like, okay, I'm done. But yeah, I can show you guys here. So this is what happened. This was actually hilarious. And as you can see, there's no arrows on this. So I did not trade it, luckily, because over here I said to myself, you know what? This is probably going to 80. It's probably going to 80. And I was so wrong. I mean, it's down today, so I guess I wasn't super wrong. Yeah, you got what is this in Kathy Wood's portfolio? Probably. You know what? There was an iceberg bid at 89.31, if I remember correctly. And I saw that, and I'm like, oh, when this breaks, it's gonna go. And then it just like skyrocketed. I was like, well, I guess the iceberg was correct. I guess I was wrong. So yeah, but that's the beauty of being a trader, right? You don't have to trade if you don't know what's happening. But if you see what's happening, be very aggressive because that's how we get paid.
That's right. Gotta be. One of the analogies that I hear a lot of people use sometimes is being a sniper. You're being patient. You're a hunter. You're a sniper.
Oh, yeah.
You're waiting for your deer to come by, your doe, your deer, whatever it is that you're trying to hunt for. And you're sitting there for hours and hours and hours, just waiting patiently, looking through your scope sometimes, looking through your binoculars or whatever. And when you find the opportunity, you calm your nerves down, you take your aim, and then you take your shot, right? So just got to be patient, be ready for whenever the opportunity arises. And today we've had tons of opportunities already. Thankfully, the market does not want to go right back to the low of day. S&P 500 just now got back over 3,900 to the north side. So Snapchat got called out a little bit. Let's go take a look at Snapchat, which created a new low of day at $13.04. But right now, Snapchat also trying to move back to the north side along with the overall market, and Disney forming a clean base near 100.5, a clean little base forming near 100.5, not really moving back to the $100 level, but I think everyone's waiting for that $100 level to come into pay patiently. Like I was talking about, there's a bunch of snipers in the fields waiting for that deer to show up in their scope, and that deer is going to come in when the $100 breaks and when the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are most likely testing the low a day or are about to break the low a day. So just got to be patient. Look, I've already made enough trades for the day today. I'm already up on the day. No reason to FOMO myself into a trade right now and give back my capital. But if I find that opportunity, we're gonna slam it. We're gonna take advantage of it and try to add to our bank that already made today so far. Looking for some opportunities though. Looking at chat, I think someone called out GOVX. I know Luca was taking a look at GOVX around $3, or maybe it was Brandon actually. It was Brandon during the 11 o'clock first co-host of mine during 11 o'clock. That $3 break is what we were looking at. Right now, GOVX is trying to break that $3 level one more time. Let's see if we can do. I mean, it has broke $3 to like maybe 5-6 pennies or so, but not really truly breaking $3 to take it above 320 and all the way up to 350 and so on. Looks like California reports the first suspected monkeypox case. It's over. Shut down. But hopefully we don't go through a whole new shutdown and everything else, because trust me,
oh, man,
a lot of people went crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to be at the gym, so I just hope it doesn't shut down.
And they need to be at the gym. Hopefully no shutdowns. I don't think people can handle another shutdown, honestly. I know my family can't. I live in a dungeon all my life. Like, I don't need to go out too much.
You're like the meme, like, I saw a meme. It's like, oh, introverts during the shutdown, they're like, oh, things are shutting down?
Exactly.
Headphones on, turn on the games. Let's go to town. Yeah,
people complaining about being indoors all day for 6 months, 7 months. Talk to me when you've done it for 24 years, right? So that's what I feel like. But no, all fun and games aside, I don't think I can do it either. Too much fun to be coming into work and going out for beers on Fridays. I don't think I can go away from that part.
Oh, it's a really fun environment coming in here. I was in here and it was pretty empty. And I remember I was looking over at Greg and he's like, oh. People. And I started laughing. I'm like, I'm like, people, yes, only the good people. We're only bringing the good people here. No, I'm kidding. Everybody's welcome. And seeing the floor develop over the course of it's been maybe 2 months, 3 months, seeing, new faces, people come in, kind of everybody has a different story, just chatting with everybody. It's really nice. It's really nice. It's very challenging to trade, and trading alone kind of sucks, right? So you bring this really cool environment, get everybody together, everybody has a difference of opinion. I always say this. I always hear Sean, and he's like, okay, I'm going to take a short on Apple here, and I just take my earphone out, and I go, I got to watch this, because I have no idea how to make money on the short on Apple. And so I'm just hands off, just watching, okay, what's going to happen? And I just see Apple tanking, and I'm like, okay, I know I should not be getting long here. I know I should not be getting long. I was like, this is how it's done. Okay, but again, you learn from traders around you. You see kind of their strategies, what they're doing, what they're thinking about, and you go from there.
Yeah, man. Are you guys looking for a janitor? I don't know about that one. But you know what you can do? Do ! Apply in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, and you guys can get the email to apply through for the co-host of Market Movers. So go through that application process. For anyone who's not able to even do the ! Apply, just email marketing@tradertv.live. Marketing@tradertv.live. But yeah, that janitor question was hilarious over there. That was funny. Imagine though you transition from being a janitor to a top tier trader on the floor. Now that's a story that we've yet to have.
Oh my God.
We've yet to have a story like that.
That's a story, and it's possible. And it's possible, right?
Yeah.
Anything is possible. That's the beauty of this job. Anything is possible. Anything could happen. You wake up in the morning, you have no idea what's going to happen. I'm sure a lot of you guys know. You wake up, head to your computers, and you say, I have no idea, but I know my strategy. I'm going to trade, and hopefully good things happen.
Awesome. Let's go take a look at some of these, maybe the monkeypox stocks, since we were talking about it not too long ago. 28% in the money for GOVX. Another day, another green move for the stock. 9 million float, obviously, so keep in mind low float. Pretty scary for me when I'm trading low float stocks, but this stock actually has a decent catalyst that could possibly help it go into the realms of mRNA and Pfizer. Now, I don't know how infectious this is. is or how anything of those realms are. Got to do more research on it. But if this does cause the same problem that COVID has caused the market not too long ago, 2 years or so, then I think, maybe these guys could get bought out by Pfizer. They could get teamed up with Pfizer and Moderna, and then you will see Moderna and Pfizer get launched to the north direction again. Moderna back to 400, if this is an actual issue to be worried about, I wouldn't be surprised by seeing something crazy like that. So, that's why all eyes are on stocks such as GOVX and SIGA SIGA, which was down yesterday, and GovX was actually up on the day. And today SIGA is still down on the day, even though GovX is up on the day. A little bit of an inverse play for these two, looks like. But yeah, overall, man, everyone's watching that sphere, the play that might be happening around those situations. Some of the other plays that people are tracking closely right now are actually the oil futures, which is under NM. CLNM. So oil didn't really move too far to the downside off the morning news that came out around 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock or so. We're still only down 0.5% on crude futures here today, and still above $100 right now, currently trading at 109.72 and forming a base near 109.40. So tons of buyers still coming in after that news that I thought would have maybe brought down crude to about a 1% or more to the downside. Let's go Facebook. So Facebook, I'm guessing, is moving back to the upside over here. You're long? He's long on Facebook, Sean, so his Facebook is moving back up north in a clean fashion, along with the market, which is trying to maybe get back above 3,900 right now. I mean, it's above 3,900 for the S&P 500 futures, but we're exactly near VWAP. So hence, I think it's really trying to decide what the market wants to do. But if you just look over at UVXY, I think UVXY tells you what the market wants to do at the moment, which is go up.
I'm reading one of his comments, Luca. In Sweden, there was an outrage when they had to stand 2 meters apart because they were not used to being that close. That's funny. You guys got jokes. Yeah, keep them coming.
All right, market too choppy, I guess, is what people are talking about. Bet Facebook is the trade of the day. Facebook is the trade of the day. Well, you are accurate on that one, but guess what? You win nothing on your bet. Same like me. I win nothing on my bet yesterday because Jimmy Buckets could not score any damn buckets.
You saw Tatum.
Yo, Tatum, though, that was a nice bet. That was a nice bet.
Unreal.
Tatum dropping 30-something, 32 or something.
Tatum's incredible.
Tatum's but
incredible.
last game Tatum dropped like 8, bro.
It's okay, though. He's saving himself.
Money on him this game.
This game, yeah. But I think his stats where he scored 30 or more or 25 or more in this series, 3 games in a row, and they've only played 4. So obviously Tatum popping off, Butler not popping off. That's your boy Jimmy Buckets, bro. That's
Jimmy
your
Buckets.
boy.
No. I just like saying Jimmy Buckets.
Your boy Jimmy Buckets screwed me on $10, and I'm upset about that. I'm upset. All right, market indeed coming to the upside right now, or going to the upside, because UVXY, as you guys can see, is trickling its way back below $16 over here. So NASDAQ moving up, S&P 500 moving up. That means Apple and Facebook are all moving up. I hear some keys being clicked on that side. That means Facebook is up another $1 in the money. Let's go, Facebook. Even with SSR, Facebook able to find a higher low and getting ready to go test the day's high. AMD 9130. Let's go check out AMD right now. Ooh,
like
AMD,
a madman.
baby, smashing them keys. All the way to the north side we go in the market. Now we're pushing straight to 3910 again on S&P 500.
Like hitting the Alicias.
Hitting the Alicias.
Ooh.
Hitting the Alicia keys, man. Wow, that was a good one. I can't deny that one. But yes, keys open doors, and here we go. They're opening the doors to the north side right now, baby. They're opening doors to the north side. Is this the bro show? Hey, could be. Are you looking at anything, Luca?
Well, I like the Facebook long idea. See, when things go SSR, shorts can't slam it, right? So it's either you have a position that you have to dump, or you're buying. So I do like the long here, actually. See if we can get a 180 test. Let's see what happens if I can get a position here.
Sure, I can talk while you're getting into a position. I'm still being a little patient. You know, I think I can look for some moves around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I'm still doubtful about the longs in the market, but right now, market indeed telling me that I am wrong as it's working its way towards the north side, kind of forming a head and shoulders. Maybe, I don't know. That's the only pattern I can really identify. So no, it's the right shoulder is getting above the left shoulder. So I think that's the false statement. Clearly, we're moving north above VWAP. We formed a nice little base, a higher low the second time than the first time. So a nice higher low. Can we actually create a higher high at the moment? Can the market get to the positive or at least flat on the day? That would be something to watch if the market can actually get up into flat territories for S&P 500. NASDAQ still down 2.5%, sadly. So I don't think NASDAQ has it in it to get into flat zones. But man, S&P 500 could easily reverse a 1% move like that. So I'm very patient at the moment, not trying to put some risk on. I think risk off right now is the right call for me. But around the big volume spike time of the day, I guess this is the volume spike time of the day. I mean, look at this market just rise up like a phoenix, rise up from the ashes.
That candle was insane. So like, look at my screen here. I was like, okay, let me get in a trade for you guys. Let me show you something. I was in that trade, and out of that trade, while you just were talking there for, what was that, like 50 seconds? So I got in there, I just took 179.50 long and covered right in front of 180. I have no idea how far this could go. I'm happy with that,
50-cent scalp, baby.
That's it, 50-cent scalp. Just in and out, you can't complain about that. But, I will complain if this does go to 183, then I'll be like, oh my God. But then I'm not going to show you guys. I'm not going to show you guys after that. I'll be like, made my call, whatever. But yeah, guys, keep in mind, as a trader, you capture 20% of that move, and that's your money. That's your day. That was stress-free. That was in, that was out. And hopefully I get another one of those. But what you don't want to do is chase, You tend to see these kind of pushes higher, it pushes through, and I'll expand this for you guys here, Look at this volume, right? Look at the volume. You had the initial kind of run up, and again, blue line, 13 EMA. Blue line is 13 EMA. So, we're riding trend, we break VWAP, you get that volume push, everything looks good, market pushing higher. Right here, you got the ES, market pushing higher, making that high, going for the test. Then you get that extra volume push. So, that gave me the confidence, okay, let me just add a bit here and get out. And I don't hate myself for not, trying to get another 35 cents. Because like I said, you capture 20% of the move, which this was the move in my eyes, like right here. That was the move. You capture that move, you get paid, you're in, you're out, stress-free. Stress-free trading is the key if you want to last in this business. From my experience.
These guys have something against your Puma hat.
You guys hate the hat. Why you guys? There's nothing like, it's just because I'm not a morning person, so I wake up. And look at this.
That's a nice hat, man. That's a BMW hat. Like, you guys are hating for no reason.
I think it was a nice hat.
That's a nice hat.
And everybody's talking about the hat. I remember somebody was like, you got to get a different hat. I was like, okay, you want to buy me a hat?
Yeah,
by all means, buy me a hat,
guys. What's the beef with the hat? What's the beef?
I like it because of this.
My bro wearing the hat a bit off. So now they got something against you wearing your hat in a certain way.
Okay, so maybe, like this.
Maybe you're not allowed to wear it behind, because this puts a shadow on your face.
You guys, then you can't see how passionate I am about my trading over here,
You can't see his eyes light up for his Apple trade.
You can't see. But the way that I look at it is when I'm like, okay, I'm about to take a position here. I think things are going. Let's go. Let's go. And that's what I do. But yeah, that's just for fun.
Someone said Ferrari hat. Well, you know what? If I see you with the Ferrari hat, that hat's going in the garbage. I
don't know if you guys saw, I have a Ferrari jacket, and I wore it in, and Prad walks in, and I'm just like, I'm wearing the jacket, I'm like, hey. And he's like, I don't like you, get out of here.
I don't like you, get out of here. You're out. You're cut.
Yeah.
But no, market, man, clean longs coming in on the market. Luca, you saw Luca take advantage of a nice 50-cent scalp over there. Look, there's multiple ways to trade. You can scalp it, you can hold it, you can do all of it, you can do certain setups over there at that time of the day, certain setups over here at this time of the day. It's all about continuously growing and evolving your own trading methodologies and not just getting stuck on one setup, because at the end of the day, setups come and go. The market's here forever. Setups come, they leave, they come back after, they go again. It's a constant cycle how setups working and how stocks working. We saw saw not too long ago how meme stocks were. That was a cycle, the short float squeeze. And not too long before that, we saw the big volume on low float stocks and so on. So overall, just get used to all these cycles. Every single day is a new experience, and this is why we were talking about how beautiful it is to like go through the market crashes at the moment and learn from these crashes, because the next crash will be there to optimize on it.
Yep, exactly. I like this comment actually. Leroy Jenkins, hat backwards when he throws the Pokeball. I like that. And nice job, TJ. Made 500 on Facebook. I like that. Unreal.
Let's go.
Unreal, buddy. Unreal.
Awesome.
And I wanted to share something here too. I could show my screen again. So this is the daily on the market, on the broader market, right? This is something that I'm thinking about in terms of like kind of bigger picture. It's like this was the initial move down, right? This is ES, so you're not going to have kind of the trail from before, just the contracts. But anyways, you have the move down, right? So you have move down, bounce, 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 kind of robotic up move. And this is what I was talking about. You have that very low volume robotic up move followed by a lot of selling pressure. And if you notice here, if you guys notice, like the selling didn't come from smashing bottoms in the broad market, right? It's the selling, so you know, 2 big red days. The selling comes after a green day. Boom, big selling. Green day, test the average. I think it's 13-day EMA if I'm not mistaken. And, you know, big selling. Breaks out, big selling. Breaks out, big selling. And now, look what we have right now. Look at these wicks. This is what interests me for a bounce. Like if we're going to bounce, this does look like a bounce. Potentially the bottom. I don't know what kind of catalyst would kind of allow us to move higher. Again, new market environment. Nobody knows what's going to happen, right? Nobody has an idea what's going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Waiting for Fed, right? Waiting for Fed. Like, let's see what happens. But you know, you have long wicks, bounce, big selling, long wicks, long wicks, long wicks. So like, you know, if we are going to bounce, potentially this is the area that we bounce. Because I've never seen before, from my experience, where we've seen these types of wicks followed by more aggressive selling down. I mean, you could argue that this was that area and you had that kind of support line, right? You had that support line there, but you only had really one day that was like a quick down move followed by the up move. Like we're seeing like multiple days where it's testing. It's a lot of morning selling using that volume to kind of get out of your position. And then once the selling's done, I mean, there's no more selling. So, you know, if aboard the short, then the long can't be wrong, right? So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But that's what I'm keeping my eye on going into the end of the week.
Yeah, something that the chat actually brought out. One of the messages actually hidden for some reason, but I don't think there was anything bad in that message. I guess because they mentioned monkeypox, I guess. Oh, because they said the SH word. Okay. The question is pretty good though. Any real reason that the cruise liners are being bagged today because of the fear of monkeypox and so on? Very much possible. You know, we saw what happened to cruise liners and airliners when COVID-19 was at the height of its peak over there on COVID cases and so on. And the cruise liners, airliners, they all got beat down. So here's CCL today. CCL is I forget what the name, Caribbean Cruise Line, I think, or something like that.
Sounds right.
Carnival Cruise Line. There we go. Carnival Cruise Line.
Caribbean, I want to go on.
Caribbean Cruise Line. That's right, baby.
I love vacation.
What was it? The next graduation, we're taking a Caribbean Cruise Line, right, Ian and Jacob? You guys checking this out? That's just your job. So your job to graduate next and negotiate that deal. Yeah. But yeah, as you guys can see, obviously, cruise liners getting pushed down. NCLH is the other one that I also look at, and then RCL, I believe, is the other one. So all of them getting pushed down. I want to go check if by any chance airliners are also getting hit by the fear of monkeypox overall. So let's go check out airliners. And here we go. The fear is indeed getting transferred over to airliners too. So that idea still stands in there. And it makes sense. I understand it. Right now what I'm watching is UVXY actually get beat up to the downside. Pushing back to the downside goes UVXY, almost back to the low of day. So let's see if we actually break the low of day, which means the market wants to keep on moving to the north side. So here's your S&P 500 getting above VWAP. 3920 still seems to be the barrier that it's having a little bit of an issue with, but I think we could go see maybe 3940 at some point if the longs are the right direction to be part of at the moment. Apple Apple 139.50 coming into play. Let's see if 140 comes in one more time. We did short 140 once. You guys saw me take a beautiful short off 140. Let's see if we can take that one more time. And Disney, does Disney go back to 102, or does Disney start trading sideways after creating a lower low and a lower high, somewhat of a wedge pattern going sideways from here on out, and then we'll see some volume coming in at one way or the other. Brandon actually put in something for us over here. Carnival in discussion to sell Seaburn brand to Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. So they're thinking about offloading some of their I guess other brands or
yeah, maybe a portion of the business. I'm not sure what that is. I have no idea. But yeah, maybe a nice cash influx. So that's kind of positive news because they're getting cash. But then, negative. I guess it really depends how you look at it. Like a lot of these companies that, are strapped for cash, they're going to have to sell some stuff, raise that capital, and who knows what they need it for. You could obviously look into it. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, 100%. Prad, SoFi, when are we adding SoFi? Like I already mentioned to you, I'm not adding SoFi for a while. Most likely, I got other stocks that I got to buy on my long-term account, so I have no reason to buy SoFi, more SoFi that is at the moment. I'm thinking about buying Microsoft next. I'm thinking about buying Google once the split happens. I'm thinking about buying Amazon once the split happens. So there's no reason for me to add more to my SoFi. SoFi could go to 0, and I'll probably not even think about adding more then. Not that I don't like SoFi. I still like SoFi as a company. But overall, though, I got to diversify my portfolio. I can't just keep on loading up on one stock and then pray to God that the stock goes up. It's all about diversification. Putting your money at risk, obviously, but doing it smartly, doing it carefully. We talked about dollar cost averaging on the morning show. Neil and Sean have talked about it a lot of times. So if there is a strategy that you are thinking about applying, especially in a market environment such as this, where market keeps on going to the downside every day, thankfully today we're trying to go back up north, but we're still on the negative side. So on days like this, you could dollar cost average on some of the stocks you like, such as you could have got Microsoft at a really low price. You could have got Apple at like 135 or something.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, 100%.
So,
I mean, dollar cost averaging is probably the low stress way to go about it. You're adding into your portfolio. Let's say you say to yourself, I want to buy 20 times, right? So you're going to buy 20 times. It's going down. You're buying. It's going up. You're buying. But I'm making the assumption you're going to be holding for like 10 years, 20 years, even 5 years, whatever. It depends on how fast it goes up, right? But that is the stress-free way to invest, in my opinion. If you're just dumping everything in, then you better be a trader, because you're getting in and you're getting out. You're making that money, and then you sleep like a baby. I see somebody here. They're asking a question. When does the Fed meeting start? So it's a 2-day meeting. It starts. I want to say it starts Tuesday, today, yeah. So it starts today, and basically the results of the meeting come out every Wednesday at 2 p.m. sharp. So that's when the details of the meeting will be released. So the Fed meeting, I want to say that the FOMC meets, and don't quote me here, you guys can look it up, but there's probably like 4 or 6 interest rate decisions a year, maybe 4. And then there's like 4 where it's not an interest rate decision, and they're just saying, we're looking at the economy, we're monitoring inflation, this is the dot plot, did things change, did the expectations change, and then people make decisions. So the big tradable event is Wednesday at 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. the market will move, it'll have a sharp move, and then 2:30 is when, Powell or whoever's in charge comes out and kind of explains himself and says a bunch of different things and goes from there, right? So so Fed meeting, just you can Google FOMC. So FOMC minutes meeting, and it'll give you the schedule, and you guys can stay up to date. Or you can tune into us, and we'll show you it live, and we'll trade it live. It live. That's the beauty.
That's true. It's not or, it's you will tune into us, because this is the best trading show out there. Who else does what we do?
Who else does this?
Talk for 3 hours in a row.
Yeah.
Trade for 3 hours in a row, at least for us over here. They do it in the morning, which is a way more hectic. I have no clue how they do it off the opening drive and everything. They're just crazy maniacs in that case, almost, to be able to handle that pressure. But right now, someone in the chat called out that GOVX has stacked bids on $2.86. Yeah, I guess, that's about 15,000. That's 15,000 times 4. So 30 30, 60, about 60,000 shares sitting on $2.86, which happens to be around the VWAP area a little bit. But keep in mind, the stock is traded 138 million shares today. 60,000 shares is nothing for this position. They can clean that level out in a second, but also the volume on the day has gone down quite a bit. So maybe based on the volume on the day right now and the time of the day, that could have a little bit of a significance. But at the same time, let me flip-flop on that statement by saying it is also that time of the day where volume starts increasing for the rest of the day from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock and so on. So if that level wanted to get wiped out, it would get very easily wiped out. How much is 60,000 shares times 2.86? That's about $171,000. So let's say $200,000. Luca and I alone could wipe out that level ourselves if we wanted to. So I would not lean on that level. But right now there is somewhat of a bid stacking action happening, and you're also seeing front runners coming into the game. As you guys can see, front runners are throwing their orders at 87 cents and 88 cents, and then the idea is they will get out for the trade in case 86 cents ends up breaking to the downside.
Yeah, guys, I don't know who called that out, but I just took a look. You know, I like that. When you see a setup like this, what I look for in the book is like, you know, it's not a lot of size, right? But it is some size that you can play off, and it's not getting slammed, right? It's not getting slammed. And if you make the assumption that there's an algo here who needs an exit, if they slam all that right now, well, that shows their hand, right? That shows their hand. So then, you know, they don't really get any buyers. So what I like to do is I just look at this and I watch and I say, look, if the level goes right now, I mean, look, you're watching this live with me, like, there's a lot of selling here. If it goes, it goes. And I'll get out, and I'm not really worried about it. I think we could potentially get a $3 test, so I'm long. I'm long into that $3. We'll see what happens. But again, you know, I'm not really interested in taking this long, holding through 3. This is definitely going to be a scalp play. We'll see where this goes. But I think, you know, potential $3 test, trigger some stops there, and then whatever happens, happens. But I'll most likely be out of that.
Awesome. So we only have about 4 minutes left in Market Movers, sadly, in midday movers, Market Movers, whatever you want to call it at this point. But, you know, in those 4 minutes, hopefully we got some action coming in and we can take some maybe quick trades. But for the most part, I'm just looking to, you know, be calm, be patient, and look for my trade opportunities near 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, as I already said. I don't know what's for lunch. You already had lunch today?
I had lunch. I did.
What's for lunch?
It's lasagna.
Okay.
And
did you even have lunch, bro?
No. Yeah, I went for a walk.
Caesar salad, lasagna.
And lasagna and garlic bread. I went for an espresso. And, you know, I like to say eat light, feel right. So, you know, that's kind of I'll eat a lot later on.
This guy drinks espressos like it's water, chat. Okay?
No,
like
well, come
water.
on. You know, 2-3 spros a day. It's not that much, right?
2-3 spros is cap.
2-3 spros is not that much.
You have like 17 spros a day.
No, 17 is you know, that's an extreme. That's
it's an exaggeration. It's an exaggeration.
Yeah, it's a little exaggeration, yeah. But yeah, so I'll share my screen one more time for you guys, something that I found interesting here. So look, and I filtered this size, right? Right here, you got Disney. When you see the M, the large M, come up on the tape, and what is that? That's like 300,000, 3 million shares. No, it's not MEMEX. MEMEX would be small m.
Okay.
This is large M. So what this is, I want to say this is the Chicago exchange. It's the Chicago route.
Okay.
So when you see large orders like this, it's not necessarily somebody taking a speculative position. This is where a lot of option hedging takes place. So this is on Disney. And hold on, sorry about this. We might lose this because as I update, it might refresh. But essentially, you see the size there, right? And you see this is the chart here, and you see that size go off right over here. And so my assumption is, look, the $100 level is coming into play. There's definitely a lot of puts there. There's definitely dealers who are exposed here. So people, I don't know what's happening, but people are making decisions. And that shows me that people are making decisions. It's the Chicago exchange. It's where option volume takes place. They're hedging their bets. They're trading size. And it's going to happen there, right? And I'm assuming this is because of the $100 level. Look, there's no tell. I don't know if it's going up, if it's going down. I have no idea. But when you see that, what I tend to see, and I'm creating a strategy around this. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. But what I tend to see is you see that big trade go off. Now they're hedged. then the stock starts to trend. So, you know, it's Disney, it's a $100 level. Are we going to break? I have no idea. But if we start moving higher, then this thing could potentially trend upwards, assuming that the market's going to push higher. So, you know, these are just, I don't know if I'm going to take a position yet. I have no idea. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It's something good. You don't see that too often. And when you do, it's kind of interesting.
Well, it looks like it's time to start sending it off to the second show here, or the third show, sorry. And time to call it a day. Luca, thank you for coming on as always.
Always a
love
pleasure.
your support, love your
Always
knowledge.
a pleasure.
Yeah. And we'll see you again tomorrow, again at the same time, I guess. You guys have fun on the closing show. I know I will, watching these professionals trade. So come back tomorrow, 11 o'clock for Trader Pratt and these three guys.
And the rotation.
And
That's it. Good luck, guys, trading the rest of the day. Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome to the close. We are back into the selling environment we've seen over the past couple of days. 2 hours left, though, in an interesting session here, as I said. Back to the downside, but we are starting to bounce a little bit. That's what the board looks like right now. 1.4% for the S&P, the Dow about 0.5%. It is, once again, tech stocks here, the NASDAQ leading the way, 2.5%. in negative territory, but we're off the lows. The TSX 0.5% higher here in Toronto, 1.3 for Brazil, everything else kind of back and forth. It's been a very, very choppy session. Remember, we were down 1% on Bitcoin at one point this morning. So back to positive territory. Good to see. There's a look at the board. Still red right across the entire thing, although we are starting to see a little bit more positivity coming through in the form of consumer staple stocks back to the upside. CAG had a decent report going back a couple of weeks ago, back in positive territory, 1.3%. Utilities are higher as well across the board. We're also seeing some of the communication stocks trying to bounce. You can see a few in positive territory, including EA, unfortunately, still have. Yeah, Google's down 5.5%. That's off the lows we saw from this morning. Facebook down 8% on the day. So tech is under pressure once again, as we said. It is the NASDAQ leading. This is the tech group over here. There's NVIDIA, MPWR, Micron, AMD, all of the semiconductors under significant pressure. I want to highlight Norwegian up here. We were talking about NCLH in the pre-market this morning. A couple people asking about the cruise lines, whether or not they had kind of bottomed and what we should do with them. Clearly, the answer to that was no. This monkeypox thing, obviously not good for cruise lines either. People don't want to be stuck inside a cruise ship with monkeypox. Floating around 10+% for all three of the major cruise lines. Airlines under pressure as well. If we can jump back into that there quickly, Fahad, there we go. UAL, AAL, DAL, Alaskan, Love, 3 through to 8%, all to the downside. One of those days, unfortunately. Again, let's look at the positive here. We are off the lows. We have 2 hours left. Let's see what can happen here if we can start to hold higher and start pushing back in the right direction. Welcome. Hope your afternoon is going well. I hope it was a little bit easier to stay tuned throughout the day as well. We're on one stream now. You don't have to go from file to file to file. You just wait, and it just happens automatically. So we're back. 2 hours to go in the trading session. We're going to get into a bit of a review, talk about what was available for you for opportunities at the open this morning. Make sure you're joining us every single day at 8:30. We take you right through to the open at 9:30 and prepare you for that. Sean's going to lead the way this afternoon and tell us a little bit about one of his trades from this morning.
Yo, it's your trade of the day. And yeah, look, today, pretty easy one for me. Snapchat. It's the number one name on there. CEO Evan Spiegel comes out, guides lower revenue, lower EBITDA, saying like it's going to be below our forecast, which were already absolutely horrible. So yeah, and you have the NASDAQ down today. When we came in, it was down 1.7%. Got as low as like 3.3%, right? So we traded Snapchat, and I just want to show you guys right away on the sticky note, it's the number one name. We thought maybe 16 could be in play. Wasn't even close. So what we wound up doing was just taking the next dollar in the pre-market. Oh, I'm sitting over here. In the pre-market, you see some bouncing around. It zooms back, but whatever. I mean, the key level was 15. It was kind of just bouncing around there. Maybe as high as we got was 15.30, something like that. The pre-market did have a 16 level, which is why we put it on there, but we never got going, right? And so that's the one thing that I've learned in doing the trade of the days and being here with you is that you know, even though you love a level, there's obviously more room to work here, and you could take the short no matter what. You're down over now 40%. We came in today down like 30, 37%, then it just started, you know, capitulating basically to the downside. Look at this big move off the open there with the big red candle to start the day. So here's our shorts. Unfortunately, you're gonna see a little bit of like back and forth there. We did have a bad wick there that got me out, so we didn't mean to get out, so we re-shorted it. So basically these are two shorts. So we got it first around 15, then again on the break back down through 15, and then the outs just started coming through, right? We take our first outs for about 15 cents, and then this happens. Like we wanted this to fall. We actually didn't even want to take it out here, but for some reason, it starts kind of stopping at about 1470, and I'm like, what is going on? So when it comes back in, it goes all the way back up to 15. Then when it comes back down, we just get some out on that bar-coded level, right? Maybe that was a floor. N'est pas for my French friends, and then boom to the downside. There it comes all the way down, and you can see we just start getting out, and we actually do a pretty good job of holding as much as we can, I feel like anyways. As you start approaching down 37%, 38%, 40%, you know, you got to start thinking about getting some out. So the majority out right here, some out here at 14.50. We always play off to 50 cents. Then we let it fall another 50 cents, get some more out at 14, then again and again and again, and as it keeps coming down, we just keep getting out at key levels, 14, 13.75, 13.50. And then we hold for right here, which I feel like we did a pretty good job on the last little piece. We actually let it fade all the way down. And then this is strange because normally I'd be sitting there at 13 to try to get out. But guess what? We thought it was going lower through 13. So I was sitting here and watching this. I said to myself, if it doesn't break 13, then we want to get out if it takes out the 50 period because maybe there's a rally back. And that's exactly what happened. There was a rally back, but we're out of it now. We're completely flat on Snapchat. So as your trade of the day, you can see it's starting to go down again. Maybe we do break that 13 and we can watch that as possible support or a floor. When the floor breaks, though, look out below. So today at Snapchat, the key thing here is, and it's not, you know, I was driving to my parents yesterday when this note came out. And it was like, okay, you know, Snapchat's downside. And right away, I was like, I wanted to be in Facebook today. We wanted to watch Google. But the number one stock to watch was Snapchat. So even yesterday at, was it 4:45, 5 o'clock, when the CEO was speaking and came out, you know, we knew right away that Snapchat was going to be the name for us. And we knew the direction that we wanted. So, you know, sometimes we make mistakes that we get a little carried away. You guys know that as traders where, you know what, like, look at that chart, look at this, look at that. And there's too much noise. There's too much noise in the stock market. So make it as simple as possible. We have our watch list every single day, watchlist.tradertv.live. Also at TraderTV Sean, I have a sticky note. And these are the notes. I mean, even Facebook to the downside. I mean, that could have been the trade of the day. We were short Facebook 183, 182.50. It touched 176. That's also on there, as well as the JP Morgan long and then some Apple notes as well. So make sure you check it all out. It's Snapchat. See ya. And it's your trade of the day.
We provide you with everything you need to know in the pre-market. There it is, as Sean was mentioning, the link to said watch list. Everything you need to know in the pre-market on that. All you have to do is tune in every single day at 8:30 and we'll get you ready for the open. Absolutely free for you. All you need is an email address. You can have that every single day. Quickly, before we get too far ahead of ourselves here, I wanted to mention the guys were talking on the midday show there before we came back on. The guys were talking a little bit about the cruise lines. I'll show you CCL here. Big move to the downside. There was a note back higher. They're planning to sell one of their units to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So it did pop up on volume there. But look at this. Right back to day lows, essentially, now down 11%. So, yeah, monkeypox taking its toll on, I mean, it's just funny saying that word, but monkeypox taking its toll on the cruise lines today. California apparently identifying their first case or potential case of monkeypox. So, yeah, watch out for that. Anyways, cruise lines, guys, I mean, we'll talk about travel here coming up a little bit. I wanted to revisit Snap, as we heard from Sean there, though. What a mess. This was today. That was the headline we came into this morning in the pre-markets. Everything gets dragged down with it. All of the boxes in here, Pinterest, Facebook, Meta, there's Snapchat over there getting crushed today on this guidance revision to not only the low end of their prior range, but below that.
Yeah, it's about as bad as you're going to ever get, right? And we were saying this morning. It's like, it's one thing when you change the guidance, you know, like maybe right before the next report or like, you know, a couple of weeks before the next earnings report, but like you're less than a month away from them just reporting those numbers, then to immediately come out after such a short period of time as come in and then change that. It's just an absolute bloodbath. And that's where you get 41% to the downside from. But it wasn't, this wasn't just a Snapchat thing. I know, Sean talked about Meta, Facebook there that just absolutely, it gapped down along with some of these other names. It broke right at the open, made a 176 bottom, and it's coming back a little bit now, but that's only 8%. It was Pinterest as well. Like, that name got destroyed. So aftermarket pins 22 down to like 20s, and then this morning all the way down to $16. It's trying to make a little bit of a bounce here, but talk about just destroying the entire group in one foul swell. I mean, Pinterest down 22%, and this was not their note. And that goes to show you that there's still, when you know what hits the fan, there's still nothing under some of these bids, especially at the open, because if you pulled a level 2 up of any of these names, like you saw it, it was just absolutely ugly if you watched the downside action. It was just across the board. Every name in the space at 9:30, the bid dropped, the stops were getting run, and they're getting a recovery now because the market's making a bit of a bounce. But most of these, while the market's getting back to where we were, closer at least to it in the morning, none of these names are getting anywhere sniffing distance of the open price.
Wow. I mean, to come back and to see that I just got taken out of this Apple trade down there where we broke, that sucks because now it's $1 higher. But that's trading, and I think that was Luca was mentioning that here on the midday show, and it was just like, you know what? It's pretty whippy back and forth here, right, today. So you got to watch out. You can get taken out and then boom to the upside. So right there, Apple. I mean, we had the long and we got taken out on the way down there, but we still have $1. There it is. Ooh, we just had an offer that we meant to cancel, but there it is. A nice little, look at this long. We took this right on the show. And not only that, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls Media. I was posting all my positions during the midday show, and I was like, long, 91.40. Just got it out, 92.40. So that's $1 right there for that trade as it's going to the upside. And then we still have our Affirm trade. I know we're talking about Snap, but we just did the days. I mean, we have more to talk about, but Snapchat, a nice little short, or sorry, Affirm short on that as well, as that's come all the way down. We didn't get some out down here. We should have. $21. Let's put a bid there for Affirm. We're short 21.90 right now. That could be good. If the market fails, man, Affirm is dead. So we'll have to wait to see on that one. Like, the market's starting to rally. We could go green today, man. We bought Google. We talked about picking some bottoms up on that one. But we are flat right now. And Snap, I mean, I just talked about it. To me, it was about the easiest trade you could have made today, and well worth holding. And I feel like we did the best job we could have here on Snapchat. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it too much, but there's the shorts right there into 15 as we just did the trade of the day. That's literally 15. And then we've never seen a better price. Sometimes in the pre-market, though, remember what we looked at? We looked at shortable shares and short interest, and it wasn't that high for Snapchat, plus the borrows were free. So, you know, it wasn't too much of a, short interest snapback or anything like that. So Snapchat continues to make these bottoms. Might be a long off 13, man. I mean, if it wanted to break it, it should have broke it already. So maybe we'll play a Snapchat long. That sounds crazy, right? Down 40%, Brendo?
A little bit, but as you said, under 1% now for the S&P to the downside. On the other hand, Zoom, guys, very, very strong today off of their quarterly earnings that were surprisingly good here, beating on the revenue side of things, the forecast to the upside as well. Enterprise customer number was through the roof, much better than expected. But trying to get back to day highs here on decent volume, it's worth mentioning. A little bit of volume coming in right now on Zoom, guys, up 7%.
Yeah, look, if there was one thing that actually had a pretty good report across the board, it was going to be Zoom. All that said, we talked about the bid at the open, and it wasn't there. And if you looked at the 15-minute chart, you have resistance on the stock at 96, 97, and that's what came in. That's what came in first. Had it broken 97 to the upside, and the market was strong, probably was going to be looking at a long trade on Zoom, but instead it did that other thing, which is head down. The difference being, like, you saw Snapchat and Pins just break lows, then break more lows, then break every low they could find. It did the same thing on Zoom, but I had zero expectation it was going to get through 91. I thought the pre-market low would hold. This is one name I didn't expect to get down to 87 in yesterday's support. On a good report, this is what happens when the bid just evaporates at 9:30. It didn't seem to matter. Now, the fact that we've come all the way back here tells you the strength it has in the report. Also, too, where the stock has come from, right? I mean, ultimately, we can go way, way back here and just sort of show you, like, when this thing was $600, how far this has come down. So you take this move with a little bit of a grain of salt. All that said, still pretty strong, and a chance to break 97 this afternoon. If this market wants to go green today, Zoom had a good report. It's got a 97 resistance or 96 to 97 resistance channel, which has been there for the last couple of weeks, and has a chance to be able to have a little bit of a breakout here. So that's a stronger one. I'd be sooner looking for longs this afternoon in Zoom than I would the shorts that worked this morning.
I'm just telling. I just got like an email from the T-ball coach. This is very serious business here.
Damn right it is.
Yeah, damn right it is. Damn right
No,
it is.
it is. I mean,
No, and he's just saying that we have too many. So there's basically 3 main coaches, but there's parents that want to help out as well. So basically, we have to limit that. And it was like I said, well, because our head coach wants to be first base coach. So I'm like, throw me down to third base because I am like, let's go, guys, let's get going, let's go. But then I just found out right now that 2 of the 3, so I'm the third, the other 2 are like friends. They signed up together. So they're like, I know, but the idea was that one would coach first and one would coach third to begin with. So I'm like, all right, I'll just be like the bench coach. But I'll rally the kids. I'll get them all motivated, make sure they're in the right batting order, stuff like that. Make sure they're using illegal bats, things like that. I'll make sure, I got to put my stamp on this, but I'll just respond to them like, okay, no problem. I had no idea what was discussed because I was like, you know how this put me in, coach.
I know how it is.
I was like, I want to be third base coach.
Third base coach is more. It's important that you you got to be demonstrative. You've got to have someone that is vocal, good communicator, knows how to get kids' attention. Come on, son. So anyways, but I didn't realize I was done. So I was like, no, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, man. We can get the kids a little motivated there in the dugout. Make sure they're talking about tobacco
crushing their water. Tar. Corking bats, yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, man.
Cork aluminum.
You think this starts at T-ball? Well, it does. So we're gonna be doing that. The funny thing about T-ball is that on the bat, same as baseball, it has to be a certified bat. It has to be stamped and everything like that. So
unless you're in the Laurier Alumni Softball Tournament, which is a tournament for fun that I played in. I didn't go to Laurier, but and you know this, Sean, because when our team won it one year, let's just say in a charity, but a free, fun softball tournament.
It might have been charity.
People might have been drinking while playing. Yes. A certain team decided that they would use fake bats or cheating bats, illegal bats, just to hit a few more bombs because that's how badly they want to win. Yeah, and I was maybe or maybe not part of that team.
Yeah. So
I didn't do it.
Let's just put it this way: my daughter's bat is not official. So we'll leave it at that. Okay, Brendo.
Play to win.
Yeah, play to win. Nah, we're just playing around. Anyways, I just want to bring that up to you. We have T-ball practice tomorrow. So I hope all of you showed to Dominic. I know his kid was playing T-ball as well. And for everybody out there, man, get out there, enjoy the beautiful weather, and have as much fun with your kids as you can. The one thing for all parents out there, everybody knows one thing to be true. There simply is not enough time. Your kid grows up way too fast. The only thing I'm not coaching is gymnastics because you don't want to see me coaching gymnastics. That's not cool. Curling down, T-ball down, soccer down. I've coached all of that. Not gymnastics, Brendo.
All right, just having a look, guys, at Lulu's Fashion Lounge. Also, Sean, if it's T-ball, always send them at third. Always send
Exactly.
them. Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Come on. Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings, which is LVLU on a big pop there. A couple of people mentioning that on volume, 13%. Not Lululemon, but Lulu's Fashion Lounge Holdings just popping up. Let's talk about big tech stocks. We mentioned them briefly this morning. Just in the simple sense that it was going to be one of those days again where if the market was going to bounce back, we would need Apple to participate once again. But it's actually Meta, guys, which is interesting, that's doing more volume. I mean, in the sense that we have the Snapchat angle going on with Meta, but some of the other ones a little bit lower on the volume scale today.
The thing about Facebook or Meta, as we like to call it, because that's its real name, they obviously were going to get hit just because they were in the same space. But they're down 8% versus 20 versus 40 because their valuation makes sense. They make tons and tons of wads of cash, and that's just what their business is. So yes, were they going to get hit? But if there's one that actually gave you some interesting long opportunities. I know Pinterest bounced a little bit here, but I think there's actually probably buyers here in Meta today, although there's probably buyers in Google, myself included today. But yeah, it was a good short off the open because it did the pop and fade, but it does feel relatively strong. I think if I was looking at the afternoon to short one of these, I mean, you lean into something like a pins maybe if it comes back to the upside. Snap can't even get off the bottom. But Meta, that 8%, there will be buyers in this if we're still here, the next couple of sessions. And right now, it seems to just be following the market a little bit. But I will note, if you see just now, we just put in a little bit of I'll zoom in so you can see it a little bit better. You just put in a higher low on Meta. These wicks are ugly. And on the NASDAQ, you did not. So essentially, you just put in the same double top on the NASDAQ, whereas Meta tried to get a little bit higher and head back toward that 183. That's the price I like, but it was in air. It was just because it was a pre-market high. I felt like breakouts have not been good. So betting against a breakout on a weak stock is something that has worked day after day after day. And probably should just look at a Rivian chart or an Affirm chart. Like if it doesn't break out in the morning, you're basically shorting it and you can't lose. And that's all we saw with Meta today. But it has made a very, very nice bounce because this is a company people probably want to buy at these levels, which a little bit different from Snapchat where people are just trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
Yeah, so I mean, what big cap stock really haven't I traded here today? But we just right now, let's talk about AMD. What's next on the list? Tesla and then travel. Okay, so here comes AMD again today. Pretty simple trading for me. It was just back and forth a lot, man. We went short first. We realized that as the market was tanking and as Facebook, I mean, we could call it Facebook. We destroyed Facebook. You just talked about Facebook, right? Yeah, so we won't do that again. But we had the same trade, short that Facebook. And then basically, once we realized it was long for today, we started just hitting the longs again on AMD, like taking this in, boom, taking it here, out here. Like we just took this on the midday show against this VWAP, right? Now look, now we're reverse short. So we went long, now we're talking about a short. We've seen the last, I mean, this may or may not work. We're only gonna hold this against 91.80. But the last couple days, the market, and again, yesterday we had a little bit of a rally day, give or take, but when the market wants to fall, we're already down 2.5%. We've already been down 3%. We're nowhere near 12,000 here on the NASDAQ. Can't even find it, right? So I'm going to go short on AMD. Might not work a little bit here, but we're going to get out if it doesn't. This has been a good trade, playing some of the weakness in this name. So we're going to try it one more time here on AMD, and then it's because we don't have a firm up. This is not big cap tech, but we're still short a firm right here as it's now $1.04 in the money. AFRM. I feel like what Neil said is completely the way I want to trade. Is that remember yesterday. Like always remember what's been happening, and therefore if the same conditions exist the next day, you could just keep on rotating, keep on hitting, keep on going the same way. Just like in third base coach Brendan, keep on sending them. Let's go. So let's go back over to Brendan. Next topic, please.
I don't even think they don't even have to touch home plate in T-ball, right? They just run by it.
Yeah, they have to touch home plate.
Anyways. Tesla was on watch this morning. We had a bit of a move to the downside on a couple of downgrades. So the negative narrative is what we were discussing a little bit in the pre-market this morning. I was just noticing, though, it's definitely high on the relative volume side of things once again. Along with JP Morgan, I didn't put the banks back on the board there, but JP Morgan, guys, with a decent move back to the downside, it is holding. But volume high or higher than usual, I guess, after the investor day yesterday. But Tesla, anyways, on a couple of downgrades today.
Yeah, I mean, they keep piling on for Tesla, but you know what? It wasn't the best thing to trade today, and that's every single day we've been trading this name and sort of looking for the big opportunities. And you're not going to get what happened on Friday again. Maybe if we break these lows, but Tesla's got a double bottom. It held that low, 650, definitely resistance. Look, at 9:30, there were other fish to fry, right? Like, to me, it was trying to get into Pinterest because that was falling. We expected it was going to fall like an absolute rock, and it just put a bigger move on, and that's why we liked it. So, I stayed away from Tesla today. I think that was potentially the right call, but we do have to watch out for 625, double bottom on this name. Looks like it could get pretty interesting, but some lows that we just took out some lows. I was watching Lyft get back to the bottom there. I saw, a firm broke the low. I got out of it. and then the market now making another bounce. So for now, it looks like we're range bound. Some of the big names, like you see so many things at the bottom. Some of the big names have made these nice bounces, so it's going to be hard for there to be follow through the lows of the day, with several names dragging us to the upside. Microsoft would be in that group. So the Qs, the ES, trying to get back toward the top. And then you have these weak names sitting on those lows. It's going to be tough to get a breakout unless they all go the same direction.
Yeah, so I just want to update. We just talked about AMD. I just got 30% out there at 60 because the market just took the 50 period, and maybe, and I'm not going to do the same thing we did yesterday. We talked about that earlier on. And again, another note. And it's good. I'm glad to have my kid coming into work with me every day here because, like, we talk about it, and I was like, yesterday in the afternoon, we just kept bouncing back and forth. It was way too choppy. And so I'm feeling like the same thing may be happening here. Remember yesterday we were like, you know what, or get off the pot? And it's like, I feel the same thing here with the NASDAQ. It's either going to do something or it's not. I know that's crazy to think that, but it could just back and forth here. So what we're going to try to do is exactly that. Get out if it takes out this 80 level, which it almost did. Otherwise, we can just try to, ease the pain a little bit. I still think we go to the downside, so I want to hold on to it, but I don't want a full position. So we just got out of 30% there, and we'll see. We'll see where it goes from here. But I think the market wants to start to head to the upside pretty soon. So we'll see if that is the case. And by the way, since you mentioned JP Morgan, let's just go right over one more time to the sticky note because we only had one long idea on here all day, and it was JP Morgan. Watch out for that 122 as a possible pickup. And I said, if the market's down, we have a great buy here with JP Morgan, right? Here it is right here. JPM. You are the one to buy. So we talked about that right there, and you could see what JP Morgan did. It rewarded us. I don't have any trades on it, so I guess it didn't reward me too well, but there's JP Morgan, man. I said any move down, it's the one to buy. Now, whether or not you started at 124, it went down to 123, but there's the move straight up to the upside for JP Morgan. So, hey, the market rallies. What's wrong with the 126.25 break right here? Maybe going to the upside. I am going to take that long if JP Morgan gives it to me. 126.25 on a breaker 19. Do you read?
Yes, we do read. And I don't see anything specific on Twitter. I did note, you guys were mentioning it in the chat, it just took out the low of the day. We said it this morning, and I don't think it's saying anything special, but now below $36, the number of people that really think this is going to happen at 54, it's dwindling. The market is telling you the likelihood that it's pricing in of this actually happening at 54.20. And, once again, the market was trying to bounce there and you're just continuing to flush lower. So you're now almost since that flush that we just had back in May, you're almost breaking through on the daily chart to the downside in a company which is expected to be bought 33% higher from here.
Right.
This is it's getting pretty ugly, and I think it's one of those situations where you can look at that deal price and ultimately it doesn't matter. $1 billion is chump change for Elon Musk. That's Tesla moves that in a matter of minutes. It just doesn't even make a difference at this point, and really no one's thinking this deal is happening at that price.
Let me just give a quick shout out to I just saw your name here in the chat. I think it was Uptrade. Yeah, here it is here. UP Trade. Musk was never going to buy Twitter. He just wanted to expose them. That could be true, man. That could be true. How many fake accounts are out there? Now he just backs away and says, so what to everybody. And you know what he could do? Remember, actually, you know what, UP Trade? Remember a week or two before he was like, I'm going to buy Twitter. Remember he said he was going to create his own Twitter? So I'm thinking,
if he did, well, see, that's a different.
I'm just
story.
no, but is it? It might be part of the same story. He's exposing how bawdy or robotic, I guess, Twitter is with their algos and with their fake accounts. Maybe he just goes, you know what? Let's start this all over again, and everybody morph over here. It'll be called something else, and we'll move from there. So hey, I actually like that theory there. I bet you now that I see how easy I can be influenced, maybe now that is what winds up happening, man. That's a really good theory. I like that. I might steal that, publish it. No, just thanks for that, though. That's why we have our chat, man. If you're not part of the chat, get on there.
I don't know where you're at.
Stat. If you're not part of the chat, where are you at?
Or maybe the dude just wanted to sell some
That's
Tesla.
another good one. Even Santa's in the building for that one.
I think if it turns out conspiracy theory-ish, I think he just wanted to sell some shares of Tesla. It's definitely an effective way to do it. Like, he had to be able to do that to raise some funds.
No one asks him why is he doing
right,
it.
It's like it almost works too well. Although I tend to take him at his word genuinely. Like, he could have just made the snap decision and then didn't even really think too much about the price or market conditions or where it is. Either way, I don't think it's going to happen, that deal.
Why is that a ridiculous theory? Which theory is ridiculous?
Which
Mine
one's ridiculous?
Or up trades or Neil's? Or anyways, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, regardless, man.
Yeah, but is it any more ridiculous than
This
if
is what
you
the
asked a
market
few
is.
months ago that Elon would pay $54.20 for a Twitter? Like, you'd say that's ridiculous 2 months ago or 3 months ago. No one would have thought that, and then here we are. So, this market's going to go sideways a little bit. I got Vinco Ventures. Yesterday, I didn't take this to the short side off of $3. I actually tried a long break. Well, that didn't work, so back to basics, which is find resistance. And then, of course, like, this is what happened. Yes, I'll show you on the daily chart, right? Like, it tried to make the break. It tried to go. Didn't really do it till aftermarket. Like, there's a fail break. Kind of tried to do it aftermarket. But this is what $3 looks like. It's just resistance every single day with a couple of, like, tiny little breakdowns. So little scalp trade that we're going to put on there. And then I got into, I think we're going to talk travel here, but I got into Lyft. And the reason for it's going to seem like this doesn't make any sense. And it's weird on the lower time frame. But if you look at this right after noon, like, the market was absolutely just sort of trying to jam back to the upside, like, over and over and over again. Like, this is what was happening in the NASDAQ as I was watching Lyft at the low. It's just shooting to the upside and just won't budge. And the second the market came down and consolidated, like, Lyft started to break down from its lows of the day. And I said, well, if the market wants to put in, like, that V-shaped recovery and Lyft says, I ain't having any of that, well, then to me, I'm just shorting it into 17 even, and we're pretty much at 17 even, and we might get a 17 break here. I thought Uber was ugly today, and then I saw Lyft on my quote board, and down 15%. Like, it's crazy. Like, 10, 15% on these days, it's pretty much nothing. You're peeling through these kinds of levels with no regard whatsoever. Like, it's going to probably see that 17 and take it out.
Yeah, I was just noticing, guys, Twitter doing the same thing at the moment, right back to almost day lows right now. Heavy selling right now on Twitter. Here's a couple of headlines to be aware of right now. Peloton CEO just saying that stake sale is unlikely. Okay. Peloton back to the downside on that note. Carnival, this was during the midday show. Carnival saying that they're in the process, or at least having discussions to sell their Seaborn brand to the Saudi wealth or Saudi sovereign wealth fund. It wasn't much of a reaction to that. The bigger story, obviously, with travel today, monkeypox. Big moves to the downside. I mean, I'm just looking at the board right now. 9, 10, and 12% for RCL, CCL, and NCLH.
At least NCLH is.
This monkeypox is going to be fake news, man. Honestly, this is just, someone said yesterday moneypox, and I feel like it's almost, like now the next time we get anything like this, it's going to always be like COVID all over again. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to think of it. I feel like some of these stocks that have been beat down by a Disney, the Carnivals of the world, like, some of these are just such good companies that, like, when this monkeypox thing magically disappears, which I'm sort of hoping it does that too, right? Like, obviously I'm not Dr. Scott Gottlieb or anything like that, but
Pfizer.
As this goes, on the board of Pfizer, no wonder he's recommending boosters. But as you go there, I don't know about Carnival. We did get out of. I'm going to talk about our Carnival in a minute, though. Just to give you guys an update, there's our AMD trade. We got a piece out there, like right into here, as we are short. Our average price is 60 short, so we just got a 45 there. It's not those. It's right there is the trade that we got. So we're going to wait to see where that goes. I'm still thinking 91. Like, my next bid is one more time down here in the 40s. And then if it comes back, great. If not, we take out this 91.85 and we're out of there after that. So we'll try to give this. We're short at 60. We're giving up to 85. That's 25 pennies. Ideally, our outs are somewhere around 91. So we'll just see. But look what the market's doing. We just said it minutes ago. It's just doing this dance, man, back and forth. So we'll do the monkey dance with the monkey pox and no monkey business. But let's go over to CCL real quick. They broke down below 12. Was it 12? Yeah, 12 bucks today. And we were saying like, wow. And thank you to, I think it was Brandon was his name there at the beginning of the day that was talking about NCLH and was it worth it at these levels? And I clearly remember me saying no. And the reason why is very, very simple. And it's come to fruition one more time here today. And I don't know, sometimes I actually know what I'm talking about, most of the time not. But look at this on the daily chart. There's the 20 minutes, there's the 1 minute, and obviously my daily's gone missing, but we could probably do it on a 20-minute chart. Anyways, hold on a second. Let me just find the daily. It's here somewhere. Is this it? Nope, that's the 1 minute. Just just stick with me. I don't think it did crash, to be honest with you. There it is. There's the one-day chart. So I don't know. It just magically wasn't there. Now it's here. But all right. So what I was talking about earlier was, and look where it is right now. And I hope Brandon, and everybody, even myself, took some advice here because I said I'd much rather buy it when it breaks through 17, when we have the all clear, than worry about some of these levels here, right? So we've already, like, if you bought it at 15, now you're down 11%. Like, the market just been getting killed here, and so does NCLH. So at some point, and we talked about dollar cost averaging. I remember I said if you had $100, you maybe put in $10 now or $20, which would be fine. But I don't know when the dollar cost averaging is going to end. And really, that's the fear that I have, is that if you keep picking the bottoms, like I liked Uber this morning at 22. You look at it now, it's at 20 or whatever it's at. Like, at some point, the dollar cost averaging has to start making sense and not costing dollars. So we'll wait, but I still feel like $10, like this is COVID, which is ridiculous. Like $56 all the way down. And I don't know enough about Royal versus Norwegian versus CCL to see which one's the best, but honestly, like NCLH, man, just continues to get beat down. And I think you stay clear of all of these names until you get some kind of an all clear, from whoever, CDC or WHO, as far as travel is concerned.
I just looked at Disney today and really the only reason why I even wanted to trade Disney was because of $100. I mean, they got the downgrade this morning, and I was like, okay, we'll see. I mean, it already had a bottom on Friday at $100, and it's like that's a big round, fat round number that's likely to get defended. And then, minutes after the open, it bounced off 100, 102. It just came back to. We were talking about that in the midday show. I think Trader Prab was talking about that a lot. And now it's got a nice little recovery going. It's not super cheap yet, but I mean, like for stock that's been really expensive on a PE basis for a long time now, it's actually getting, from a forward perspective at least, a lot better. And if we ever get past the reopen, maybe you can get somewhere. Also probably just saying that because I can't wait to watch, Obi-Wan and basically everything they put out. But on another note, remember $13 in Snapchat? That didn't actually take very long. Snap just broke. This Wix reel, the first one here to 1275, this never happened. But it did just make a breakdown. I'll zoom in through 13. Got to about, I didn't see anything past like 95, but this says it got to 90. But it did get past that 13 and then immediately recovered. So it's trading at 1302, 1303. So for now, a bit of a false breakdown on Snapchat. So I'd watch out for that. Like sometimes you get those false bottoms and it can rally, but you're not exactly seeing a massive fight being put up right now for Snapchat. If you're looking for something that looks stronger, like I said, Facebook just for sure, Meta, Pinterest at one point, although now it's getting back into VWAP, guys. So it's starting to look a little bit ugly. I'm going to be adding to my lift through 17, so sometimes you can hit the bottom and try to go short, although it's SSR because down 15%, obviously. And then Vinco Ventures is the other one that we're going to be in here. So lots to look at. If I see Disney again at 100, I'll probably be on the bid. I guess we're not going to be getting, Google or Amazon. Felt like maybe you'd see that 2,000 mark today, but they both reversed well before that. So this afternoon, Disney 100, that'll make some sense. Lyft is at 17. You already saw Snapchat just break its low a day.
Yeah, so the only stock we're negative on, Apple, I'm back in. So, all right, AMD, look, this is what I'm talking about. Like, we just got taken out there at 80, and then it just came right back to 60. So, this is why we're not playing with very big shares at these levels. And again, I think you have to be as specific as you can. There's no point in playing around, so that's why I went over to Apple. And look, I just want to say, this is going to be my out. 140.30, 140.40, something like that. So we're gonna have to build the position closer. Like it's just because it's gonna whip up here, get me out, and then tank again or something, right? So it's not like if I start building it in here, then I'm gonna give back my profits today, which is a good day for me today. So, you know, we don't need to do that. We're gonna wait to see where the levels come through. And I mean, I just look at the way I've traded Facebook today. Facebook's been a rocket for me, man. Like these shorts all the way down huge, then more into here, there again, and then we hit this long back upside. So yeah, like, you know, you gotta wait. Like we're gonna wait for some key levels to come through. I don't think Facebook gets back here, but if Facebook can come up to like 182, 181 or something, then we can talk about it. Okay, new trade alert. When you know, I was in this yesterday and we got out of it to the short side, I believe. It was JP Morgan short. But now we're in the JP Morgan long. We just talked about wanting to take that break right here, 126.25. That's what we took. So now we're into JP Morgan long as it's been battling back. You see this 50 period as it goes. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's not like jump the gun on all of these trades, right? So let's stay in this if we can until we violate. So that's 125.89 right there. So we'd have to hold it back to at least there. That's fine. We've share sized properly, I feel like. So if that comes in, that's great. Otherwise, let's hold this. It does dip a little bit below. So we'll assess this when it goes. But here we go. A nice little win here for us on JP Morgan already. It looks like it's starting to go back up to the upside. Notice we have some issues here at 50. So we'll get a piece out. But yeah, we're able to hold this. Let's go JP Morgan, guys.
Yeah, some actual strength somewhere in the market there. And of course, you know, JP doing it. The Mike Pope board doesn't have a lot of green on it, but at least the banks are. And you know, that's if you. There was a line I actually heard yesterday that made a heck of a lot of sense to me, and it's like either the valuation of the market comes back down to where it is for the banks, or the banks should be going up from here. So, you know, like it makes a lot of sense for some of these. And like I haven't bought much this year, but you know, I like TD because we're in Canada and they have some U.S. exposure, but it felt a lot safer at the prices we've been able to get there. I see this BTTX you guys are talking about, but as Brendan just put in our chat, 8 million share float and no news that we can see. That doesn't mean a stock can't move. We've seen it a million times, up 62%. I do remember this, it was moving in the morning, and then I missed the short on it, and it did that whole thing where, hey, it tried to break out, pulled right back in, failed, but then managed to hold well above support all day long at lunch. We just talked about this setup, and then I don't have this one, because look at that 175, 180 break off to the races. Now, I'm not chasing this move to the upside because 240 to 250 is a pretty big channel on the daily chart. You'll see if it can get up there, probably a level that it can fail. So the risk to reward I don't love at these prices. I mean, if you got fives to 10s or something into $2, I like that risk to reward. But now I'm looking for that short at 240 to 250 to be sure. Vinco Ventures continuing to roll over into VWAP, and Lyft is now 3 cents away from that 17, and there isn't even that much on the bid. So that's getting to a pretty big level, and it's not like anyone's even defending it. So you're not going to see me on the bid in front of 17. If it bounces a couple of times, I'll probably take the short off, but yeah, I almost think that's just a break and then hammer the short when it goes through, if it goes through.
All right, so, I mean, you know what? It's like JP Morgan goes up, and then Apple goes up, and I short Apple, and then Apple falls down because the market falls down. But the problem here is also JP Morgan falls down. So, you know, although banks are strong here, if the market is starting to head back to the downside, then look, we've still got our out. It's all good. We took a quarter out, a quarter out for 15 pennies or whatever. You saw me do that. But here it comes back down in. So it just sucks because my net is actually not changing. Like, as Apple comes tank city right now to the downside, I told you what was I just saying right there? That we would wait to make sure that we got the right price on the short. So we just took a 140.20. Like, we're short 140.20 right now on Apple. It's 139.70, right? So, I mean, you're in the money now, 50, 60 cents on this name as it's coming to the downside. Unfortunately, like I just mentioned, as is JP Morgan. So let's get a little bit more out here on Apple just in case. We're sitting at 64. Maybe it comes down, cracks us one more time. Take a bid. Missed it. We'll get a bid though at 64 hopefully. And then if it bounces, great. We'll get some of that. There comes to the downside. It's going to get ugly for JP Morgan. We're getting out right now at 125.85. So that breaks there. Ooh, 85. I put 79. 125.85. As you can see, the 50 period is dramatically changing right now on JP Morgan. So we want to respect that 50 period. And here comes the break right now. That's 90. Okay, we got to get out of this soon.
Yeah, and looking at Pinterest here, starting to roll over again. I mean, forget about starting to roll over again. It was a random price, it looks like, that it just turned at. And I tried to catch it at 17.5. And then it decided it wanted to turn at 17.80. Once a half went, I was thinking $18 to be sure, just looking at what happened from this morning. Now it looks like it wants to break this quarter. It's below VWAP, so I'm going to see if I can't jump into this one. If it gets above 17.50 or so, we'll take it out. But I'm just looking for weakness now that the market's starting to pull back in, and why not? Like Pinterest, I mean, it feels like low-hanging fruit. Did I even get the shares of Lyft? Oh, yeah, it's SSR. I need something the uptick to happen. And the thing about trading, like Lyft isn't as liquid as, I don't know, like a Neo. Like if Neo goes SSR, like you're still getting shares on a break because it just goes crazy and there's upticks. But there actually hasn't been an uptick on Lyft since it broke 17 about 20 or 30 seconds ago. There's one. Where's my fill? Oh, kids, dark pools, man. It hit dark pools and then one share on Boss X. That's all the fill that it wants to give off the offer. But Lyft's still trying to go through that 17 even. Hopefully it'll take out a level to the upside and I can get into this one maybe at like 98 or 99. Otherwise, you just got into Pinterest to the south side. Microsoft just pulled back. Oh man, this market's going to have trouble if Softy's going to head all the way back into VWAP. Like Microsoft was one of your hopes, right? Triple top, 260. If it could have gone, maybe broken out, we'd have a shot in this market. But instead, it's going the other way.
Yeah, and so we're happy with one set and mad at the other set here. So JP Morgan obviously falls down. We tried it one more time there. It didn't work as it's coming cratering back down in. So honestly, that trade is like, dope. That didn't work out very well. But we made it all back anyways on Apple. It just sucks because look at Apple crater right now. We're $1 in the money on this trade. So all good, but it always sucks, obviously, when you give a little bit back there on a name like JP Morgan that I thought was going to be relatively strong there. So let's get there. Am I at 18? Where am I at on Apple? Oh, I just put a 17 bid there. Hopefully that hits. We can get some out there as this is cratering down. VWAP right there at 17. So I don't know why I'm getting missed there. Maybe we just had to fix that bid quick time here. Just put it at 21, see if we get run over there. The reason why I always bid a little bit lower is because I want to get the rebate. Like there it is. So I want the stock to hit me on the way down so I'm not paying the taker fee. I'm getting the maker fee, which is a little bit better there, and I can do some more explanation on that one. Affirm right now in the money, $1.50 now to the downside. There's Affirm. We are short Affirm 21.80. That continues to break, man. What's going to happen when Affirm has Affirm broken 20 before? Yes, it has. It's low as 15. Wow. Okay, so a lot
20
more.
Even's going to be.
Yeah, a lot more to come here for Affirm. What's up, Brendo?
I just saw this one, guys. ANF, we were talking about in the pre-market as well after their report. The whole market ticking back to the downside, but some volume sell side on Abercrombie back to 1850.
Oh man, I guess if you're looking for something that was just as bad, ANF, Abercrombie was certainly one of them. And tomorrow we're going to get a little more retail in there. We've got Nordstrom's reporting, so that's going to be a big one. I see on the way down on Affirm, you just mentioned $20 on Affirm, Sean. I see about 30,000 on 2023. I'd expect there might be a few more shares on the bid of Affirm at 20 even than we would have seen on Lyft. I'm going to be on the short as well. It's down 17%. However, I'd expect there's a far better chance of catching a fill on a 20 break on Affirm than there probably was there getting 17s on Lyft. And maybe I wasn't aggressive enough. The thing about Lyft is the spread doesn't really open up, so I really figured I'd just cross a couple of pennies and I should get it. But I didn't get an uptick within those 2 pennies, so I didn't actually get the fill. I still have the 43s, but that 20, you got to be on these. We just talked about, I rolled into Pinterest because I felt like Snapchat through the low of the day. Why try to take that low break when you can short Pinterest at VWAP? Well, just take the low break on Pinterest. If you were able to get it, it's now down at 1285. So if it's breaking fresh lows and the market's rolling over, at least I got into pins. But yeah, just some of these lows, you just got to short the bottom. People like to buy low, sell high. Truth of the matter is when you're trading the momentum and the trend, it doesn't always work that way. sometimes you are taking breakouts through the top. Like if the market had continued this reversal, you'd be looking at Microsoft through the top because it was strong. With something like a Snapchat through the bottom, with Lyft through the bottom, that's now at 1690. You just got to be willing to hammer that bid because that's the only trade to be able to make. And that BTTX, I said I'd wait for 240. It decides 225 is the curl. So if that's a trap, well, time to walk into it.
Yeah, that's what I saw everyone talking about BTTX right there. I was just about to look at AMD, honestly, and then I saw this come through. I guess you got to pay for shorts. I'm not on that. But watch out for BTTX here, 185. Whenever I look at these names, and you guys know that you trade them much better than I do, so, you guys know better than that. But I just feel like you got to look for where there's some bunched up action, especially if it does have volume, which it does down there at that level. So there it is right there, BTTX. Yeah, look, if you keep playing, the reversals, eventually you'll catch one, and there it is right there, 225 downside down to $2. So, that's that. But I mean, just like if you played the short there, it's still ripped up. Like you just got to be very careful. A lot of this is timing too, with only an hour left. Get ready. I don't even know what this is. I'm assuming it's some sort of a biotech company or something. We'll have a look at that. But you want to look at AMD quickly? Let's do that for us. Okay.
It's actually really cool.
JP Morgan just came in. I want to take the long.
It's going to halt down. This is...
BTTX? Okay, go over to Neil's.
I just tried offering it at 217, and then it rolled over, and it's only down 10%, but if it gets into VWAP, that would be a halt down. Just one candle down. It's a great name. It's Better Therapeutics.
Ooh.
See, every now and then someone has a company name that's legit. You don't like that name?
I've heard better names. Man,
Yeah,
what exactly is going on around here? These dad jokes are getting to be a little bit out of hand.
So what? Supposed to make dad jokes.
Yeah,
you know why it is?
My kids are like, Dad, you're not funny, and I think that
because
they're
they get pets. They
grow
grow
up probably
too
right.
fast. My daughter still laughs at everything I say.
Yeah,
so I say dumb crap all the time. She thinks I can sing. She thinks I'm funny.
Yeah.
Well, she definitely she likes my gray hair because it's like Elsa. So she's like, yeah, the gray is nice, but
Yeah.
Is that funny?
Yeah. I kept telling my daughter that like all these grays, I was like, I don't have any grays. I've told this story lots of times. I said, just dust and stuff in the beard. And then she goes, well, when I'm out of the shower, it's like, what happened to the dust, right? But
Keith Hernandez,
still
my friend.
there. Keith Hernandez.
Touch of gray, baby.
No, I'm okay. Distinguished is what they say.
Yeah. This
We're
is
really
ridiculous.
pulling at straws here. Okay. All right. So I just want to take another position here that was doomed maybe from the start. Let's see what happens with JP Morgan. We're long right now, 160. It's out right now. As soon as a 150 break, we're out. So just a matter of seconds. This will probably come out for JP Morgan. We just tried. It must be a little bit lower, my offer. Yeah, it's a little bit lower than that. So we do have JP Morgan ready to go. It just resisted that 150, but that's where my out's going to be. There's not too much liquidity here, honestly. It dries up pretty fast. So like I could get ticked out and then this thing rips up. So I'll probably be done with JP Morgan until we take 126 again. Can't keep chasing this dream, man. I like the banks for sure. You're positive 0.7, but as I just said on the trade of the day, this NASDAQ easily, man, falls back down here today. You got to watch out for your Snapchat. You got to watch out for any kind of tech name that you have. You're down that 3%. On that note, man, we just clocked out of Apple one more piece as that just went down into the 80s. Like we just hit this short, man, 140.20. It's in the money $1.30 now. So, or sorry, $1.17 right now, down to the downside. So Apple definitely working out. And a firm I'm not getting out of. So you can forget about that. I'm just going to watch this, hopefully bleed the rest of the day for a firm to the downside. That was a good trade for us. I remember when we had that trade, we were able to hold a bit of it, and here it comes to the downside. I guess there could be an actionable level at 20, so that could come into play. And honestly, man, I wish this JP Morgan would go, but it just keeps going right back to where I'm long. So I don't know about this trade, guys.
Yeah, there's not much holding up. Even Zoom just pulled right back in. That was one of the strongest names out there in the market. I'd love to tell you that I got some likes or some longs here, but I don't. Apparently, we have only 900 likes to go to get to 3,000, which is a fantastic number. Mr. 3000 is one of my favorite bad movies of all time.
Wasn't that Bernie Mac?
That's what I was going to say.
I love Bernie Mac.
Because Bernie Mac was just one of the funniest Yeah, one of the funniest people ever of all time, man. Y'all don't understand. I can't say the rest of it. I ain't scared of you. Anyways, you guys know the line if you've watched any Bernie Mac. He was the absolute man. 20 has nothing on it in a firm. So as far as I see, it's slim pickings to be able to take that one out. Other levels coming into play: AMD 90, AMC $10 on AMC. I think we broke it once. Actually, we did break that last week or a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah, but $10 is sort of incoming once again, and it's another double bottom. We like double bottoms. NVIDIA today was along off a double bottom, but that mid-May low on AMC just below that 10 could come into play maybe today or tomorrow, guys. Pins, as I mentioned, we did roll into that short. It's not really accelerating, but I don't know that it has to. Realistically, like you're seeing it start to fall down here. I'm going to get some out in front of 17 because if you looked at what happened at 17 in the middle of the day here, it just went sideways for about, 30 to 40 minutes, almost, 30 to 40 minutes or so. So I'd expect it catches a bid, but if it gets through 17 even, it probably just does what the rest of the market is doing and head right back to those bottoms. And they tried to buy it back up. Like, how many stocks are going to pull back or are going to bounce 10% from the lows and right now be sitting down 25%. Pinterest. The shorts have been paying you pretty much all day long in this stock. There was only one chance, I think, for the longs. And picking the bottom on any of these ones was not the way to go today. There was some relative strength in the semis. There was a good report from Zoom. Microsoft had some strength. I'm telling you, but if you're trying to pick a bottom on anything else, you were just guessing because the bids weren't obvious. They weren't at key levels. It was just when the selling got exhausted. And clearly it's not done because Pinterest is still falling.
Yep, yeah, exactly. Okay. I can't, you just talked about Pinterest. We'd be crazy not to look at Snapchat again because, this name is now, we just talked about it as our trade of the day. We thought it was pretty good getting out there 1330. Not that we thought it was pretty good, but I was actually thinking that there was a chance for this name to get going. And get going, no thank you. It's going to the downside right now and going pretty hard here. So watch out. I think you could even go short at 1280. We talked about that earlier at the beginning of the day. It was like, where is there going to be some love here for Pinterest today? Couldn't find it. I figured there wasn't a big, huge short hold on this name. So new positions being exercised today, and it just continues to go down to the downside. So stay clear of this name. Looking pretty nasty right now is Snapchat to the downside.
Tesla just.
JP Morgan, we lost more than we should have on that. It was just now we have a negative name besides Apple on our board. We are making some nice money though. Now $1.40 in the money on Apple, as this is just taking down some of these lows. If we can get back in here to 138.20, this is disastrous right here today for everybody, but 138.70, let's put another bid. I just wonder, maybe, I don't think we're getting exhausted or anything, but take profit, right? Nothing wrong with doing a little bit of that. We'll sit here near 70, see if we can get another bid out. We're short at 140.15. This is $1.35 in the money right now. So again, just as I'm expecting a little bit of chop here, we should clear out of some of these trades. So Apple right now dancing a little bit. Let's just put a bid at 87, see if we get that now. Oh, 94.95. Yeah, okay, we're starting to go to the upside now. But let's watch out. Maybe we got to find some longs. That AMD 90.50, I think, was a good level.
Yeah, it's a matter of finding, it's not just finding the longs, because you can also look for opportunities to maybe take that profit out of the shorts when they're starting to work for you. Someone just put Carvana out there, and there's another. This is down 14% today. The list of, I almost said something else. The list of names that are just getting clapped it's even more extensive than on my quote board because I didn't have this out there. This is a huge short interest, and you're just getting absolutely destroyed left, right, and center. But there are some signs, we keep showing you things that are on the bottom. I know we're down 3%, but if you were watching this morning, you probably would have thought we were headed towards a 4 or 5% down day and that we would have actually challenged Friday's lows. We didn't come close on the NASDAQ, actually. So there is room to the downside. And if we're holding a higher low, it's a bad day, but it's relatively contained to certain, poor valuation names in specific sectors where you are seeing some pockets of strength. And that's why the NASDAQ hasn't completely died here. And the ES is only 1.6, despite the fact that you can't catch a bid on Carnival, guys. It's just super ugly there. And there's just nothing. If you're looking, I saw someone just mention AT&T. Look, yes, it's having a pretty strong day today. I think a lot of times you'll see some strength in defensive type names when you get those bad days. but this is not a great day trading vehicle, I haven't found. Unless you get a really key level break here at 21, something later on in the session, or a nice little double bottom at the open, chasing the highs on something which doesn't really move, it's not going to give you gigantic moves. It's more of a really like scalp spread trading kind of stock. Chasing a high on this late in the day is really not going to be my cup of tea. So I'm going to stick to what's moving. I'm thinking about where Lyft is going to go because it's starting to catch a bit of a bid. Why didn't that flip? Here we go. It's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here at 1685, and I never got the 17 short, so I still have that 1750. I might have to get this one out here if it tries to break back above, say 1695 or so. Tesla 567, I don't know about that, Andrew, but it has a chance to get to 600, that's for sure. Today, we'll see.
Oh, man. I want to go long Meta so bad. 179.50 if we take that level out. So, but at the same time, understanding that the shorts have been printing, we did get it out there. So we'll go, let's go timber because that seems to be what the market wants to do right now. Oh, I know the problem. Sharif, pass me that bear when you get a second here. It went missing from action there. Thank you, my friend. Let's put this back in the building. We left that for our midday show there, but now we still need a name for this bear, by the way. Maybe we'll have to do a Twitter poll or something to try to find out a name for that. But there it is. We did cover some Apple. Now we're into very, very light position on AAPL. So we just covered a couple times there at the bottom. And again, just like if I think, okay, here we go. We got to take a little piece out here of JP Morgan as we got back into that name. If the market wants to rally, and be choppy. We talked about it being choppy yesterday. So like when it starts to do this, man, we got to take advantage and make sure that we take profit when you have an outsized move. So like going short there at 140.20 at 241 and then getting it out for $1.40 at 254, 13 minutes later, you got to take some of that profit, right? So we did that. Now we're basically flat. We'll get out of the rest if and when it changes direction up to 139.40. I'm actually just going to put that order in right now. And I want you guys to all notice sort of like what Neil and I do here, right? Is that if we have an idea of where to get out, I just sort of put the order out there. And then if it hits it, it hits it. Great, I'm out. And I don't have to worry. I don't have to rethink about it. And therefore, you just kind of let the trading happen. But at the same time, when I'm in the money, I have no problem quickly taking it out. So that's something that I have to work on is like the fast fingers, like getting in and out of things too quickly. But hey, sometimes it works. It works on the sell side for sure when you're in trouble. And I'm just trying to make sure I make more decisions that are right versus wrong, and then it will pay off eventually. So that's what I'm doing for Apple, 139.40. We're looking at that. And honestly, man, like, I really, if the market goes, I really like this 179.50 area on Meta. Like all this stuff, we can easily take this and bang it up to 180, 180.50 again, no problem. So those are kind of the levels that I'm looking at here for Facebook, 179.50. But if you like the short, I mean, this is also looking like it wants to break down. So again, we're still a ways away from going long on Facebook. It's just, I like that 179.50 if and when it ever comes into play. Mr. Wickens.
On that, Meta, guys, I just saw a promotional video that was just released by Facebook for a rebrand of Instagram. Not changing anything or anything, just the look and the feel updated on the graphics side of things. So not a huge deal, but they are releasing apparently a new updated look for Instagram.
All right. What do we have, like a mockingbird back there? What the heck
I didn't
was
even,
that?
what sound was that?
It was like a whooping crane or something like that.
Wow.
I don't know what that was, but as long as everybody's okay over there, that's what matters. Okay, he's okay apparently, so there we go. All right.
Is that you, Kush?
It was Kush, okay. Yeah. Kush. All right, let's go.
I love the floor.
Yeah, this is a good floor right now. We are always looking to hire, so if you were interested in that, go to the Day Trade the World website, and you'll be able to find out the Toronto floor and all the floors at Day Trade the World. Speak to our wonderful Justin.
Oh, 20 affirms on the bid.
Hey, 20 on a firm. We're $2 in the money right now for a firm. And there is it on the bid. Look at that short right there, 21.80. We still holding this name. Sometimes you get lucky, right? But there it is. We'll see where a firm wants to go from here now.
There's nothing on the bid.
Yeah, there really is nothing here on the bid. So this name just could get absolutely destroyed. Wow. More and more downside action coming for AFRM. I mean, I'm not getting out of this. It's not a huge trade. I mean, we did start to get out the majority of this, especially when it took down this 21. Like that was a big move midday right there, bang, to the downside, right into the teeth of where we were. And then ever since we took down the bottom of 2080, it's just been basically downside. Like, where's the bid here? You know, like we can go over to maybe another name like a DraftKings. I don't know. I'm just thinking about names that, you know, really have had a hard time getting going recently. DraftKings is just another one of those on the 1 minute. Yeah, you can see it's been a rough afternoon for a lot of these names. Like I'm here looking to play like rebounds, and some of these stocks are just like low, low, low. I'm going to assume my Palantir is another one of those names as well that just keeps on getting killed to the downside. 750. Actually, it doesn't look as bad trying to bounce off 750 right now. But there it is. Oh, we got out of our Apple. Apple took that level out. So now we are out of that one. JP Morgan, you know, again, revenge, best served cold. So we'll get out of some JP Morgans, 85s. There it is. We just went long again. Still not great, man. I mean, we lost more than we won on this name. If it retraces up, then we go hallelujah on that one. And watch out for this JP Morgan, now 40 cents in the money.
Oh, no,
I bet the Facebook just ripped through that level that I gave, and I'm not even long. Ooh, not yet. Just goes to 179.50 and does a dance. Let's wait for something major to happen.
You know what hadn't happened since the morning? Look at Lyft. Yeah, look, so someone didn't just come in and buy 400,000 shares of Lyft all the way up to 17.10. Look, realistically, the market bounced, and I was going to take this out on a trailing stop anyway. So, look, it actually, even though I got filled on a bad wick, it really did trade up through that 85 anyway. So, like, trailing out of Lyft made a heck of a lot of sense. I've gone ahead and done it. I said maybe I shouldn't, but I just watched the market make a little bit of a bounce. So as we take out one short, I'm doing that in advance, not because I think a firm is going to pay here, but $20 is $20. It's a round number. It just bounced off it twice, thrice, I guess, if you look at my 3-minute chart here. And if it breaks, at least I know exactly what I'm doing if it breaks $20. Even if the market bounces from here, well, you know, it only has to go to like 2020 or 2025 to be an okay trade. And this is, just to be clear, like when we talk about, you know, like long, one of these names at 20 even, or if it was a Disney at 100, or if it would have been like an AMC at $10, a lot of times that's just a pure risk to reward style play that you're going to put on as a day trader, because, you know, you can go in there and just sort of scalp the trade. You're only going to be in it for like hopefully seconds and not minutes, because really you're going against the trend. And when we get to levels like that, you know, if the market bounces, fantastic. But it's risk to reward. Like on a coin flip, if you take a 20.05 and you get it out 15s to 25, right? You only have to be right like 40 to 50% of the time to be green on a style like that. And you want it to be a significant level if you're going to do that. So it is working out so far on a firm, but I don't think this is going back to VWAP. That's for darn sure. But we'll take 2025 if we can get it.
All right, 52 cents in the money now for JP Morgan. Obviously, we got out too many, but that's okay. 126.25. Let's put another offer a little bit below that in the teens here for JP Morgan as it's starting to rip to the upside here. The only real loss was that first one where, you know, it came back in and broke through 126. That sucked because we were long at 25, so we took a 25-cent hit on pretty much the full load. We only took it, well, actually, it was 3/4 of that, and then we messed up again down here one more time at 50, but that was a quick hit. That was like a 57 long out 50 break. I think it was 48, 47 break, so 10 cents. But now we'll still be red on it. It needs to go up a little bit here for us on, here it goes, for us on JP Morgan. And then just as an idea right now, AMD, I like the long break here through 40, through this bottom, not through VWAP, through this bottom here, 91.40. If we can get that on AMD, then we'll punch the long and then see about, not for, again, like I can't give it all the way back here. I don't want to lose the day. Let's just see if the market wants to get going, but we need confirmation first. So JP Morgan, we're long, and we'll take an AMD long. Was that Brundo?
It was. Oatly, guys, just bouncing as well. I just saw it pop up on a volume scanner. During the midday show, this happened. They announced a new CEO. So some new leadership coming into OTLY. But back to day lows here, trying to bounce.
When you see a move like that on news, like that just tells you like sellers are waiting. Like they're ready and waiting on levels like that. I don't know if you got Facebook there, Sean, but it did bounce off VWAP. It's back at 180.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a different beast in there. And I think, well, I don't think actually, you know what? I don't think it's, we don't have to tell anybody that's different from Snapchat and Pinterest, right? Like it's obviously a bit of a different story. And that's why you're seeing the relative strength, but it might drag some of those to the upside. So I'm going to have to be at least a bit cautious about that Pinterest. We did get some out at 17. It's still going sideways from this level. So like this tells you all you need to know. Like I just saw Microsoft bounce $1.50. The NASDAQ bounced 15 points. Facebook bounced $1 off of VWAP.
I cannot believe that.
And Pinterest basically said, okay, well, we'll try to go up 3 or 4 cents here, but we're not going to go too much further than that because we stink. So if Pinterest, like, this is what we call relative strength and weakness. So when you see, if you're in a position in a related name and you see like Facebook and the NASDAQ start to go, you got to watch. Did your short go to the upside? No, then hold on to it and hold on to it till the imbalances come out or your stop gets hit, one or the other. Always have a stop. Uh-oh, a firm just broke 20. I told you we're not going to be in this very long.
I mean, oh man, you went long a firm against 20, yeah.
Well, I got most of it out at 2020, and now it's even that's a problem. It's SSR, so I didn't get the short.
Roger that, yeah.
So I am out. Like I got most of it out at 2020, and then got stopped out on the last of it. Oh, there's an uptick. I just got the short now in a firm at 1997, and that's the thing about the SSR rule, right? Like you can break a level. But if nobody buys it, like if there isn't a single green tick as it goes through, guess what? You're not going to get any shares. So I'm now into a firm on a bottom break after trying the long at 20 even. We're still in Pinterest, which just retook 17 even. So we're back to only being short and trying to find a long somewhere, and I don't see any. So Brendo, what's up, bud?
Sunshine Biopharma, SBFM, doing this right now. Has just gone from 155 to 215. So just checking on this one. SBFM.
SBFM. Yeah, the reason why I was like upset there is because, Facebook, what a great scalp that was if anybody had that. And I didn't, man. I was too busy looking at JP Morgan, and I just didn't think Facebook would get going that quick. But there's that 179.50 break, and I literally said that should get you to 180, and that goes right to 180.07 and fades back in. So good call, not taken. So who cares? But that was a good call right there for that trade. And my AMD just never hit. Let's go AMD chart. Never hit. It came close though. Remember we didn't want the VWAP break. We wanted to get a little higher than that. So 91.40. I'm actually going to cancel. And remember, we could do this. Like this is what I do like all day, every day here. If something doesn't break, we can easily cancel our trades. As you see, it's pretty busy around here. And I did want to say one more time, we are hiring. If you have that graphic, you can throw it, Lucas. If not, no worries. You can hit it. I'm going to do it right now for you in the chat. It is #apply. Thanks to Trader Brad for setting that up. But we are hiring. It's marketing@tradertv.live. So I just hit the hashtag there in the chat. Or is it pound? Or is it this way? I think it might be this way. Apply. But there it is anyways. It'll be on, do you have it or not? Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. I don't know how long it takes, Lucas, so I don't mean to be rushing you on that one. But there it is right there. We're looking for a co-host for Brendan. Not for the midday show, not for our show, for the whole show. Just like how Brendan comes in, we're just looking for someone to help read the news, talk about some stories, things like that. Brand new co-host coming your way. Everybody's saying, man, I hope they're looking for one. Hey, we've been promoting it on the show. We are looking for a new co-host. So if you know somebody or indeed yourself want to apply, there it is right there. The only problem is it's not a problem, but we're located in the greatest city, Toronto, Ontario. So if you want to come
not a problem.
No, if you want to come through for sure to that. So that's that. Now that that's out of the way, it's 3:11 and it's power hour, as we say. So let's wait to see what happens now, man. Power up to everybody. Hit that alarm. Let's get going. JP Morgan is 50 cents now in the money. It did break below 126 there for me, so I got over another piece, but I'm still trying to hold out for that high. Let's see if JP Morgan could take it. It's not the high of the day. It rallied early, faded back down. We said JP Morgan is the one to buy, and you had to wait for a pullback. It came through. We were waiting for 122. It only goes to 123, but straight upside since then. Did pull back to 124. That gave a good opportunity. Let's see. Let's see if it wants to take that level one more time. 126.40. And Neil, you're a firm.
I know. It's like
not your firm, but you were long, and then this is what I mean.
Well, it is mine today.
Very choppy.
I'm gonna make money on the long and lose money on the short. On a firm today? On the 20 long and the 20 short, I should say. Now, obviously, the shorts at the top were obviously fantastic, but at that price, the price we just traded, if it gets back, the 2020 was a high that I got on the long off 20 even, so that's where I'm going to put my stop. if that's when it bounced off, it couldn't go farther than 2020, then that's where my out's going to be on the short. I did just jump into the SPFM. I tried to throw it in the chat as fast as I could. That $2.20, a pretty big level on this SPFM. You can see it on the daily chart, support, then resistance on the daily. This is what it looks like on the 15. So it just went right up to it. And unlike BTTX or whatever the heck that last one was, we're not missing the curl on this. And sometimes you just gotta, like, you identify the level when it goes parabolic. And one thing I've noted, and this is actually, I had a conversation with a former trader on the floor who opened his own floor, and that was one of the first guys that we hired on our own floor, Sean.
Yep.
And what he was basically saying, and I was like, yeah, you're absolutely right about this. We're talking about it. When these go parabolic, the very first turn is like the last few months is a huge trap. Like, it'll work just enough that you think you've got it. But it ends up being like the second move. Like, wait for, if there's a bigger level after the first parabolic move, wait for the bigger level. And you would think, yeah, it gets close enough to $2. Why not do it? That's 190 there. But you go to the higher time frame, and it's like, okay, well, it tried to turn. That's not the bigger level. The bigger level is when it tried to break out off that and couldn't get past the 220, and you go to the daily chart. And at that point, it's also got some longs in there on a 2 break, and then you get the flush back in. So now it's at $2, it's starting to come back in, but it just feels, for these low float names that are running, a lot of times you should be waiting, and you got to be willing to miss a move, right? Like, it's either going to get your price where it makes sense to you, or maybe you don't make the trade at all. And sometimes you got to be able to sit it out. And there's no way that you can actually manage risk or reduce the amount of your exposure without giving up some upside. And sometimes that upside is getting into the trade at all. And I find if you're going against the grain on a parabolic mover, you should be willing to miss out on the trade altogether. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in too many things. And I've been on that end of the coin. Like, I'll tell you right now that the day one or day two on DWAC, I was short 27 times before it finally caught a top. And you don't want to be doing it that way. You'd rather get in just one time and then try and catch that move.
One time, yeah. So Affirm's been a great stock for me today, but we are going to just keep respecting this 50 period. So if it breaks above 2030, I'm going to put the order in right now. The order saved me on Apple doing this. We'll do it again on Affirm. It's about to break right now. So maybe it's not, but 2031 or so, we'll get out of that if it does break. So that's going to be that, and we will wait to see what happens here with.
Did you say 2031?
Yeah.
My actual limit price is 2031 on my stop.
Okay. We'll see where it goes then from here, right? All right, so 2031. I mean, it's right there. It's right where the 50 period is. I mean, makes sense to me, probably makes sense to Neil as well. So, hey, I like it when we're on the same page, and we are right now with that one. Okay, so that's that. Our Facebook trade, obviously, as the market comes back in, Facebook's still dancing around that 179.50. I think we'll leave Facebook alone unless it comes a little bit lower. Let's go over to Roblox. We did, Roblox is a New York stock. We did pay high side for Roblox. So let's wait to see what's going on with this name. Come on, Roblox. You are down that 11%. We did hit this earlier. Turned out to be a good trade. One of the last ones as it started to go all the way up to 27 and change. But again, still, right now, this is what's happening. You're just barcoding one more time at these levels. So just like we had Roblox earlier, let's see what's happening right now. There's the barcode from earlier. It dropped down and we got out. That very bottom, 26.30. Right now, it's kind of doing the same thing, bouncing off this 50 level. So let's do it again, man. Let's take Roblox right now long and see what happens. I mean, we have a good trade possibility, good trade setup here. Does it get back to VWAP? It's interesting for that. And then we'll see about that breakdown here near 30. So I think this is well worth the risk. The future's kind of dancing here, so I don't really have much. So let's just trade off some levels. Let's punch Roblox long and see where we go. Start light, and then if we fade out, we have our plan.
And it's all about having that plan, and then you can then celebrate when things work out and go to plan. And we talk about trade psychology all the time, but what would you do if you were long this thing and it got to this price in this market? Sell it, and that's why I pull back. And look, BTTX and SPFM, very, very similar charts, making similar moves. And it's not. I don't think it's a coincidence for a lot of these types of names when they do make those moves. And we're sort of my stop. So my stop isn't at 31. I think I want to be sort of at least remotely clear about that. My limit price. When you see the line in the chart for a stop, that's the limit price that the order will be thrown at when my stop gets run. And that will be at 2020 because that's as far as it went when it was that long trade in a firm. So, I'm not waiting till it gets to 2031. I'm just throwing an order all the way out to 31 on a limit basis. But you know what's coming back to the upside? The market. And leading that charge, well, I think leading that charge, I could be wrong about this, but it's the one I'm watching, is Microsoft. Ooh. So triple top on Softy at 259. Actually, it's a triple top for now. It'll be the fourth time we get to this price, 259.60 or so. There were a couple of wicks above there, but it is not actually broken 260 today. Even if your high-low, open, high-low close says 260 or 260 and change, it is not broken 260. I have the high as about 259.70 or so. So we need to get through that. Until then, you got resistance galore. So I'm watching this for a bit of a market turn. If this takes out the top and somehow I'm not stopped out on a firm, I would probably just punch out. Also, my Pinterest trade. Got to watch out for that because, look, even though a stock is weak and doesn't want to seem to go anywhere, but to the downside, hey, look, it's also basing out here at that 17 level. And as the market tries to get to the upside, something like Microsoft taking out the top is probably going to drag a few names with it. So that's a place to take some profit in front of the end of the day where we have to be flat in any regard. And sometimes these things happen like really quickly and they're easy. In either direction. Like, neither firm trade lasted very long. Long in front of 20 to 2020, short below 20 into 2020. So we go in long works, go into the short does not work. But I'm not going to do anything inside of that range again. Like, I'm not going to be on the bid in front of 20 again. If I like a long, it would have to break back out above 2020. Otherwise, we're just going to stick with pins and BBG, Vinco Ventures, because SBFM, that didn't take very long for SBFM to be done. And we saw how fast BTTX was to the downside. That just pulled 215 to 180 in less than 6 minutes here. So quick, big level on the daily chart. Allow it to go parabolic not once, but twice into a more significant level. You don't have to jump in front of it. It had already turned off of that level and then was consolidating. This is a 3-minute chart. This is not a 1-minute chart. It was already consolidating beneath that 220 to give you a shot to entry. It never reclaims the high. And then it just flushes right into previous support at $1.80, bingo, bango, bongo, and then we're out of it. Oh, come on, Microsoft. I was actually sitting there thinking Microsoft was about to take out the high, and maybe we could have a recovery late in the day, and then it pulls back. I should have just shorted the top on Softy, but I don't want to. That's the problem.
No, and that's, so we did the same thing. Now the market started to turn. So we actually got, oh no, this is going to have to fill. I don't know what's happening there. We actually got a 63 fill on Roblox, but here it comes back in. We're getting ready to buy more of this name. The market is failing here into the close. So, this Roblox trade won't be for a while. We're going to try to fend that very bottom of 26.30 right now. We're long 26.54, and we did get a piece out there at 63. So we'll have to wait to see here, if it does hold. We are going to try to buy a little bit of this dip here from the bottom. That is Roblox. So that's a new name for me, trying to get involved with that one. Oil today, XOM is up. I don't know what Oxy's doing. I mean, if XOM's up, I'm going to assume Oxy's up as well. Oil just flat. You can see it's down here 0.26. So I have the NASDAQ here because most of the names I watch are NASDAQ, and then CL down there for the oil. Just because. But there it is. Oxy actually red here. Let me check out my Valero before I go to Brendan. Valero 125, so not doing much. The only investment I've been making recently is in the XLE, but the Canadian edition, which is ZEO. I know there's a little bit of difference there, but that's the name that I'm in right now, Brendan.
This BTTX, guys, nuts move. We came off 220 to 170, and then right back to highs on a huge volume spike. So here we go again. Trying to get back to highs anyways. BTTX.
It's the weirdest thing. I guess we're all watching the same stuff, right? Like, that one's not a coincidence because I had level 2 up for it. I was like, well, it just worked in SBFM. This is the second time this is going to happen. Whatever. I'm not getting this trade either. So anyways, I missed BTTX at 220, and then this time it goes to 215, and I try to grab 210, and it's just like, for a $2 stock, it actually doesn't have as much liquidity as you would think. Like on SBFM, it was easy to get into position on the way back down. For this one, it's pretty much not happening unless you're really chasing the move. Wow. And this, that's not that difficult, right? Like, essentially, you're just looking to short on a lower high. get it out if it breaks the high of the day. That's just completely insane. Like, that was so fast, the bid dropped on it. If SBFM makes the same move, anywhere close to that high of the day, I'm going to be all over trying to catch that short the same way we just tried on BTTX. But it's more of a pattern than anything else. And just as I said Microsoft wasn't going to take out the high, here we go again. Right back towards the top. What's going to happen here is I'm going to say, well, I should have shorted Softy off the high of the day, and it just came back in. Well, this time I'm going to actually short Microsoft off the high of the day, and after it breaks the high and then the market starts going to the upside, you guys can thank me for losing on a Softy short, because that's clearly what caused the market to go up.
Yep. So thank you, Neil, for that.
Well, I'm not
as
yet.
Prad says, Snap. Oh, Snap. Yeah, we're not going to read that. Snap new low again. Like, I don't know, honestly. Like, as we sit here and watch Snapchat, that just continues to make new lows. Like,
no liquidity.
You know, just to have been short 15, we were, and to have held it, I mean, wow. The number one name here on the sticky note. Hopefully you guys were able to see that here today. As we'll go home, we'll go to profile, we'll go right here. Thank you again for the 300K, man. That means a hell of a lot to us. So thank you for that. And there's the Snapchat right here. You know, he came out yesterday, Evan Spiegel, and it was just like, lower revenues, lower profit targets, everything like that they were going to miss. So not much, like, I mean, I even said it right here, not much to say, but short. Like, it was pretty obvious, man. Look at this. Look what I said right here as well. Like, come on, Sean. Like, read your own damn notes. Should stay short all day. Like, it's literally... Yeah, thanks, Lucas. That's great. Yeah, actually, I like that focused in there. But there it is right there. We released this trade at 8 o'clock today on Snapchat. That's great, actually. I like that you did that, Lucas. That was pretty awesome. But right there, short all day on Snapchat. And then, so where do I get out? How about at 11:42? Like, that's not even close to all day, my friend. 13:30 there. Now a nice little downside move, but yeah, we definitely did not follow our own rules there. So darn, nice move there for Snapchat downside. Congratulations, anybody that had discipline to hold that one. We're trying to be disciplined right now with Roblox. It did make a move down. Believe it or not, we were at 40. Never got filled down there. It went to 42 against the 31 bottom. Roblox starting to go a little bit here with the NASDAQ. So hopefully the NASDAQ can get going. I don't know. Remember what I said, like, it was going to be choppy the last couple of days, Neil? We're choppy during this closing show. And once again, look at the NASDAQ. Just cannot figure itself out. There is going to be a big move. Yesterday I was caught in it. Didn't cost that much, but we were still caught in it at 350. We do have the imbalances coming out, so please let us know if there's anything there that you could see. What's up? Squeeze the cheese. He sees it there as well. Cheese. Some of these interesting names get going, but yeah, we have a friend named Cheese. So if that's you, what's up, Cheese?
Cheese.
Cheese.
That was. If you've ever been in a fine dining restaurant and a rather loud and obnoxious group of like 20 dudes are yelling cheese to the point that our waiter was doing it as well, then we apologize because...
Or if you're ever in like a fine steakhouse or something like that and your stupid friend asks for HP sauce, that's where you just like, you get up and leave. Or was it ketchup? What was it that he went and got? Was it ketchup?
He's done both.
Ketchup was steak.
It was
so the
actually,
steak itself will cost like $150 or something, but you know, if you don't have ketchup on it.
It was actually really embarrassing, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, and the worst part about it, when they said no, I'm not making this up, he got up and went to the corner store to get ketchup to put on the steak. Like, we were all like, we should
he
probably
lucky he rich.
That's the other side of it.
Yeah.
You can't do stuff like that, man. And it was a great steak, by the way. Just going to throw that one out there. But we used to do those all the time. Like, we had these, like, guys' dinners. Oddly not the same guy. I know you're not going to tell a story, but when we were at Jacob's, he had to leave our guys' dinner because he had a date. It's like once a month we would have this, like, you know, everyone gets to pick a spot.
Date.
Once a month we'd go out. He's like, oh, yeah, I planned a date on the one night that we all go out to have a dinner. And he leaves. He's like, yo, Sean, can you just grab it? I'll pay you back. So we had our own trading floor. A couple of weeks later,
I'm punching this guy.
Some guy walks in to our office and he's like wheeling in boxes. And it was the entire steak dinner in pennies in boxes from this dude.
He gave me like $100. He gave me like $150 in pennies or something like that. And the funny part is like, how much, and it didn't matter to him, obviously,
No, he
right?
didn't
But
care.
how much did he pay the courier, first of all, to load up? The good thing was
great.
the saving grace,
was
and I
great.
messaged him, I was like, it's all good, bro. Thank God we had like a Bank of Montreal literally
right in the
in
corner.
the basement of our building. So I just had to go back down and take it to the bank. But yeah, he was trying to get me to wield it around because I kept asking him. It was months later, man. I felt bad. I was like, yo, bro, I don't want you to forget about this, but you owe me for that dinner. It was a primetime place. And then in came the cash. But shout out to you, my friend, if you are watching, which he's probably not. Thanks
You
for
never know.
Thanks for the memories. I mean, that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of you probably go out with your friends. We got to do that again. But the problem is everybody's moved. Kids are now here. And remember when you guys are giving me a hard time because I had the kids, but now everybody else feeling the wrath
I
of
did.
the
Actually, you know what's
children.
crazy about it? Baxter, actually, I remember when Baxter was watching Barron, who was a baby, at one of those dinners.
Yeah.
I'm like, talk about knowing that, and it was 8 at the time, knowing that an 8-year-old's cool. It's like he's sitting there just chilling, carrying on a baby so you guys can hang out. And by the way, I said you could thank me for the market breaking
I mean, I
out.
wasn't, my son wasn't
Microsoft hiding.
babysitting at 8 years old by himself.
Oh, you guys were there too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, my
I just
bad.
want to make sure everyone understands. I
No,
don't
but he's
get
walking around the restaurant,
child services
with
over
the
here.
baby while we're all
right.
sitting at the table.
Got
And
it.
it's like,
Got it.
and doing a fantastic job of it. And now he's here trading. Oh, come on, Topwick Microsoft. Are you kidding me? Anyways, while that happened, Microsoft came back to 259. I scalped some out, and then it took out the high of the day, so I got stopped out at the said high of the day, and now it's whipping right back in. So this is whipsaw action back and forth. It just feels like I'm just going to hang on to Pinterest because I kind of feel like that should fall. Vinco Ventures, I'll probably get out because we talk about this all the time. If it ain't moving, you shouldn't be in it. It looked like it was a good short off the high of the day, but it can't even get back into VWAP. And look at it, just doing absolutely nothing. So let's forget about that. I think pins can go, to be sure. And we talked about Tesla earlier. It caught a bid at 620, can't even get past 625. So pretty range bound at the bottom for Tesla as well, down 7.5%.
I wonder, Baxter's getting close to hitting that graduation number in his second month. Pretty good. Let's see if he can do that today. He had a monster trade today. We'll see if he can do that. Yeah, you like that, Prad? But we'll see if he could do it. We'll see. I'm still waiting for Parlay Prad's picks. Tonight is, it's Golden State versus Dallas.
There's only one pick to make.
He's ready to rock. No, the parlay, the props.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You just
the props. Okay. And I did cash out of that. Look, I bet $30. It was 5-1. The odds put it up to 150, so I made 150. This is I bet on the Warriors in the second round against Memphis. I think
money.
They might have been down 1-0 to Memphis. I can't remember. I think they might have lost their first game, and I hopped right in there and bet it. And then I cashed out, like I was telling these jokers, for 144.80 or 147.80. I don't have to look at what it was. Even though I know no one's ever come back from 3-0.
Doesn't happen.
It's just the way I was looking at it would be my luck. Like I'm showing you guys the bet, and then tonight Steph Curry rolls his ankle, Klay Thompson tears his ACL again, and then Luka Doncic goes for like 98 points or something, and then the next thing. But anyway,
Luka will go off tonight.
So I did. So that could
will
be
happen,
Luka points
will
over.
go
Could
off.
be a good.
He will go off.
Good play there,
Let's be real.
Parlay Prad.
He doesn't roll over in an elimination game, right?
Can you show this camera to show how close we are to Prad? Do you have Neil's side
Like
shots?
this one.
Does that work? Because there he is. So there he is. Hey, Prad. Right there. So we are about 9 feet away from each other right now.
You know what that means?
What's up?
We're in serious slipper range.
Shit. Yeah. When Arun is back in the building, man, I might have to switch seats. So I just boom, 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 boom. Bang there. Bang. Oh, dodging. Nice dodge. Nice dodge. we got to watch dodgeball here. So we had dip, duck, dodge, dive, and then dodge again. Don't forget about that one. Let's go.
You got me looking for the camera sometimes.
I'm on the Celtics as well. If the Celtics, I have a very similar bet. If the Celtics make the finals, so I could have called both of them, which would be that's a nice. We'll wait on that one. But we did have Philly as well, who got. Oh, but then we redid the bet. Said person took Heat. I took Celtics. So
double or nothing.
We'll see. Double or nothing on that one.
Anyways, that's another story.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even double or nothing. His team didn't make it. He had the Bucks to the conference finals. I had Sixers. So those canceled each other out, and then we rolled it up.
Said person, we used to play double or nothing. At lunchtime, back when I used to trade with said person, I won't say his name on the show, we'd sit next to each other, and during lunchtime trade, we'd play card games.
Yep.
And one time we played this, he had some weird version of blackjack that we were playing. I didn't even understand, whatever, he made it up. But every time you'd lose, it's just double or nothing.
Yeah.
And you think eventually you'd hit it. At one point, I think we started betting for $1 or $2, and I was down like, I don't know, like a couple grand to the guy. It was stupid.
As long as you keep double or nothing, you'll eventually win.
It was a weird version of the game where, like, trust me, like, you could go on a pretty bad run, but it was pretty hilarious. Like, at least he didn't hold me to it, which was pretty good. But you got to watch out for that guy.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, has anybody done that on blackjack? I feel like, or not blackjack, sorry, on roulette. Like, can't you just always bet black and then, the only time you'll ever, like, if it hits, you basically have 50-50, but then you have the greens in there. That screws it up. So you just drop like a hundy the first time, and then if you lose, you drop 2 hundy, and then you keep going, and then eventually you'll win, and then you'll be up double. I mean you got to have fat stacks for that, but...
Yeah, like, it's your stacks, so, like, certainly, like, they're pretty smart, the casinos. Like, they understand, like, that's why it's not exactly a 50-50 bet. I forget the name of it. You guys would know it in the chat. And then you have to think about, like, the actual limit. Like, they'll do, like, a limit for bets. So what'll happen is, like, you'll need to continue to double down and get big enough. Right. But eventually you're not going to be able to make a bet that big. So, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like eventually you're going to get burned if you continuously try to do it.
Because otherwise you could literally do it forever.
Exactly. So in the short run, you're okay. But you go on a long enough run, you're just screwed.
I did, what about Nat Gas? So we don't have, do we have the Nat Gas futures? I don't know. We have to find out about that. I know we have oil futures, but I see that Bears versus Bulls. Thanks for getting our attention. Yeah. If there's a particular symbol on Nat Gas, we can look at that as well. Or if it's the futures. We could do the martingale system. That's right.
That's what
that's right. So thank you for that one, for pointing that out. Does not work for sports gambling. Of course.
Oh, God,
you need to have a 50-50 odds roughly for that. But they do have table limits. Okay, so I'll just start at $1 and then keep on upping it till we get to that. All right, so let's go. Roblox. All right, so Roblox went in the money for us. We took it out. It went back in the money for us. Didn't do anything. The only problem here is that it bounced off of, so we got out the first time it went up to the 50 period. Then it bounced off that again. Thank you for all the nice comments, guys. I mean, I like it when we go back and forth here on the show as well. So I think that's a lot of fun for people. All right, so we're going to watch out for that. JP Morgan is rocking right back up to the upside. Ooh, as we were talking, I missed that. It went right back to 126.50, 40, sorry. That was a 70-cent win right there. So, yeah, we should have taken that out as it went right back to the high side. I think we'll hold it now, but nothing wrong with doing that. We tried it till eventually we got it. That would have been a nice take, but now it's down another 25 pennies from there. So yuck. We missed that opportunity on that trade. The only thing else was Facebook. I really like the Facebook longs, but again, it's 334. I don't know what's going on with the imbalances yet. 90 billion buy side, please. Okay, obviously that's not what it is. But there's Facebook. Holy crap!
How is this stock still doing?
We just talked about Facebook. Oh, yeah, BTTX. But I just talked about Facebook long 179.50. Wow, that thing.
VWAP, right?
That thing blew
I
up.
thought you took that.
I should have took it. I didn't. So yeah.
I mean, I could have just done
my face.
Yeah, I mean,
we might need AMD again.
We can
that's
see each other's positions because we have the position boards. Well, I mean, we have the program on.
Yeah, we could. I just never looked.
But because you said it, I was like, you were like, I'm going to go along Facebook, and they're softy through 260.
Yeah.
Of course,
Maybe
I'm trading BTTX. I'm a little surprised this is still happening. Like when you see something like this, and look at these on a 3-minute, basically 215 to 220 at the top, and then 190 to 195 at the bottom. Now, I mean, there's a word that begins with M and ends with manipulation that, like, when you see this, it's a little bit ridiculous. But the only thing you can do is either wait for it to break the range, so like a 225 breakout to the top, or it just dies through 190 or so, or dies through VWAP, or you just trade inside of the range, which I've elected to do here. Because why not? But I've already taken some out on the way down because you better take your profit inside the range. Other people want to do this trade as well, guys. And it's obviously very, very strong here, but usually you don't see a failure, then another failure at a lower high, then a third one, and then it still does this. So I think someone's having some fun here.
Oh, hell yeah. We don't get that one, but it's not a weed stock, but we get AMD as we took AMD breaking through 91.20. I literally just said we wanted AMD through 91.20 because we missed the Facebook. But as y'all know, Dish best served. Revenge, best served cold. Dish, best served cold. That's what I'm looking for. As we get that, and then it rips up to the upside, and we just tick, 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 boom, getting out of that one. And again, because the market's choppy, you have to understand what I'm doing, man. I am taking more shares and scalping them out. just like we said, we're going to go to the highest spot. I've been on all day right now, as there goes AMD, man. This is what we're talking about. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, for all your help here on the chat as well. And I'm just like working with gas here, man. We cooking, baby. Let's get that barbecue out. Not only does your boy have power back now, that's what I'm powered up, hot showered up right now as we go. But there it is. We were doing a lot of that on the weekend. Hopefully we're doing it again now tonight. My boy has karate, my girl has gymnastics, and AMD has wings as it's flying. Here it is again, another 40 cents in the money, holla, and this is starting to go upside. JP Morgan, $1 in the money. Let's go, JP Morgan. Roblox, 25 cents in the money. It's a 3-pack right now as this is going to the upside. Here we go again, everything ripping to the north side. We like it a lot. There we go. Oh, by the way, we also got out of our Affirm, was a good out at 2030 out of the short as Affirm blowing to the upside.
Everything's going.
You know the market wants to go when Affirm's going up,
Yeah,
guys.
Pinterest just tried. I said if the market took out the top, I'm not waiting for VWAP. I'm not waiting for break even. I'm just getting out of the short right then and there. And that's exactly what happened. Softy did take out that high. It's through 260. And if there's any chance, like I feel like it's pretty unlikely with a strong move like that we'll see this price or below that price again. So any dip to 260 on Microsoft, it's one of the it just went green on the session. I just don't see any way it doesn't end up green. Like that would be reversals like that don't happen all the time. So I'm going to take my shot trying to catch this breakout. I wanted to see it hold a bit above that price, but that break was just so violent. There was no consolidation off 260. Like it took out the high of the day and just it was like stocks were just running to the upside. So take out your shorts. The small caps probably don't care too much about it, but if you're in one of the bigger cap shorts, you just had to make sure you took your profit. It was probably sitting in the money anyways. But now the race is on to green, at least for the market. I mean, the NASDAQ probably might not get there, but the ES has a very good shot.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Come on, AMD. Let's go, baby. JP Morgan now $1 in the money. Dollar, holler at $1 as that's to the upside right now. And we're going to see if we can do the same kind of damage here. It's crazy. I'd have my best day if I just did not get run over like crazy on Apple this morning, man. Yeah, look at you, Apple. Go for a run. I mean, wow. We bought Apple 134, 135, something like that. We talked about that when it was down. But that doesn't matter. That's for long-term rate. Regardless, you could buy it right now, same price. Who cares? But this is starting the day, man. We really defended this Apple, and we got cranked right there down to the downside. There should be an out in here somewhere. But then we got long again, and out. And then now look where we are, Apple right here. But we did seek some revenge, shorting in here as well to the downside. But we went long there and lost. So, yeah, Apple, disgusting for me today, but whatever. There goes. And this is the funny thing. I mean, look how crazy this looks on AMD. We went right back into this area, but we're scalping. So, like, even right now, I have enough shares to get out. Like I said, we're using an upsize. The strategy is different. We're going to change tomorrow. Tomorrow's strategy is going to be the opposite. We're going to take lighter shares for bigger moves in the morning. So that way, if we get run over, it's no problem. And then we'll adjust into the afternoon. But right now, here we go. Bigger shares, bigger positions here when levels break. And then we scalp them out, right? So we're not waiting for that like $3 move on AMD or $10 move. But now we're out of the majority. We're still holding 20% here for AMD, but a nice little ride to the upside. JP Morgan went $1, and now it's trying to come back in. So let's get out of this one. I mean, I'd like to get out there, but I also want to make sure that we take some profit. So 126.40 break, we'll get out. We're long JP Morgan 125.57. So that's in the money right now, 90 cents. But if it comes, remember, we did screw up earlier, so whatever, on that one. So it's not like this is a crazy trade for me, but it's a nice move backside. Whatever you lost, you can always make back, man. And that's why we say for the risk purposes, like you never want the one trade you're in to be your last trade. Like, oh, I got shut down. Well, then you can't enjoy the rest of the day. Exactly. And to be honest with you, I mean, I love being here and I love coming into work every single day. So if I were to ever get shut down, I'd be just so upset. You wouldn't even. Oh, by the way, where'd that bear go? Okay, there it is. The bear
moving it back to the ball?
got knocked down there.
Fast.
Oh, and shout out to Miss V. We have the Kinder Surprise Miss V as well. So, all right, let's go, man. Big time trades happening. Let's get some more out of AMD.
Oh, wow. They just made another wick top on BTTX. This time I actually did have the long in it. So we had the short off of that 215 area. It tried taking out the top at 225. It couldn't get past the first 10 penny move there. And then rug pull it. So wick top, I mean, you guys know what the drill is on a wick top. You just jump right back in. And it's essentially the same trade as before. Like, when you have a false break, just imagine like it didn't happen. Like it's a rejection of the prices above it, and then you're going to try and take the ones below. So right back into BTTX. But I did try that long. It's going to lose the reversal into the long. We took some out for profit. We had to take a hit on the rest. Microsoft it was looking like it was going to pull back and give you a shot. At 260.50s and 25. Sorry, I was on the bid here. Did not catch the fill to try to buy the dip. Might have to just pay up a little bit because if we're going to rally this far, like the consolidation is around 260.50. So I'll just grab that price instead. But if we're going to make a run at green on the session, I mean, I don't see any way it happens without Microsoft ending the day green. And this is where, like, 260.65 is where it closed yesterday, and the ES is 0.5% away. And I actually can't remember the last time we had a morning that was that ugly to the downside, and then we got this close to green on the day, and then one of the major markets didn't make it. I understand the last time, last Friday, the ES got there, the NASDAQ didn't, but I think it's pretty unlikely that we head back into, well, I mean, that the ES at least doesn't get to green.
Yeah, no, I agree.
The NASDAQ, no.
Yeah, the is 0.5%. I mean, it's all really, we only have now 7 minutes. I don't know, do we have, Brendan just put it in the chat there, 228 to sell. So there is a small sell imbalance
happened to Friday too,
coming.
right?
So I'm not, you know what, when we're talking 200s, that's not enough for me to get out of any of these longs whatsoever. So Roblox with a beautiful spike. Ooh, I didn't realize that. Good thing I just went over there. It just taken down 27. Let's offer 27.01. Ooh, there it is. We'll have to, you know what, let's just mark it out as some here. Whoops. Okay. Oops. So I mean, you might have just seen a flood there of these, whoops. You might have just seen a flood there of all these 98s that just went through when I did that. But we might have got out of too many shares, but we still have a little bit left there on. No, we didn't. Darn, we got out of them all. That's what happened there. We got out of all of Roblox, but whatever. I think that was a pretty good diamond hands trade there for Roblox. Back up to VWAP. We didn't mean to get out of them. When I hit that, I just saw a flood go through, and I was like, uh-oh. I guess I just sort of limited it out of everything. Didn't mean to do that, but there it is. We are out of now everything of Roblox. So there it is, 26.98 out now, RBLX. Good trade for me. The long was right into here. We got it twice. It's crazy because we missed that 40 by pennies there, and that was going to be a triple. Like we were going to go triple the shares, but whatever. We'll celebrate it. Sucks to be out, but that is what that is right now. AMD, good out right there. Now we only have 5% of the position left. Honestly, we're done. Like I got out of way too many when it was ripping up, but that's fine. Like I just saw ting, 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 ting. And sometimes that's the problem with me. Like when those dollar signs start coming, it's like you hear boom, 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 boom. I have 400 trades today, so needless to say, that's a lot.
Why would someone say that?
And here we go. What's up, Godpill? Nuclear strike. No, I think they're just talking about for the options. Nuclear strike detected here. Buy puts on anything and put profits into Mullen right now. Just keep on hustling. Thanks, Godpill. You know, I bit the first time and I'll bite again. We already talked about Mullen today, and I think that, you know, again, if you're looking at this name, we've already seen it go. You guys can do whatever you want. This is called barcoding right now. It's not doing anything, but, you know, you guys can trade it if you want. Godpill says go for it. So thank you for that one. Where's Dominic? I haven't seen that guy around today.
I saw him in the air. I saw him a couple times. Maybe not as active, but like, you know, a lot of those smaller cap. He literally just said in the chat that this is where the BTTX shorts get burned. I mean, maybe, but that's a pretty definitive wick top.
I guess
there.
he's long.
I mean, I don't know. Like it's every single time it gets to about $2 or like $1.95, there's certainly buyers on the stock, right? That's why you have to take profit on it every single time. But yeah, like it's not a great looking chart, but it just got back above the 50. The last time it got here, it did hold up there kind of for a couple of days. So it's day one of a move. I'll give it to this. If you look at every single time it's made a spike, it's actually managed to somewhat, you know, go a couple of days in a row. And a lot of times you'll see like it spikes one day and has a history of falling the next day. We were talking about one of those this morning, and now I forget the name. Otherwise, I'd pull up the chart. And it was Brendan that pointed out. It's like, yeah, it does this every single time. Goes up one day, comes down the next. BTTX, in its defense, usually each time it's popped, you've seen it go for a couple of sessions in a row. So maybe it is worth it. And there are buyers. Like people seem to want to have this one at $2 here, and that's why you got to get out in front of that level. Come on, market. Let's see if we can't go green. I keep looking at UVXY to see if it'll turn red, and it's very, very close to turning red on the day. So if that happens, another positive for the long would be following through with volatility heading back down.
Yeah, Dominic brought up a good point there. He's like, he's always long. So yeah, I guess that's true. It seems to be the case. Most day traders are always long unless they're holding puts, I guess. Okay, Brendan? No? The problem is I'm hearing Brendan's throw to you guys first. We both heard it. Yeah, it's just because we hear him first. Okay, so we will be going to Brendan in just a matter of minutes, I'm pretty sure. So, all right, thank you. There's Godpill again with another $5. There was some sarcasm. What was this? What was sarcastic about this? Nuclear. Nuclear strike. Yeah. Okay. I got that. Don't worry about that. We did not think that was serious. But now it's time for Mr. Wickens. What's up?
It's very strange. We're trying to figure that out. One that's coming tonight, aftermarket guys. Nordstrom's just popped up. Trying to get back above that high, that last high. If I zoom out here, you'll get a better picture of what's happened today because it's not good, but he's still down, obviously, but trying to get back higher with the overall market. Earnings to come for JWN.
Ooh, Nordstrom.
I'm not terribly optimistic about that one, but it already got beaten up.
I really want to see Costco.
That's the big one. And Macy's, too. Macy's has the short interest.
To be completely honest with you, like let's watch out for Macy's. Oh, if you guys can please hit the like button today as we're trying to, we have that full stream on. Did you guys like that or what?
I think so.
Full stream ahead today, so hit the like button for that if you can. Here we go right now. Let's see, what do we got right now on the likes? 2.2K, is that right? Over 4,000 watching. If we just have a couple of you hit it, we can get up to 3,000 right now. So let's see if we can do that coming through. So hit the like button, please, for us. All that would be great.
Everyone needs a second account to do it because, look, it's a convenience thing, and realistically...
You could sign up with like 3 or 4 accounts.
Look, we do 3 shows, and you can get like 3 times likes because everyone can like it. But the reality is we're just making it easier for you guys to stick around one stream all day long. You don't have to do crap. You just sit down, enjoy the show, enjoy the markets, make some trades. That's what it's all about here. And, of course, you know, having the boys next to us as well was fantastic. I actually can't say enough about the job that everyone did today. Like, they were all sitting in a new spot the first time with the new layout and the monitors. They got it hooked up, and everybody killed it. So congratulations to you for your first day. It's only going to get bigger and better, and I'm already scalping out of BTTX. Still think this market has a chance, but when I said UVXY, I should have put it up for you guys. This is the chart. There's been no follow through to the downside. If we're getting green on the day in the ES, you know, I want to see this also start following through. When it starts following through, you might see some secondary pushes on names that have not gotten going. Microsoft broke through its high of the day, but not everything is following suit, and we need to get dragged up here. Apple has yet to get through its high of the day. It's like $1.50 away from that high. At least approaching that high is what you need to see happen. That wick notwithstanding, because obviously it didn't occur here, but the market's trying. It's just running into a lot of resistance despite being led by Softy.
All right, this day got real spicy real quick. We only have 20 seconds right now until the imbalances, so we'll try our best here to give you what you guys want. I'll do it like this. You can see the NASDAQ right now heading into the imbalances. We are down 2%, so we'll see here. We have AMD on the board. In about 10 seconds, these are all going to update, and then we'll see where we're going from here. JP Morgan's a big one for me. Maybe we watch that. We are $1 in the money on JP Morgan. Here they come, 2 and 1. There's the imbalances. LU going crazy. I don't know what that is. We'll find out what that was. That used to be the old Luckin symbol, I think. No, that was LK on NASDAQ. Palantir's a sell. It looks like it came out as a sell. So the NASDAQ, I mean, it looks pretty flat right now, pretty choppy, but you're down 2%. It's flat. LU Visa with a sell. Uber with a sell, but again, that's already crushed today, and I don't see much on here. So to me, it is a nothing burger, more of a roller coaster ride there for the day. Do we got to get Valeria off that roller coaster? I think she could stay on there for a bit as Miss V is riding that coaster. Well, wait a minute. Is Brendan on here? Who's on here? Me, you, Brendo, and yes, we got to put Prad. We got to put Prad's face at the back of that roller coaster.
Or just have a longer roller coaster and get everybody on
Lucas is saying no to that, so we'll see how that goes moving forward right now. But I like it, and so choppy into the close.
It's disappointing. It looks like it is a sell and bounce. They're not huge, but it's enough. It's red. Sati tried to go. I got to take it out. I'm now flat on the day. Well, no positions on the day, obviously, but at this point, the market doesn't seem to want to go there. Uber, 500,000, Palantir, very, very small imbalances, but they needed to come at least small buy side, I think, if we're going to get that late day rally. And unfortunately, that just isn't in the cards here today. But hey, you know what? This is the kind of market that you're here to take advantage of because we're going to get this for the rest of the year. You know, the raising rates aren't going anywhere. Volatility is obviously not going anywhere. You've just got to pick the right names and know what's going to be moving. We already talked about Nordstrom's tomorrow. We expect that to be a hot fire. And Brendan has another late mover.
Fortinet, FTNT, just popping up here, guys. This is a bigger one, so heads up, 282 up to 308. So just going to double check on that.
All right, so whoopsies, we got Facebook short. Ooh, we don't want Facebook short. I thought I was getting out of the other name. We do not want this. We're going to get out of that. We're just looking at JP Morgan right now. Let's just push up, enter, and get out of this Facebook short, as that was a mistake. But we're looking at JP Morgan here, as that was $1 or is $1 in the money, JPM. So we definitely want to have a look at that one to come through on JP Morgan. $1 now in the money on that name as it's going. And there we go. We made a mistake there. We did not mean to get short Facebook. So that little mistake there cost me a little bit. But there it is, JP Morgan. Sorry, that's that. Here's JP Morgan, $1. Let's offer out of this one and get out of JPM right now, as it's at that 57. It's now a clean $1. It just went down, of course, but we'll offer and see if we get out of this one. JP Morgan, a nice win. There it is, out here, 48s or 47s, whatever got printed there, out of JP Morgan for a nice little win. So we'll do some backflips here to end the day, man. The only thing we got left on right now is AMD. So yeah, we'll see where this one goes. But AMD, little bit, nice take at the end of the day with the long, and then just a ridiculous amount of outs as we go all the way out. But that was a good long. And I saw, I think it was Chaz or someone said they took TQQ with me when that broke. So congratulations on that. That's probably a great trade as well. And we're done, man. Roblox, we're out of Roblox. We did really well on all of this. So congratulations if you're watching us for the close show. A couple of good trades there. And I'm going to end the day at my highest spot. So far, so good.
On really large volume, I just assumed Nordstrom's was doing really bad today, but that's not true. They're only down 3% going into, and it's actually at the high of the day as well. So, you know, we've seen this before where you see some buying going into earnings and the name's been beaten up already. Yeah, this definitely one to watch, but it's not a given that they're going to get absolutely blown out. Daily chart doesn't want to load there, but it's already gotten crushed, 25 to 20 in the last few sessions. So it is down 20% off of all of those misses it's seen in the relative space. But Nordstrom's certainly one that I expect, if we're not up or down double digits, I think that'll be a disappointment, and we're obviously not going to be trading it. I want to see this gapping. I don't really care the direction that it gaps. If it gaps more than 10%, then we're trading it tomorrow. If it doesn't move, then you got to walk away, because there's other retail names that are going to be all over the place. Walmart, by the way, was an absolute beast. Very strong name today.
Yeah, I wanted to look at Snapchat for a buy back, but it's not. Well, I mean, there it goes. It did break that level right there. So you could have bought some Snapchat, and it finally broke the 50 period. You know, if it wasn't at the end of the day, actually, that happened at 3:30. I should have had that trade. That was missed. But I guess that's probably when we got blown up into AMD. So I'd obviously much rather have that trade. But that was okay. Finally, it broke the 50 period. So whenever you cascade down like that, I was just waiting for it, but it wouldn't have really worked. I mean, it went to 93 or 94 there. So that was a good trade. But as you can see, we are all flat now for us. A good day overall, man. Snapchat was the best trade today for me. Great short down in there. We had short 15 and we didn't touch it again. We should have, but that was a good one. Facebook also. And you know, the funny thing is, look at this keystroke there. That was a mistake by going short, and I got out and lost 10 cents. It's now in the money $1. So like if I just would have held that, but that's how we do it. If you ever get into a trade by mistake, for us, I just like get out, because imagine it went up $1 and then I'd be like, oh my God, I just lost X amount, and it was because of a keystroke error. So I always like to get out of that one as we go. Let's just check out the imbalances one more time, as 355 is another major area for a reversal or for updates on this. CCL. You can see CCL, ooh, catching a bid, but look what that does to the bid. Dude. I don't think they care about that bid. CCL continues to move down. Palantir as well, down to 750. That could be interesting tomorrow if we get to 7. Oh, there's Pinterest again, as that just keeps on going to the downside here. We want a 1-minute chart. There's Pinterest again. Actually, that started to go back up. Was that a buy or a sell, Pinterest? There it is. That's a sell. So nice move back up for Pinterest, as Snapchat got some love as well. But yeah, good day. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, and I just want to say thank you so much for everything there, because just on that one likes ask there, we got 15% more on the day. So thank you for that, up to 2,500 from 2,200. So thank you for the likes. Means a lot to us, and that's what we're trying to do. We switched over to full day for you guys, so that was working out for us on the stream, and I hope you enjoyed it. But Brendan, what's up?
Quickly, guys, before we wrap things up, let's get everyone caught up on earnings for tonight. Remember, the big retailers coming tomorrow. I mean, Nordstrom's pretty big, but still more to come tomorrow.
Yes, a certain one that I know they had fun with on the midday show, Dick's Sporting Goods. Urban Outfitters as well. A couple of Canadian banks. Canada, neither of the two that I own, but look, it is going to be, until it's not, about the retail names for sure. So we're going to stick to those. There was some notable strength in a few tech names that you're going to want to watch here today, Microsoft, and some good bids to be had on the semis when the market did crash. And of course, can't ignore the EV space, because Tesla, it's in the news every single day. It moves every single day. It is all about trading what moves. It is really easy to get whipped around in this market. So if it's not moving, stay away from it unless you have some kind of a strategy that takes advantage. But we got to trade those movers. That's why we do this every single day, all day, every day, starting before the market, so you can get in. Because if you didn't identify early on that you wanted Pinterest and Snapchat and God knows whatever else, Meta, to the downside, once the market opened, it was too late. You were just chasing, and you're behind the 8 ball, and we want to make sure you're in front of it, or asking it questions, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why we put out the sticky note, and we're all over that every day. So hopefully you guys are able to look at that, giving you some trade ideas. I just want to say something about Dick's here, because honestly, Dick's Sporting Goods, Neil. Come on. Where are your guys' minds at here? So anyways.
It's a trading floor, Sean.
Yeah, it's a trading floor. But honestly, because it's a trading floor, their PE is only 5. Okay? And I just want to bring up another point here, that the short float here on Dick's is 23%. So, I feel like this has been absolutely destroyed. Even if it gets killed a little bit, you could be able to get a little bit of a bump here, because, again, big short float plus getting crushed off of some of that earnings. So I like it. Guys, Dick's Sporting Goods coming through tomorrow. So I think that's going to be a great opportunity to trade that. For me, though, the best name in retail is going to be Costco, and I think you're not going to go wrong buying that name. But again, I feel like you got to wait for earnings on this name again, just in case it does crack lower. What, did our security fail again? You keep looking back there.
Well, I'm just looking for Tony, or who is.
Why does Tony have to always ring the bell?
I don't know.
Pratt, you busy? Pratt's busy.
Oh, by the way, you know what's interesting too? It's like that. Nordstrom's also 20% short interest. And that's the sort of thing, a lot of these names that have been beaten up in that retail space, they are heavily shorted. So you should always pay attention to that, because when they go 20% down, better chance of getting a dead cat bounce if shorts have to cover. And I think that's one thing that we saw today, where the heavier shorted, the nastier it can be. Only about 40 seconds to go. It's been an exciting one, and it's only Tuesday.
Here we go. The bell ringer's in the building.
Tony, you knew he was coming. I knew he was going to come. I was just looking back.
Is that what we're doing now? Is just always Tony?
Well, we can switch it up.
Okay, I think we should.
I mean, Fahad could ring the bell, but he doesn't want to show his face.
Yeah, you can do the Undertaker again. That was pretty fun.
That was okay. It was, I liked it. It was a lot of fun.
I don't know if you guys saw on social media there that we took a picture of us all with Miss V going. There was one dude turned around. You can guess who that was.
Obviously.
Okay, with only 10 seconds to go. Tony was honestly such a great bartender there at the Rogers Center. So shout out to you, Tony. As we go, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Tony. So there it is. He gone. There we go. Woo! Yeah, some big Ric Flair woos in the background. To be the man, you must beat the man. And who is the man in our place? It's Brendan Wickens. So Brendan, how did we wind up today?
Still red, guys. Unfortunately, looking like my data needs to be refreshed here. So 0.58 for the ES right now. It is moving around quite a bit here at the close, but still a 2+ kind of day for the NASDAQ to the downside. The Dow did get back to positive. So there is that. I'm going to refresh my quote board, and we'll see if we can't show it.
All right, I'm feeling that. I did want to show here. Here we go. This is it from my Instagram, at TraderTVSean. So there's a couple interesting things in this photo. First of all, obviously Miss V's shout out there. I want everyone to notice down here. What exactly is this on Tony's? Is that a sales tag?
Can you zoom in?
That's there. I don't. Can I zoom in? I don't know. I can't zoom in anymore. But I'm just wondering about that. I'm going to ask him what that is. That someone put a comment on there. So this is our Trader TV Live family there as well. You can follow us all on Instagram and everything like that. But you know, the legend that is Tony continues to grow. So, anyways, if there's any earnings that come out in the next little while, then we'll have them for you. A big shout out to Trader Prad today. That came. Was that the earnings board on? Do you want to put that? You want to put that back on or no? Not the earnings board. Sorry, it was the countdown there for the markets, but it doesn't matter. There it is right there. All right, I'll do Brendan's job right now. The S&P 500 could not get going, only down 0.65, and the NASDAQ, really the laggard there, down 1.99. And then we give a big shout out to our Portuguese friends up in Brazil, only down 0.11. Sorry about that, Brendan.
Oh, Canada.
It's all good. It's all good. We got there for the Dow.
We got there for the Dow.
Nobody cares about the Dow.
Dow what? Thank you to Trader Prad today as well, man. That was a good show. Great afternoon show. Thank you a lot to Luca. Thank you to Ian. Thank you to Brandon as well. There's Trader Prad. What's up, Trader Prad? And then a big shout out, obviously, to Mark and Rob, who got the stations up and running. That was that. Hey, there's Trader Prad. He's part of the team. Prad, you're on the TV right now. He knows that probably. He's just, he's being like one of those, kind of like.
He's too cool for
I know
school,
I'm
right?
on, but like I'm not acknowledging type of stuff. There, he's trading. Okay, guys, for everyone here at Trader TV Live, thanks to Fahad, thanks to Lucas, Maggie today, very busy. Thanks to Liz in the back. Thanks to Katrine as well. Our whole team is ready to rock and roll, and we're back with you guys tomorrow at 8:30. Make sure you join us. Earnings should be fun. The market's always fun, one way or the other. So for everybody here at Trader TV Live, we say thank you and stay tuned for the trade of the day. It's Snapchat, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Ciao, guys. Bye.